my mistake. Someone said I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. give up thanks. I just wanna give you all I can. There's something about you, baby, and I can't get enough. There's something that you give me, and I can't get enough. You don't need to tell me that you love me. I don't mind waiting for it to show. Something about you, baby, and I can't get enough. There's something that you give me, and I can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Don't tell me I don't stand a chance. Ooh, yeah. For you, I'll be a different man. Ooh, yeah. This is where I'm meant to be. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. So wanna start illusion with you. Can it just be yours tonight? Under the night sky, gonna make my skin rise. Can it just be yours tonight? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you
Thunderpick World Champions 2024. It belongs to the mighty Mongolz.
Stone Machine engaging descent to the lineup. Transfers it back, and this is a 2v5. The OG bomb plant looked to get secured. Incendio sent towards it.
Swalio who's sticking on that defuse. Not enough money, which could still be a factor here. Oh, we've got a run boost into the middle. That's really exciting. Spin. He's going to force the kill the last second. Right through the smoke. Look at him go.
Corner to the lineup.
They also have hits. He's sneaking into the window while they're trying to get through the hallway in Fire Accident.
It is semi-finals day here at the Thunderpick World Championships. 4 teams remaining and a title on the line and $200,000 for the winner. I'm joined here on the desk to break down today's games with Blair and Yanko. Guys, the group stages were fun, but these games are something different. These will be bangers.
This is what we're all waiting for, right? The 4 favorite teams here in the playoffs. This weekend's gonna be, it's gonna be a hell of a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the teams are evenly matched, right? We saw FURIA and the Mongolz maybe looking a little bit like they're ahead of Navi and AURORA, but in any case, I think from this point on, the semifinals and then tomorrow the final and the third place decider were all going to be great games.
Let's quickly reflect on those groups and see how we ended up here. FURIA and Mongolz emerging victorious from Group A. FURIA look great, guys.
Yeah, FURIA absolutely looking like the best team thus far at the event. The 2-0 matchup against Mongolz was absolutely, some could say even a prelude of a potential grand finals right there, the best game of the tournament. But yeah, the usual favorites coming out on top. That being said, I feel 9Z did a pretty good job making it this far.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking down OG in that elimination game was a bit of an upset after being 1-0 down in the series. And then over in the Group B side of things, Navi took down AURORA. In that winner game, it was 2-1 affair, had a comeback on the decider of Dust 2, right? And yesterday we saw actually Team Venom really push AURORA, taking a map, beating them on overpass and making it close for a while on the decider, but I think for Team Venom just taking down Imperial as well in that elimination game has been a huge feat for them in this tournament.
Here is our playoff bracket. We're going to start off with FURIA, AURORA, and then later in the day, Mongolz, Navi. Of course, we'll talk about FURIA, AURORA in depth in a moment, guys, but that later game, you do not want to miss that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is going to be a bit of a revenge matchup for the Mongolz, right? It looks like this Navi team, despite their trials and tribulations they've had recently, seem to have had the Mongolz' number time and time again. So that's also another game to watch later.
Yeah, coming out on top the last 2 times they've played, I think, a lot of history in both of these matchups, right? We also saw FURIA and AURORA play 2 times in the last month, pretty much. So it's going to be interesting matchups because once you play a team that often, right, you have to start switching it up a little bit, whether it's in the veto or just how you approach the game because they're so familiar with the things you like to do.
Now that we're shaping up for this game, let's hear a little from FURIA's coach in Sid.
I'm here in Malta with Sid, the coach of FURIA. Thank you so much for taking some time to have a quick chat with us. As we prepare for the playoffs, what do you think you did best in your group stage matches, and what do you think needs working on?
I think in both matches we had very good resilience. That was needed for sure. In some of the halves we played, we didn't have easy matches even against OG. That didn't even the scores show like an easier match. Definitely wasn't. We needed to crawl back into the score and all that. So I think the biggest trait that we showed was the team resilience, and everybody had the right mentality to come back in those games.
What would you say was the main key to the comeback on Mirage?
Yeah, so we had a very good mentality coming into the T side because, funny enough, our score against them in the grand finals we played was the same. We scored for CT side. So in between halves, I told the guys, so guys, we've been here before. It's just the exact same score that we had against them last time. So we just need to believe in our T side. We've made a lot of adjustments between those 2 matches. and everyone kept their confidence. We didn't feel the pressure of the score, or no one got tilted or stressed. Everybody just kept their cool, and then that was the key for us to come back.
Out of the teams that made it through the closed qualifiers, who have impressed you the most?
So I really like what I saw from IZ. I think they did really good today against Mongols, and also in their match against OG. It's never easy to come here and play coming from South America. We know how hard it is to get practice there, and they're improving a lot. And yeah, they impressed me the most.
You've been coaching Furia for over a year now, and Molodoi and Yakindar now both been on the team for just over 6 months. What has been the biggest improvement you've noticed during that time period?
I would say both firepower when we added Daniel and as an helper, and also game knowledge, game understanding. I'd say because now we have someone who can help Fallen in that department. Yakinder is a very smart guy, and he's been through a lot of teams in different regions, so he has a lot of knowledge and a lot of things that he brings to the table as someone who also calls sometimes. So I think both this knowledge that he brought to us, and also the firepower from Molodai, who's just insane as an helper, is something that's been helping us a lot.
When Yakindar does occasionally secondary call, is it off of pure feel, or do you have ideas on when he should contribute?
So city sides he calls. That's how it's set. So he has to call city sides based on his positions and the way he plays. And sometimes T sides, when he's feeling it, he just does it. And also because he's part of building the structure together with Fallen, even though it's Fallen calling mostly, Yakinder has also his paper when we are building the structure and fixing the T side, so to say. So he has a good idea of the things that we have, the things that we don't have, and the things that we still don't do. So he can bring a different face to our games to our game during some matches, and yeah, it's working well like that.
Can Furia claim another 2025 trophy at Thunderpick?
Hopefully. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. But I know we have our chances. We need to keep improving throughout the tournament. I'll tell you, the game that you showed in the group stage is not enough for us to win the trophy. We need to improve. We need to step up, and I believe we can do so. But yeah, we need to be in 2 good days, and then we can win some semifinals and grand finals as well.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Furia in fine form recently. Lads, very different lineups, obviously what we've seen in previous years gone by for Furia. What for you excites you about this particular lineup?
It's just how when this lineup came together, I think literally the entire Counter-Strike world was like, WTF, what is this? This doesn't make any sense. Who is this Molodoi kid? Yakinder, we've seen his struggles as well. But just sometimes, you take two very different elements, and when they come together, it just clicks, right? Just a catalyst coming in. Just a rise Yakinder to the form we saw from him like 2 years ago or something like that. Just the fact that Molodoi is up there as a Rookie of the Year, and the fact that finally we can see Queserato being able to lift trophies.
I mean, I'm a bit biased, but for me, the favorite thing is Fallen having good players on his team, right? Across the board, having players that he can really utilize, and we see how his system can work, and the way he approaches the game, the way he believes the game should be played is still very potent when he has the right players. And the second one is, unfortunately, the reality for Brazilian CS is there hasn't been an offer since Fallen that could be considered, Fallen in his prime, that could be considered one of the best toppers in the world. Like, there's no one there. Like, if you talk about NQZ, I think he's fine. He's not going to make you, super excited about having him on a team if you want to be a contender for the biggest trophies. Molodoi, on the other hand, definitely excites you. I mean, the way he plays, how aggressive he is, his mechanics, I mean, it's just awesome to see. He has so much confidence. Of course, sometimes it crosses the line into overconfidence, but I still think even with that, obviously a huge positive for this Furia squad.
And even though the results here, you can take a look at the last two events. Remember, like, this lineup came together in PGL Astana just about 6 months prior, right? So it's still a new lineup, and the fact that they've been able to catapult this Furia team into consistent placings in some big events. You can see a third, fourth placing in Open, playoff runs in EPL. The Fisher Playground win was an absolute massive injection of confidence into the system, into this team as well. So it's been just up and up, I believe, for the side of Furia.
Yeah, absolutely so. And they did win that smaller Espoo LAN last year, right? But I mean, this is the first time that Queserato and Yuri know how it feels like to lift a really big trophy. I mean, at Fisher in Belgrade, that's crazy to say about two players in Queserato, especially, who have just been so consistent for years now, right? You really feel like they should have had a number of trophies already in their cabinet. So it's a great sign. I think, obviously, it's every time you win a tournament, especially for a team that has eluded them for so long, it adds a new level to their game, right? They break through that glass ceiling, they get some more confidence, and I think it would be very exciting for FURIA if they're able to lift a trophy here for their prospects come major time, could really solidify their role as a dark horse, potential contender.
Let's talk now about AURORA. Take a look at their recent results. I mean, similarly ranked team. Feels like they're on a slightly different trajectory, whereas, you know, FURIA is peaking right now. Where do you see AURORA at the current state?
You can kind of say it's similar, but it's not, right? Because you look at AURORA in the first half of the year, and for me, it was very similar to the Mongolz last year, making all these deep playoff runs, but not quite able to crack it. And it didn't happen. And then it felt like the frustration was seeping in. We saw in a major rough showing right there. Cologne, of course, they had a stand-in playing it for Zantares, so that doesn't really count. But since then, it's not really been deep runs either. The only shining light was that grand final, so making it to the grand finals of EWC where they lost to the aforementioned Mongolz. So I feel for AURORA, it's trying to find that stability. Even if they're able to get to just consistent deep playoff runs, getting back to what it was last season, it would be a win. But for them at this event right here, anything shy of a finals is going to be disappointment.
Yeah, and I think for AURORA, eventually, unless they can find success this season, I mean, you have to change something, right? Like,
What do you change, though?
You regress a little bit. Well, perhaps they have to go to FURIA route.
Yes.
You know, like if you can't find any talent, there's no talent in Turkey, maybe you have to go international, right? Because it can't go on like this where you're not seeing any progress, you're not seeing improvement. One might argue they've regressed a bit this season compared to the last, right? So all the other teams in the meanwhile are making moves, they're trying to improve, trying to get better. You have new contenders rising through the ranks, and unless AURORA can figure it out by the end of the year, you feel like in the next offseason there has to be changes.
We talk about FURIA and their current lineup. You've got so many versatile players. Is that the difference between these teams? They just have more options, more ways to win?
I don't necessarily think that's the case. I mean, obviously, that's also a factor to be played. But I feel for AURORA, when they picked up Jota at the beginning of the year, right, we felt like that is the piece. That is the final piece you needed for this team to click into place. And it looked like it was going to happen. For me, it's more about, and I hate to say it, but it feels like just the leadership, the calling, so to speak, the tactical side of things. Individually, looking at, you know, Zantares, Woxic, what more can we say about them? Jota seems like a great pickup. Wycadia right now stepping into the big shoes, trying to be the star of the team as well. It just feels like sometimes it's missing when it comes to the mentality aspect. And also when it comes to, you pointed out as well, Janko, like, you know, when it comes to the map pool, where is your map pool right now? Figure out something which you're strong on and try to work with that.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things, right? A little bit the T sides and the approach perhaps could be improved, but some of it is just, how are you losing 5v2s, 4v2s still when you've been playing together for such a long time? You're speaking in your native tongue, right? You have such experienced players on the lineup like Zantares, Woxic, Major, even Wycadia at this point, you know, like that's just so many breakdowns at the fundamental level where, you know, for me, it would have to come down to practice and how you approach things every day, right? Like if these situations keep repeating themselves, you're not doing enough to address them and to fix them simply.
I mean, we even saw an interview, I think, from Azure yesterday on HLTV where he said, I kept rewatching that game against Na'Vi and I still cannot believe how we threw that game.
The therapist is not going to like that.
Well, hopefully they do. The therapist has something to say regarding that. But the fact that they're very aware what the problem is. The thing is, how do you fix it?
Let's start talking maps. The last time they played at Pro League, Inferno Mirage, Overpass was the series. Any differences today, Blair?
Here's the thing with these two teams, right? They both don't play Ancient. And I saw the last two games they played the best of threes. We had 5 maps being played, 5 whole different maps. We had, apart from Train and obviously Ancient, they're just picking stuff in. So I feel like this particular veto is not going to be easy to kind of predict. It's going to be, you know, a lot of mind gaming coming in. Are they going to float Ancient? Are someone going to be banning out in the final stage? Which map are AURORA going to go for? That for me is a big question.
Yeah, they picked 4 different maps in their last 5 games. Again, coming back to the point of searching for that signature pick. I expect them both to float Ancient, at least in the first phase.
Yeah.
Again, but what they're going to pick, I mean, even the bans in the last series changed compared to the time they played at Fissure, right?
Yes.
So they're even that switching up. In the game at Pro League, they traded each other's map picks, right? It doesn't feel like in this particular matchup there's, you know, a clear advantage, and we do actually see AURORA not really wanting to ban anything outside of Ancient. Hey, that to me, I don't care. Like, it makes
That's
sense
fine.
because we talked about all the different maps, trading maps. It's like we don't care. You can pick whatever you want. It's gonna be fine. We don't even know what our map pool is at the moment.
I do, look, the overpass pick coming from Fury, I'm not too surprised. Aurora looked completely flat on the T side yesterday. Train pick is a little, I wouldn't say surprising. You know, they could obviously, they have a couple of options they could go for. But for Aurora, I think this is one of the better maps which you don't usually pick, right? They're right now flawless in this particular map as well. And one of the very few maps in their pool where the T side looks pretty damn solid, which has been a struggle all over the place. But if you look at just the numbers for Fury, looking at they have like a 50% win rate on Train, that is not, that doesn't really paint the right picture. Of the past 4 times they played Train, they've won 3 of them, right? It's a map they're very comfortable on. And just looking at this, it just looks like a very, very competitive map pool for both the 2 teams.
Interesting to see FURIA with the overpass pick, right? I mean, that's the map Aurora picked 2 times out of the last 5 games, so just tells you because of how it went last time. Maybe it's something where Kinder had a bit of input. He had a great game against Aurora on overpass. It was the decider in their series at Pro League, so feeling that they have a really good read on how Aurora approaches the map, so they could always have options and could always get into the game even if you end up losing pistols and things like that.
And I also feel like it's going to be a real test, especially after yesterday for Aurora on their T side. You're going to be going against Molodoy and Yakinder on an A-bombs at Batter's position, and that's where they especially thrive as well.
We're talking about their approach on the T side. We had Innocent in the post-game interview talk about, yeah, we saw that if they like don't show up on A by 1 minute 20, it's going to be B. Rather, they had one tell that they had their whole CT side around, and they won the CT side 10-2. Like, that's pretty damning, you know, on Aurora and their approach on the map when it was that easy to read for Venom.
Okay, it's time for our first semi-final. FURIA versus Aurora. Let's get them out on stage.
Let's do just that. With the cleanest run of the tournament so far, FURIA are looking ferocious. But can a trophy-starved Aurora take them out now that there is no second chances remaining? Please, welcome to the arena, Aurora and FURIA! In the head-to-head this year, Aurora have the edge. But last time they went toe-to-toe, FURIA managed to come out on top. After overcoming adversity through groups, though, can Aurora clean up their game and make it all the way to the final day? It's the last opportunity at Survival for everyone involved. Now let's have a quick chat. Boys, all right, I spoke to Yakinder the other day, Sid. He said he got no sleep. Did you guys manage to have the day off and rest up for this semi?
Yeah, finally. We played 2 morning games, and then now we have an afternoon game, and it was nice for us to get some rest, yeah.
Beautiful. I'm glad you're ready. What about you, Madja? Obviously, you had less than a day to turn things around, get ready, get prepped, get rested. Did you get some sleep last night, or did you have no time?
Yeah, well, I did. I started preparation last night and finished this morning. But I think it's good. We play every day. We didn't have the off day, but I think it's a good thing for us because we play every day and more construct. And hopefully we can show good construct today.
I hope so too. I'm in for a good semi. Boys, jump in there. Let's see who is going to be the first grand finalist. Harry and Hugo, take us in.
Our first semi-final, FURIA versus Aurora. And I mean, I think this one's got banger written all over it. A provably close series in times gone by between these squads. Undoubtedly, FURIA coming into this semi-final feeling confident, right? They had great form back in the groups. A clean 2-0 win over the Mongolz. For Aurora, it was at the hands of Venom. They've been able to make it this far in the tournament, and even that best of 3 the other day, a far closer affair than you might expect. But these are more the kind of level of opposition Aurora are used to, and these are the hurdles at which they've stumbled in the past. This is their chance to overcome that.
Yeah, despite Aurora even winning this matchup right on this side of the season, I still have big questions for this team, right? Just because of recent form of FURIA starting to peak, as the Des talk about, but also Aurora having some trouble, right? Only beating Venom twice over to get out of the group, and it got scrappy, it got messy, a close map in the first series, losing overpass in the second series, and FURIA with them just running through. Their form is electric. They're looking to try and take the trophy, already proven over the Mongolz. That's our potential grand final match, but that's all later on. They have to earn their place in that BO5 decider, and Aurora are here to try and stop them. as FURIA have gotten better and better this season, picking up more trophies, or picking up their first Tier 1 trophy, making more runs, I think this game's gotten harder and harder for Aurora. The veto is such an interesting discussion as well, with both these teams banning Ancient, but being willing to float it, play these mind games. And also, I think another factor that was sort of brought up by Mac there as well is the fact that Aurora just played the late game last night. FURIA have had a whole day off to rest and get ready for this semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of making it through cleanly, right? They didn't have to scrap on that final day of group play. So yeah, they've had a lengthy run-up to this one, have FURIA. When we were kind of looking at their performances to get to this position, obviously we've been talking about Cesarato to no end. He's been having a fantastic string of events. He's very much one of the win conditions for this FURIA squad. They're going to want him firing on all cylinders. We're not really doubting that he can do that with the form that he's been in. And then as you look down the line, I think Yuri, actually a real unsung hero to get them to this spot, right? He had some hugely impactful rounds. Oftentimes, Cesarato the one in the spotlight when you look at the vintage, Brazilian duo within this FURIA squad. But man, Yuri was taking names on the run to get to the playoffs. And then obviously Molodoi, the guy who feels like a shoo-in for Rookie of the Year at this point, on a bit of a downturn after Fisher, right? Had a slower EPL, but then has started to find that form again. And you want him hitting hard with the major approaching, with the chance to challenge for the trophy here. You want Molodoi in top form.
I think we've seen some teams punish him yet, but I think in this matchup, FURIA are just heavy favorites. No matter how you slice it, Aurora have not looked stunning by any means. So they're going to have to hit a new level. And I think we need a lot out of Xantares today, right? In terms of firepower on this team, Jota's been waning in form. Wakadi is fairly consistent, but Xantares, he's the make or the break, right? This is a team that really struggle to get notable wins when they don't have Xantares at the top of the board performing excellently. And while we know he can do it, he's done it for many years, it's never a guarantee, I think, with Aurora. So it's a close game, but it's definitely one that FURIA favored in. Any standout players you want to look at, Harry, on either side really here, especially for Aurora?
I mean, you've kind of named the obvious one, haven't you? But I think Woxic, worth exploring, worth keeping an eye on, especially with Molodoi on the other side, right? Two AWPers that can be very explosive. I think you've seen kind of a maturing from Woxic over time, where he lent away from like the superstar AWP style. Still very much has it in him in those positions where he's kind of rooted like a turret, right? Stuck in place. It's a lot of re-peaks. It's a lot of players trying to swing him. You still get those explosive moments, but I think he's kind of tried to mature his gameplay as time's gone on, right? And he's a very exciting piece of this squad. And he's someone who could potentially outshine Molodoi today, right? They're two AWPs who have that ability to step up and take control of games. So I hope we get Woxic hitting hard. That's kind of someone I'm going to be looking at.
Yeah, definitely. And to talk about Madra a bit, I mean, he's been someone who's been, I think, getting a bit frustrated in some of these games. We've definitely seen it on the camera. Remember that crucial round at EPL coming through the doors on Dust 2B site, throwing away a round in a very important game. And we've really seen him actually have struggle. I think part of that is the grind that Aurora have been on for the longest time. We compared them to the Mongolz and the team that's making so many playoffs, but not necessarily being able to run through and go for deep runs. And I think that's something that really hits the mental of a team like Aurora, right? We've seen them in all these playoffs, but we've never seen them pick up that trophy, make a deeper run. EWC was an exception to the rule when they get into the grand finals, but even then, it was a dismal grand final. They got banged out by the Mongolz. They looked like they knew it was over before it was over. And with the exception of EWC, it's not been any deep playoff runs for Aurora. The one you could actually say is up there is where they beat FURIA, this very team, at their debut event in Astana in that third place decider. But that was a while ago, and FURIA have risen up the ranks since then and gotten notably better so quickly. So I think it's really hard to imagine Aurora jumping to a next level without a change, right? Because FURIA have slowly improved and Aurora have slowly waned in consistency. The start of the year was so great for them, but since that point, it has gone a little bit downhill.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, dude, you talk about that EWC final that they made it to, and man, like it was a final that I think very much showed the problems for this Aurora squad, and it's something they've been wrestling with really for the last year, if not longer. And that's when they get to these stage games, when they get to the arenas, when the pressure reaches fever pitch, they're not quite there yet, right? They haven't been able to break through that kind of ceiling on this team. And the EWC one, I think, was like a really, really clear example of that. They finally make it into a final. It's a final that certainly has legs on it, one where they had some chances across the series, but you were dead on. By the time you arrived at map 3, it felt like the game was already over. And not just at the behest of the Mongolz, who obviously were in great form in that final. They went on to win it very, very cleanly, 3-0 fashion. But also, just from the Aurora side, it really did feel like the team had just run out of steam. There were countless rounds where they found 5v3s, 5v4s over and over again and would go on to lose them dominantly. I mean, it was a really, really sad map 3 as far as it goes. And you could kind of see it in the faces of Aurora that as far as they were concerned, that game was done. It just wasn't their day, wasn't their tournament, wasn't their time to step up and win it. But I want to see the idea that they can break through. And who knows, like if they can do it here at the Thunderpick World Championship right ahead of the major, that suddenly makes Aurora so much more exciting because I do think they're good enough provably to keep making these playoffs. They're earning their spot in these deep runs. It's just taking it further. It's getting their hands on that trophy that has eluded them for some time now.
Especially if you can take down FURIA, who right now to me are the favorites to win this entire event right now in the quarterfinals. Yes, Mongolz definitely a conversation there, but just with how easily FURIA dispatched them, with some of the rounds we've been seeing out of the Mongolz getting pretty crazy yesterday as well. So I'm holding FURIA at a pretty high status right now. So if Aurora can take them down today, definitely eyeing up a trophy. I want to talk a bit about the veto, though, for this one, because this is interesting. I alluded to it earlier with both teams insta-banning Ancient. First banning Ancient, but in this head-to-head, they never first ban. No one ever does it. It's always a mind game. They leave it to the second ban. It's the last ban that's always Ancient. No one wants to pick it. No one wants to play it. No one wants to waste their ban on it. But in this matchup, no one ever first bans it for some reason. So today, Aurora have actually insta-banned Ancient. Maybe a bit of fear coming up against FURIA, not wanting to be caught off guard if FURIA wanting to pocket pick a map that they've been practicing and saving for a playoff run like this. And remember, there's a lot of money on the line here. This is a pretty serious event for FURIA to continue towards their major run. So Aurora removing Ancient straight away and picking Train. It's been a great map for them this season. 5-win streak right now. A win over Falcons at EWC, taking down Nip, Train Specialist, and even beating FaZe as well dominantly. So let's get into it. Aurora on their home map right now. FURIA, it's nothing new to them.
Now, off the top of the season, when this map was first brought into the pool, it was one that FURIA looked to play almost straight away. And the initial results were really, really good, but they started waning a little bit. Still, FURIA aren't going to be shy of ideas on this map, even if it is a very comfortable one for Aurora. And in this first pistol round, when things have gotten off to a bit of a rough start, the attempt to go out fast in towards this A site does not serve Aurora well. Madja in a 1v3. But I've seen him win a 1v3 on this map.
Yeah, that's true.
A back-breaking one at that.
Yeah, I mean,
Linking back to their EWC run. Let's see if Madja's got it in him. Because he's certainly found the space.
Yeah, the issue is bombed down so far away. It's going to be difficult to get it. FURIA will start considering all options here, and Yuri on low health on a headshot angle makes things easier. Madja creeps in. 30 seconds, bit of audio, but still needs the killing blow. Spots Yuri behind the site, tries to squeeze out more than one. There's a shot, follows up, thinks that full health player, and now he's got a chance. 20 seconds to find a 1v2. One more bullet on either of these players, and it's Madja's round to take. Getting closer and closer. K-Serato buying time, falls as well, and Madja, has he pieced it together? 10 seconds to take this kill. Back at the site is Fallen, and Madja goes straight for the stick. Fallen can punish. Nice try from the captain, but Fallen comes through with a pistol.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for more out of Madja there. I think it's really impressive that he's nearly able to stitch that one together. Ooh. But there it is, a bit of a mind game at the close. Fallen getting ahead of him, not leaving anything to chance, so low on health.
What a great reposition. Fallen was Olaf with K-Serato, and gets dinked here, manages to go all the way back and make it to backside.
I think it's a very fun head-to-head as well, right? Two very brainy IGLs that like to get a little bit tricky with it in those clutch moments. And so the pistol round's already delivered. A 1v3 attempt for Maja, where 3 health is the difference.
See, Aurora love this map, right? As I already said, 5 win streak, looked really good on it this season. It's been a go-to, but this is one that FURIA brought out at the dawn of this team. This is one that they made they got an upset win over Spirit at Astana at their debut event. They made a run at the Major on this very map into the playoffs. FURIA have historically been comfortable and trained. Yes, the recent results maybe not as much, maybe getting figured out, but still, this whole veto, I feel, leans in favor of FURIA. Aurora need this first map. They need to keep that win streak if they want a shot at the series.
Oh, a little bit more there than Molodoi bargained for. It's a bunch of Glocks waiting out at Ivy. Still, you should be good to contain this. Xantares has retrieved the Deeg. Flash play and fearless stuff from Fallen on the SMG. It gets contained. No, and you know, I said it coming in, just kind of had it reiterated there as well, right?
Yeah.
With FURIA looking to have adopted this map as soon as it was added into the pool. Not only are they going to have ideas, I would argue one of the core strengths for FURIA on this map was in being able to kind of anti-strat their opponent, come up with little util sets. If you remember thinking back to Astana, which was their first event with Molodoi, they came up with a bunch of util to try and stop Team Spirit from making their usual plays
some of the
on both sides of the halves. And now some of like the core pieces of utility on this map could be attributed to Fallen and the rest of this FURIA squad.
Oh, this round's a little messy, so hold the phone, because Jones has been put down low on B, and Molodoi's on notice at Ivy. Control taken with a deep smoke. Fallen trying to threaten the Molodoi. Misses that chance and doesn't punish anyone else. This is getting scary, but Fallen with an upgrade, and Yuri stops that B player. Look at the health on Aurora right now. They have 25 combined between 3 players. One more bullet, and Molodoi should be good for it.
Yeah, I mean, the orb's a little overkill, if anything, here, but he's still going to come through.
Man.
Mops up Woxic. That is a very, very punishing round. This first rifle round for Aurora over before it even begins.
They just get choked out at Ivy, man. They don't get any space. Molodoi kind of gave them room to get out, maybe get some flashes around that corner, but they just get stuck in the funnel. Maybe the smoke on the right side missing, falling short, allows Fallen to come through and threaten from hell. Really awkward first gun round for Aurora on Ivy. Putting 4 players there. Quite a commitment.
You just have to have a very wide playbook here if you're Aurora. You know, you have to hope you have a lot of strats you can reach into, a lot of different paces and looks. If you try and keep this 2 standard, you know, FURIA very, very proficient at shutting down some of the usual moves on this map.
Yeah, you talk about, you know, the util they were pulling up in Astana. I mean, some of the lurk smokes out main were really, really cool to see. Yakinda getting super involved, going for entries, getting out behind the Olaf box, was finding 5v4s against Donk.
Well, in the same way that, like, you can credit, I think it was 3D Max with, like, the early T-spawn upper smoke that teams started throwing in. You can credit so much of the A lurk util, but also the pop cross util to this FURIA squad. That was what they used to devastate Spirit.
I mean, FURIA also a team who would come out pop and go through the site smoke and go Z to B. You know, like they were pulling some old school Fnatic-esque strategies out. So yeah, FURIA very comfortable here. Don't let the win rate delude you into thinking that Aurora's 5 win streak is not breakable. I think FURIA are going to be more than happy, especially even with the first Ancient ban, just forcing a lot of pressure on Aurora today.
And you know, with how FURIA play, they force you to make a lot of good decisions in the mid-round. That's kind of how you feel like you have to win this game. Whenever it's these grouped pops or set pieces, they often have disruptive util, they have strong crossfires. You're not going to be able to beat this team in the early round, or at least that's kind of the hardest possible way to do it. So it's a test of Maj's mid-round calling here.
Great molly. Jota not going to get out of there. 1 bullet. inside of the Molotov is enough to seal his fate in case Auto blocks. So back to B.
An example of that mid-rounding where it's going to have to come through. They finally burnt through almost all of their stopping util. And so this is where you have to try and find the gap.
But it goes both ways, doesn't it? Aurora have nothing to execute.
But they knew that would be the case, right? They came into this with a low buy, a hero gun for Xantares. They knew they were operating with less here. So yeah, going to need something startling to open up out of Xantares. Surely he's the guy for the job. He's the one you want starting strong for this Aurora squad. It's very split up here on the approach. Only 2 players into the B site, and Molodoy's already dropped that one gun. There's Yuri playing the crossfire. Imagine hears them rotating away. He's making good timing on this wraparound. Fallen with the clear. And dude, Fallen versus Magic. An exciting head-to-head where they're trying to outposition, they're trying to outread one another, but Fallen's had his number time and time again.
There's 5 seconds left. He had to run, right? He wants to flank. He hopes his team get the bomb down. He can backstab multiple players, but yeah, 5 seconds, bomb loose. No gun left there for Aurora. He just has to sprint and hope to die before the time. So Fallen obliges at 5-0, and FURIA take full control of the CT side. It's got to be the time now for Woxic to get going on this AWP, bringing it into this gun round. Pre-smoke for the molly. Molodoy gets him pop. Will they just dry swing him? There's no flash being used right now.
He's really good at these type of shots as well.
He's going to hit it blind, isn't he? Oh,
just ducks away, hangs around for a second, but it sails on past. And so pop control taken for Aurora. Good knowledge of what they're up against there, right? You saw them considering swinging without the flashbang, but they've got something cooked up to make life hard for Molodoy.
And again, Magic's got this round on hard mode because, yes, he has a belt to util, but that's all they have right now. So he has to somehow decide and execute with the space they have with only smoke, molly, flash. They have the pop control, as you say. Aurora can set up for an ace split, but they're going to be running into guns up close. Molodoy makes sure of it. Oh, you don't want to lose Magic. Not with these nades.
That was one of 2 final flashes lobbed out on an Ivy clear. Do they even have the util to make this happen? Smoke down, Molodoy blocked off, but he tries to play through it. And that's Xantares removed. His slow start continues at 0-4. Nade finds Magic in the downtime, and it's looking to be another crisp, clean round out of FURIA.
Oh no, and he can't even save, just smoke spammed. He was thinking about getting out. Yakinda denies it. Woxic doesn't even get to fire a shot with the AWP in this round. No one gives him the satisfaction. At a certain point, you're going to have to force it, but right now Aurora playing slow map control and just getting picked apart.
And you know, at a time where we kind of have a number of these like playoff teams who are going through those issues of having to overcome the pressure, the occasion, right? Get over the kind of fear of that path to lifting the trophy. Aurora very much fitting into that category, but you think about other teams like Maus, very much in that conversation still, and one that they've struggled to fully move away from, even as the results have gotten better. That was like the big draw for FURIA, arguably, right? Was their very, very first event with this squad is in Astana, the home country of Molodoy, the rookie that they picked up right off the top of the year. And they went on to have a playoff run. They get into the semis, they take a map off of Spirit, they fall down into that 3rd place decider, but still it was a super legit run. And then they've gone kind of from strength to strength past that point. They never really had those same teething issues.
Aurora are like Maus light, because at least Maus make the semi-finals. Aurora often get stuck in the quarters. And yeah, the occasional final. But at least Maus have lifted a stage trophy this year in Romania. Aurora looking to just keep it simple and pop on the B-bomb site. Nade's being held for Yakinda. Can drop him and reposition.
I also think it's hard when you build up this expectation that you have to finally get that big win. You know, you have to finally feel the comfort. Quick rush into the B site, seeing if a pace change works out, but it's looking to be yet another flawless round from FURIA. And that's what's so staggering about the start of this game. It's how little impact. Dude, outside of Madge's 1v3 attempt in the pistol, that is the closest you've come yet to winning a round. And those are 3 of the 5 kills you have in this game, coming from Mage in a 1 versus 3 clutch in the pistol.
And that was just a perfect setup again, right? We had Yuri close sight, able to stop the run, out ramp, and upper, but you also have your Kinder holding the molly. He doesn't throw the molly after seeing players. He sees a flash go over the top, nades above, then he just insta-drops the molly. They cook, they have to go through into Yuri, who mows down multiple kills. And by the way, Molodoi, in all of the silence, had rotated into hold as well. So there were 3 players in B locking down one position.
This is like, dominant doesn't begin to describe where we're at in this game. This is brutal.
Yeah.
In the last 5 rounds, you can have 25 players survive maximum in that time frame. FURIA have gotten out with 24 players surviving in the last 5 rounds of play.
No.
They lost 1 guy in round 2 of the game.
No.
And outside of that, AURORA haven't killed anyone in 4 rounds.
I don't want to hear that, Harry. Don't tell me the facts, okay? It hurts my feelings.
4 rounds dry. It's a bad time for a sober October.
Oh, no.
This dry spell is wild. In fact, you never see this. You never get this.
It's been too long between drinks here, I think. Can AURORA get back on the board? Woxic PC issue now, which is going to do no favors to his confidence. And Fallen. Eyes down the line, very happy with his rookie.
I mean, dude, the vibes are fantastic. And it's because you were just never in this position in a game. Like, there's winning dominantly, and then there's whatever this is.
1 kill
where
in
it's
5
no
rounds.
contest. 1 kill, 5 rounds, and that was 5 rounds ago.
Do you remember the kill?
It was Jota. He got a...
That he full eco'd.
Yeah, it was on the full eco. Yes, it was... Who swung in Ivy?
Woxic killed Molodoi with Jota. I'm looking. It was on Ivy.
Yeah. Woxic at Ivy was the last kill in round 2 of the game. And we're now 7 rounds in.
All right. How does Mage stop this? And you know, yeah, it's on the captain. But at a certain point, what can the captain do?
Well, that's the other problem as well, right? Like, these issues, these kind of thoughts that you get when you keep falling short in playoffs, maybe they only start with 1 player on the team, right? Maybe 1 guy struggles a little bit. Hell, maybe it's 2 guys, and they both kind of feel the pressure. But when you keep making playoff runs and you keep falling short, that mental block starts to spread to everyone. And at a certain point, there's only so much Mage could ever say to motivate you, you know? Like, your own experiences also shape how you act in these moments, and AURORA have faced a lot of rough defeats on these runs, on these attempts to get their first trophy. And it feels like it's always something heartbreaking too. You know, it's not like they're losing a super competitive series, because at least then you can leave it and you can say, well, next time it'll be different. You know, you think about EWC and that 3rd map that was just brutal. It was a sad watch. You think back to EPL as well. The rough Dust 2 round that we shan't ever talk about again from Mage. And even now, Woxic with some tech problems. I feel like they're also a bit cursed with stuff like this. There's always some outside element. Even now, a tech issue when you haven't had a kill in 4 rounds of play, and then you pile this on top, and it it sucks. It takes your attention away from the game.
While we're early in the day, second map of the series is Overpass. It's one that didn't exactly treat Aurora well last night, you could say, going up against Venom. They did pick it, so they started T-side. They got 2 rounds. They got 2 opening kills in that entire first half. It was a shellacking from Venom. They definitely caught them off guard with some nice moves, some unique setups, playing some very passive rounds, but Aurora didn't really have the executes to best them on A. And I think the bright side, at least, regardless of how this game goes, is you're going to start CT. It's Furia's pick of the series. It's a very different game now. That is the map that, similarly, I guess, to Train, but more so in Overpass, where starting CT does just feel like such a huge buff. Because it can feel hard, while winnable 9-3 down, it can feel very hard to rally back in a game like that after a 3-round T-side. It's a comfortable map for Aurora, but one that they've already lost to Furia just back at EPL.
I think before you even start considering a second map, before you even turn your attention to it, if you're this Aurora team, you have to look for a way to find some joy here on Train. I hope Magic comes back in with something maybe a little simple, stripped back, very low margin for error. We were talking about it earlier on, this idea that this is going to be like a real test of Magic's ability to call the mid-rounds. Aurora have great stopping util, they have strong crossfires. They don't have an issue shutting down these early rounds. And you've kind of seen Magic looking to do that in these first 6 rounds of play. It's been about the mid-round, it's been about trying to find the gaps, trying to find the holes, and he hasn't succeeded in that goal. Yeah, and so maybe this is a time to go back to the Magic Classic, that 1-4 style of cooling. That was what exploded Aurora into pole position right off the top of the year, right? Able to make a deep run at Blast Bounty, and then they kind of carried that momentum through, and we were remarking on that 1-4 style. Now, simple might not feel like the solution, right? You're up against a very, very complex problem and no one's firing on all cylinders, but if you're too bogged down in the minutiae and the strategy and everyone's a little bit shaky and unsure, you're introducing a lot of chances for error and things to go wrong. It's going to be down to Magic to try and cool them back into this game, and then you need the rest of the gang to get switched online.
Yeah, and I think part of what makes this so hard if you're trying to, find gaps and move your opponents around is Molodoy, because he's not an AWPer who's static. We've seen it forever, especially on this map. He is probably the most mobile, or one of the most mobile AWPers right now on the CT side of Trade. He is everywhere, right? We've seen him nail the pre-rotations to B. He'll start Ivy. He doesn't feel the need to stay there. Furia are a team who will leave Ivy open, who will just completely negate that position. We've already seen Magic try to exploit that in this game. And Molodoy is a huge part of, Fallen's even talked about how he doesn't even want to tell Molodoy what to do, where to go. No. He wants to let this young rookie feel it out, play his game, learn from his mistakes.
And to go with that, I think that's one of the things that's so interesting about this Furia project, because when you look at Molodoy coming into this team, he's under the tutelage of the most accomplished AWPer ever from Brazil.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be getting micros,
exactly, right? Like, you imagine, or at least this was the idea when he first joined, that Fallen would want to impart a lot of that knowledge and a lot of that wisdom and his view of the game. But I think this is, and just to ride on your point from earlier, this is what makes Furia so threatening, is that Molodoy is given not only a lot of space, but a lot of agency, right? Fallen might call the strat for the round. He might direct everyone else. Look at this. They're always down warm, for a good time, bro.
Staying warm. I mean, game recognizes game, Harry. That's the thing.
But he doesn't do that to Molodoy. Molodoy gets to choose how he starts. He gets to decide the first fight he takes. Fallen every now and again might chime in with a suggestion, but for the most part, it's Molodoy calling his own shots, and that adds a huge degree of unpredictability because you have years of tape for how Fallen like to play, for how Fallen like to wield the AWP. You know how Fallen likes to lead, and sure, it's varied, but there's tells, and these tells build up through years of gameplay. Mongolz doesn't have that. You have no idea what this dude's gonna do, and because he's got the reaction speed, the shots to back it up, he's always lethal, even if it is something crazy and out of the box. So you're never sure where that AWP's gonna arrive, and Fallen has really worked on refining their CT sides to accommodate that and to wield it against his opponents. Let's see how Mongolz opens up in this round. It won't be an Ivy beginning. Instead, looking for the line over towards Pop once more. You've seen him attempt this a couple of times now if you're Aurora. Let's see if they can deal with it.
I like Mongolz's move there. He doesn't take the spawn Ivy. He does the smoke for the molly, but he also waits in case an HE comes over the top. So he's just trying to avoid as much damage as he can before he takes the line, and the smoke allows him to do that. No one here. Aurora with the AWP Ivy side just getting blocked now and trying to walk out up. It looked like they wanted to go there, but molly timing is good. As the setup shuffles on this B bomb site, it's Yakinda and Yuri. I don't think they're expecting this kind of pace. Yakinda's still dropping nades. They're out in the site. Yakinda turning around, still catches a lot of damage, but FURIA have been caught off guard.
Oh, Yakinda! Two taken back quickly, and this advantage disappears as Yakinda goes on a tear. Woxic is so far away. For now, it's just Xantares sitting on upper all alone, trying to buy some time for Woxic to close the distance. He's got to be quick, but he's also got to be quiet.
Ooh.
Clean tap for Xantares. Yakinda unaware of the space, unaware of the angle he was open to, and that's allowed Woxic to move in through the back line. Missed shot, and now surely dead. No, Xantares has given him a second chance, giving Woxic a chance to thrive in the chaos, and with that shot missing for K-Serato, Aurora finally welcome to this semi-final. Takes them 7 rounds of play, but they find a way in, and it's at the hand of that duo, Woxic and Xantares.
All right, some chaotic communication there. Aurora catching FURIA completely off guard. Still, Yakinda makes it look easy on the B bomb site with 3 kills, but when Mongolz gets caught, doesn't realize, Fallen doesn't turn around to deal with Woxic in the connector. They knew he was late lurking. Mongolz was holding for him B upper. My goodness. Woxic. Important clutch, a messy one though, and one that Aurora have to capitalize upon and build into this T side. Cardia opening kill. Now looking more like it for Aurora. Feeling like the game has opened up. The opportunity for them to do something on this T side is here and now.
I mean, even that last round, it was an example of kind of what we were talking about in the tech pause. Magic going back to basics, back to a 1-4 cool. Woxic on the lurk, everyone else looking for the B pressure, and able to just marry that up. It's a very, very comfortable position for Aurora. It's how they're used to a lot of these rounds playing out here.
Surprised they're not B stacking right now. This is very strange for FURIA. They love a B stack in these kind of situations. Mongolz has the angle in Pop. They know there's a couple up a B, but the map is quiet and there's only one man here. FURIA lose the sight.
Forced back by the molly, trying to look for a line in over the top of it, but he's been displaced. And so full sight control for Aurora, a man up as well. Potent nades, but it won't be enough to bring you back in for this retake. It's just a save call.
You're saving with 10K on 4 players. I mean, 3 players. That's a crazy call here for FURIA. I think they should absolutely be going for exits in this situation, right? Damage is going to matter. Look at Aurora's buy. Okay, yes, you acknowledge you probably can't win this round from your positions, but you definitely can make it costly. So kills at the end of the round here for FURIA are a must-have. Jota getting out, and this is really tame for FURIA right now. Fallen, maybe a chance, gets himself one, but I'd say a wasted opportunity for FURIA to not punish more. Nade follows up. Okay, I take it back. FURIA do put some in, but 3 kills out of the available 5. And a wrong read for FURIA for once, not having players in place on B. Yakinda giving it up completely.
I mean, now we see if Aurora can keep this going, right? They've gone from, frankly, a dire start to this game to one where you can look to recover. you're a very, very long way away from breaking through the FURIA money. And if they keep saving, you perhaps never will. So you're going to have to earn it in the gun rounds here. But already, the idea you went from 2 kills in... Oh, sorry, 1 kill in 5 rounds of play. The 2 little stellar rounds put up over towards that B site. It's a far cry from where your head was at just moments ago.
Matches seen this one before, holding A main for that Molodoy AWP, but he's floating on that B bomb site right now. Again, standard setup here for FURIA, giving up Ivy entirely, 3B. Keserato has to consider this eventually, looking like he wants to go back. Aurora taking this space. Any util will give away the aim of the game here. Molly's come in. Keserato can't stop them. He can just delay them, try and get some more util dropped for him. Fallen picked him pop in the meantime, and Aurora setting up for this split.
It's a really big fight for Jota to win out, especially as cleanly as he has. Now there's so much pressure on these A players, they're not really sure where to look. Yakindar low on health as they wrap around him, and a clean tap from Maja seals his fate. Yuri feigned a bit of interest there and gets punished for it. Aurora 4 alive when all is said and done. Finally a money-making round here, and a punishing one the way of their opponents. They're picking up some steam now.
Yeah. That's more like it. Actually getting Aurora, you know, with a man advantage, able to slow down, decide their move, finish together. And again, catching FURIA with the wrong setup in play, 3 on B. Understandably, after the previous few rounds, after all these B executes. But Aurora read it well. Where's the limit on the half, though? 3 is not enough on their map pick here. Breaking through this money that FURIA have amassed on the CT side is not easy either. Still got players with lots. So Aurora, they're doing this on hard mode right now, but they're doing it nonetheless.
Maybe something a bit more direct here. Right, they haven't played for that pop control. Instead, it's just a barrage of util, break on the smoke. Fallen's been spotted up close. Oh, needs Antares to get that. It's a lot of damage put down from Fallen. It's not gone as cleanly as Aurora were hoping for. They've lost 2 on this push out through main and now into the open. FURIA have had time to rotate bodies in, and this starts to feel very claustrophobic. Molodoy still closing in on that AWP, and it's left on a Maja. Backlines have been taken. Yuri with this backstab, closing the net around Aurora's captain. And he's not to know it, but his chance to win this round disappearing by the second. Yuri set to arrive, and that will clean this up. Him and Yakindar combine. FURIA right back on the board, ready for a change of pace out of Maja and Aurora on the back of that tack pause.
Yeah, I don't mind the play, right? It's an aggressive round, it's a quick round, but the flashes nail it. It's just they all get stuck behind the red train and no kills come their way. Good angle from Keserato on the new box just to catch the E-box swing. And if Fallen kept spraying while blind, he would have had multiple kills available to him there, so it could have gone even worse for Aurora. Looking for 5 now in the half. Another tack comes through for the Turkish side.
I mean, obviously when Train underwent the changes and they added in that little new box, this corner was already a spot that Yakindar liked to play, weirdly enough, because it was so often obscured by the sandwich smoke. And so they added that little box for him, and it feels like that was put in specifically for Yakindar. You'll find him there a hell of a lot in these A plays. It's got to be info that Aurora have.
I like this opening move here. Woxy trying to get involved on the AWP. Sandwich smoke provides him a bit of cover to hold this for longer than you would, but eventually the take comes back. FURIA flash, they smoke, they put the pressure on, and Woxic forced down to 50. Opening move denied by FURIA, who don't give Woxic what he was looking for. And this is audacious. Molodoy or push. Contained for now, but you can't stay on this line forever. However, Woxic here just in time perhaps to find this kill. Molodoy gives it to him. Another 5v4, and when Aurora have had these untraded, they've often been good to close. Fallen re-pushes. I love the brain. No one would hold this again, right? Does mean A is weaker, and with Furia playing close, if they die for nothing, Aurora, this flank won't even matter.
You just have feeling if you're Fallen that you don't really have the time to commit to that backstab, even though he knew he had the space.
Oh, yoink.
But he's retrieved the AWP, and we always say with Fallen, doesn't get to don it as much, but you're always destined for one little highlight round from Fallen when he gets his hands back on the big green. Fallen can do it all. Topping the charts here at 12-4.
What more would you want out of Fallen there, right? Goes aggressive, gets the AWP, 3 kills on the line. That pop molly was also perfect. Aurora were going to go while Fallen was deep Ivy. If they did, there's 2 players up close. They can definitely trade out and win the round there off position, but Fallen's back in time thanks to the molly. He hits every shot, and Aurora are in the washing machine right now, head banging against the metal.
It's one of the things I think that's so threatening about Fallen in current day, which is wild to say in big 2025, but bro, oh, hang on, quick B-pop, running down. Yuri, only good for 2. Here's the rotate out of your Kindar, and in the blink of an eye, it's only Wakadia left.
2 will do, especially when it's double trouble here for Furia. Wakadia cannot clutch this.
Yeah, Fallen's closing in for a backstab. Wakadia's got to have eyes in the back of his head here. He makes an aggressive play.
K-Serato is ready for this. That is obnoxious from K-Serato, and it is a perfect read to win the half 9-3. Only K-Serato considers that play.
And so let's glaze Fallen a little bit. I'd say he's a... Dude, I think one of the coolest things about this whole change for him onto rifling is, you know, for a lot of teams, you think even like about a squad like the Mongolz, about how, as we've seen in this tournament, like Blitz will pick up the AWP every now and again, and sure, he'll have some nice moments, but he is very much a second, well, third AWPer in that team. And, you know, that's often the case. You'll have someone who can use the AWP as a guy in the squad, but it's certainly not where they've done their best work, not historically, whereas for Fallen, that is the case. And so his adaptation looking so smooth onto the rifles means even when you deal with Molodoy, there's essentially another AWPer who can hit just as hard, ready to go and pick it up. And I feel like now you actually get Fallen AWP moments distilled down into 1 or 2 important rounds. Whereas Fallen of the past, pre-Molodoy, would don the AWP through an entire game, and you would still only really get 1 or 2 moments of brilliance from him in the entire thing. It feels like now it's whenever Molodoy's kind of missed the mark on an opening play, Fallen will then go on to have his limelight round, and you don't get the 10 other rounds of fluff around it where maybe he feeds on the AWP, is struggling to get going. I think it's just one of the most brilliant changes you ever could have hoped for. Who knew that Fallen had it in him to go and adapt to rifling like this and still keep the power of the AWP?
Yeah, and when he picks it up, it's just a nice little sweet treat on top, right? Always ready to deliver.
Well, he savors every moment he gets with it now, right? It's like he didn't know what he had till it was gone. And so whenever he gets to don the AWP, Fallen very much puts it on himself. He's like, yeah, this is going to be my big moment. I mean, I'm just going to remind everyone I can still do it so Molodoy never gets too complacent.
And we've seen, you know, hints at retirement for a few years now, but right when you feel like it was the right time for perhaps to throw in the towel for Fallen, reunited with some of Brazil's best on Furia, and now this international roster and making waves again, winning Tier 1 trophies. No players, or there's a very small group of players who have the longevity of Fallen when you consider the time span he's been winning Tier 1 events.
No, without a doubt. And I think I'm dead on. Like, this Furia project has given more years to Fallen in Counter-Strike. It's like rejuvenated him. It's renewed his optimism and his faith that he can actually still be contending for the top. I think there's a limit on how long you can go just kind of existing when you're someone who's accomplished as much as Fallen has.
Bro, he's 12-4 right now. He's second top of the server.
And it's like, nowadays, bro, Fallen has his eyes on trophies again, which is wild to think about.
What do we have here from Aurora? They look to investigate in this pistol round, but Xantares falls to Fallen. I remember a Fallen flick Glock comes through with the entry. He's looking for more as well. Woxic's getting pressured back sight, and one kill for Madja. That's all Aurora have to discuss in this round. They are getting massacred in this pistol. It's just Madja, the pistol guy for Aurora. But even he hits the hay. It's Furia with a pistol, 10-round lead on Aurora's pick. I mean, yeah, like, what can you say? Xantares clears Fallen with dualies. Pika's advantage dies to Glock. It's just not meant to be right now for Aurora. Every player of Furia delivering. Looking for their second trophy of the season, perhaps. And so much cash behind it. Forced by out of desperation. Required round win for Aurora if they're to stay in this map.
I mean, Woxic no slouch with this scout.
Kinder's setting up straight as well.
Madja with well-timed aggression out towards B. You just wonder if it's going to arrive a little too late. He tries to get a move on here, charging in on the pop flank. TK in the mix as well. This one could still get weird, and in the blink of an eye, only Yakindar left standing. There's Wakadia to stop him in his tracks. Aurora, they've got Madja to thank for getting activated on that backstab, and then Wakadia are able to hold down the site long enough to make that one worthwhile. Furia are going to be kicking themselves. This was kind of their chance to lay this game to rest. Any challenge of a comeback, any huge crisis getting averted if they pick that one up. Now Aurora do have a lifeline. It's not much, but it's something.
Got to be nearly flawless now on the CT side. Molodeu's 1 AK is all Furia have to threaten this round. Woxic on Ivy spots them. Fallen talking it over with the team. Got to do a lot with very little. Yakinda was the one to drop Molodeu this AK-47. Jota having a bit of a stinker. Jiggling pop with this MP9, just playing info. 2 on B here for Aurora. Furia looking like they want to just group. One smoke, no flash. Madja and Wakadia against Furia.
Serato Deagle looking to lead the way, and he might catch that nade. Wakadia catches a bullet. Madja's been spotted as well. They know they have him trapped right here on the wraparound. Deals with Yuri, can't find the follow-up on Molodeu. Fast flank down through the ramp, gets activated, and Serato might have started this off with a blinder, but he won't find any more. Stopped in the clutch.
Dude, is Madja the MVP for Aurora right now? I mean, in 1 round, he's definitely contributing. It's a nice double and a half with the AUG. Puts Molodeu on notice, the 1 AK in the round. It's a nice little entry for Serato, but becomes nothing more. Furia have surely got to take an eco.
Oh, Madja trying to hype him up. He was being loud there in the freeze time. Because like you say, I mean, he's been at the heart of a lot of these rounds that Aurora have been able to find. Hell, off the top, in the first 6 rounds of play, he was the only guy with kills to his name. And so he's hoping that quite soon it won't have to be him, you know, being the difference maker, that with enough time, you're going to get some Xantares rounds, you're going to get a Wakadia round in there. Woxic's going to find some comfort on the orb. He's doing all he can to keep them in this, but he can't do it forever, and eventually he'll need the rest of his team to pull through. In fact, this would be a great time for Wakadia to get his. As they've spilled over into the site, he gets stopped after one. It's a little bit weird and awkward. In comes the cleanup crew. And with only Serato left on a Glock, it's just a matter of time. Aurora not able to stop that bomb getting planted, but go on to close the round cleanly.
All right, step by step here for Aurora, but Furia have yet to have a full gun round, right? They had their second round bye, lost with a bit of a calamity on the yard, some team killing. But now they have everything they need. AWP on Molodoi as well. Woxic rarely attempted big opening moves. He made that one in main. He would occasionally peek Ivy, but I want to see if Molodoi brings some more aggression into this round. Decent enough spawn. He's going to take it Ivy side. Woxic will meet him there. Orbs to clash here in this gun round.
Gonna have to hit the little flick up.
It's too fast.
And Molodoi just quicker off the mark.
Nice
Woxic
flash.
dead first. Madger at least makes up for it, returning a 4-on-4. Molodoi, oh my god, that was so close.
Oh.
Still trying it on the spam, and he knows he's got a lot of eyeballs focusing on Ivy right now. Serato in the downtimes embarked out towards his B site. He's got a teammate with him in the form of Yuri. But not looking to move quickly here at Furia. They're looking for some comfort in this 4-on-4, hoping that re-aggression sweetens the deal. And there it is, Xantares caught at the hands of the Molodoi AWP. That's 2 openers in this round. An advantage secured for Furia. Now it's about finishing the job. Molodoi has teed them up. It's down to Furia to follow through.
Feels like a predictable finish here, right? In these positions, often you would just go B and run and execute. Molodoi is going to keep holding main for more aggro, but the bomb is coming in. 40 seconds, and Aurora make the right read. 2 players in the site. Molodoi, is he going to try and fake things out, try and go for a play? Jota in a potent position, but if Molodoi gets the kill, oh dear, he's just so fast. How on earth has he found that entry? 4-on-2. The B stack surplus to requirement. Furia have this A site. Dude, the 3rd kill from Molodoi. I mean, every single one, but just makes it look so easy. Jota just back turned in the open. And it's just exits for Aurora. That's all they can manage in this round. Molodoi's even got hunted.
It's a very premature gun drop here for Wakadia.
Yeah.
Looking for that AK. He's still going to get it.
Just don't peek
But
here.
Molodoi,
Oh no. Bad
ready
news.
to deny the save. On for the ace right now. His 4th kill of the round.
Unreal.
Won't be able to get all 5 as Madger sits idle. Just trying to save the org.
And I mean, he almost killed Madger on that Ivy jump as well. That would have been the ace. Madger had a nice flash play after Woxic gets picked. Even that entry into Woxic is remarkable. And just business as usual here for Molodoi. 4 kills to find that first full buy for Furia. Let's check these shots. I mean, look at this next one. Just easy for Molodoi. Aurora, money on the line, map on the line. Now Molodoi being a bit more brazen with his clearing. Woxic on a new angle, jump to get into the pop dog. That's one way to do it. They will go back from Ivy, maybe for the best with Woxic on this angle. Furia, pressure on B again, making noise. Good good rotation here. Not going to be easy to get this entry.
Bomb still sits with Molodoy as well. It's very, very far away. Like, this doesn't even feel like it's 100% the real object or aim in this round. They sacrificed 2 on the push. But the bomb out towards main with Yakindar. Keserato left on a lurk here.
Jota's in a great position to punish.
Hidden away in pop. Keserato's actually missed timing on a second player, making it into Pop Dog. Now, if he can come in with a backstab, but yeah, bomb's too far away. Done deal, surely. No time for this. And Surround kind of stalls out.
I like the idea, right? It's a shame they're going into the B stack. They want to just get 2 entries on B. It might cost them a couple of players, but maybe then you have 1 guy left on B. You have 2 guys coming out A main late. You do a late A split. Everyone's rotated off. They've seen 3 players on the B site. It's quite a commitment. It requires a lot of success. And Woxic being there with the AWP makes it very difficult because he just picked Yuri through the smoke. If Yuri gets out with the pack in B, I think that can go a lot better for FURIA. So big round from Woxic in terms of the impact. And the back door closed on that A play. At least the AWP is saved. It's going to be a weird buy here for FURIA now. Can get 1 more rifle. That's it.
If Aurora pick this up, game's back on.
Yeah.
Game is very much back on for Aurora. It's an all-in investment around the save. FURIA put everything into this round. And so coming up short is not an option.
Just jump again. Offset the AWP. Fallen. Still tried to save Molly. Blocks himself. Weak on B this time, just for cardio. Aurora expecting an A split. And as the lurk smoke comes out, does Yakinda want to trifle with it? It's been blocked in main. He could just walk through. Ballsy call for Yakinda, looking to make a move. Uh-oh.
Nade on the smoke, Jota dead. And it feels like Yakinda's developed a really good read over this situation, man. Even the way he went about clearing these main angles. He had a clear picture of where Aurora are as he makes his way out. Even gets the spot on Madja, trying to close in. Woxic stops him in his tracks. That bomb's ready to head back B. They depart from Pop. Molodoy on a lurk to still sell this A play. Wakadia scrambles over, but won't get to a good position in time. It's the Woxic AWP that's got to save them. Molodoy still adding pressure in through the back, and Woxic just doesn't have the health for this, man. FURIA finds success on both halves of the map. And that will see them throw on a map point. That was the Hail Mary buy, right? The do or die buy at crunch time.
Yakinda is just countering Xantares right now, right? On these main fights, absolutely smashing him every single time. Fallen got him in the pistol. That's the lurk smoke timing. Xantares considers it, and he just gets domed. This is FURIA when everything is going perfectly, when everyone is hitting hard. Keserato, another multi-kill to win the round and stop the save. And as much as you said, if Aurora win that round, this game is back on. FURIA's money is in the bin. Well, it goes the other way as well. Now FURIA's map for the taking. And little resistance here. 2 M4s in this final buy.
One thing that can sometimes go a little bit weird in these rounds is like you have to be mindful for gimmicks, you have to be mindful for tricks. When you're working with real limitations, everything matters. And so you need a result from every piece of util, every weapon you have. This is a time where Aurora can employ stacks, can employ early aggression, can look for weird boosts to try and get value out of the guns. And so have to be mindful of that if you're FURIA. You don't want to give this golden opportunity to close the map away. There's Woxic scout to open.
Okay.
Follow up as aggression comes in from the pop. And as they try to move out Ivy side, they'll get the one kill that gives them the space. But it's about going further now. Xantares spotted out an E-box. They put the task on this main lurk. It's Molodoy on the AWP that would have to deal with him. He's cleaning up the camera side, and Molodoy's struggling to get involved.
What?
Follow up, hang on a second. Fallen makes it out with 3 points of health. Head-to-head versus Xantares found for the captain. Woxic Scout continues to put the pain on Furia, and that leaves Molodoy in a 1v2 clutch.
Are you ready for the reset? He's done this pretty decisively, but Wikadi, even an info play could confirm that he's not home. Molodoy taking his timing, and Woxic is open for a free kill right now. If he just peeks this angle, Woxic gets off the train in time. Still opens up paths for Molodoy, and as far as they're concerned, it could be the B reset. Woxic running, cuts noise at the right time, but still Molodoy quick on the shot, nails it, headshot to Woxic. 1v1 for the map now. My money's on Molodoy.
Wikadi has had a really rough game. Will this be his moment of redemption? There's the backstab, 1v1 secured. And a round like that, coming down to the wire, stopping a Molodoy with hot hands in the clutch.
Dude.
You can't look at really any round in this game so far and say that one came down to Wikadia, but finally he gets his moment, he gets his round, and it's the one that extends play for Aurora.
Yeah, 5v3 though, remember, even then, Furia still fought back. Fallen and Molodoy in these little 2vx's is proving to be quite a threat. And Furia, they've had a difficult go at things on the buys in this half. Lots of forces, lots of low econs. When you, despite being in the lead, and this one's no exception, Tech9's the molly in pop, the double flank for Aurora. Has to come up clutch. Nice kill for Jota. Keeps it even. Flank as well. Push up B. Maggia with a couple more. And Aurora look to make it so. Stabilizing late in the game. Requiring more rounds out of this first map.
Peek from upper, seals his fate. Maggia with a stellar sequence and just continuing to be a difference maker for Aurora. Can't stress how important his double kill is at the top of ramp.
Yeah.
He's working with the Famis there. It's the French in him coming through. A very, very pivotal double kill as he's running low on ammo. If he dies, Jota's at 4 health. There's guns to be retrieved. That round is in peril. And so, massively important 2-piece, and then just kind of imbued with the confidence to go for a third. Can't stress enough just how important Maggia has been for Aurora in this game.
Oh, what? No.
Molodoy can't keep having his number like this, man. That's a deagle on a wide swing.
Okay. But Molly does cook 2 players, and so Furia, any opportunity Molodoy presented should be out the window. Tries one more time.
Oh my god.
Yuri nails a headshot, but you'd like to say these are consolation kills for Furia.
The thing that's felt really nice here for Furia, though, is they've kept Aurora so modest on this CT side. You're always working with some type of limitation, and for Aurora in the next round, it's going to be this lack of AWP. There is a world they could get one dropped over, but it comes down to keeping the right players alive here and not letting Yuri and Queserato siphon any more value out of these Ds.
Some really slow T rounds for Furia, so this is par for the course right now. Aurora have to remain vigilant. Believing in their setup, no one's moved for a moment. Jota's checking his timings, and Furia appear behind red.
Don't play it too safe. Don't give too much away to the Furia
Oh
Deagles.
my,
A lot of room taken.
Okay.
Queserato with the follow-up,
No
but
way.
no free route to a plant. Maggia, will he get here in time? No, he's fired off.
Full
Takes
info.
a swing at Queserato, comes up short, and now that Deagle ready to go. Maggia had to play with confidence to stop them.
Dude.
He's the one guy willing to do so right now for Aurora.
I mean, he's 18 and 16. He's 3rd in the server. He is out-fragging his entire team. It's been the Maggia show, which is an indictment of the firepower on Aurora more than anything. Molodoy coming up in favor in every fight v Woxic. And here is that full buy for Furia. It will lack the AWP, but it has to hit hard.
Yeah, neither side gets it. Woxic brought down low. It's his orb. Floats out towards Pop, goes for that opening move that you saw Molodoi attempt so much, and this is a clean round out of Aurora as they look for the finish. The bomb trying to come through main leaves you Kindar on the other side of the map.
Yeah, not sure what the best case scenario was in that round, right? 2B, 3A, and the bomb committing first. I mean, FURIA, with how slow these T rounds have been, you know, you expect Aurora are not going to burn all their util early, but they do, and it's perfect. It makes life very uncomfortable for FURIA. And the pace change does them no favors in this round. Kindar, damage is nice, but you know what's nicer? Keeping this AK. Because all FURIA have to work with is that loss bonus, and it's not even capped. So really tucking in might be his best bet here. As much as exits may tempt you from this kind of position, yeah, this is the right call for you. Kindar holding onto his gun, and Aurora make it to 11. Overtime looms in this matchup. Felt like FURIA were good for it. But Aurora hanging on late in the game. The Maja Org as well. He will just swap off for an AK, but he might just give it to Icardia and buy it again. Classic captain's gun. So it comes right back out into this final round of regulation. And FURIA call attack, sorry. Do not want to open up overtime in a game that felt like they had in the bag.
No, yeah, I mean, it's a very, very good reminder of, like, no game is truly over till it's over, right? It was a 6-0 start out of FURIA. They were lights out. You had 5 kills on all of Aurora heading into round 7. They went 4 rounds without getting a single kill. A feat you rarely seen accomplished. And yet still they've been able to claw it back. And it started with Maja. No doubt in my mind, he is the MVP for Aurora here. But as time's gone on, starting to get a little bit more mileage out of everyone else. Not quite at the level you would want yet, but building in the right direction. And you can wipe the slate clean if you lock in overtime.
Absolutely.
There's no easy round to do it either. It's a cobbled together force buy for FURIA. What's the pace going to look like? Because we've seen some pacier rounds here from FURIA down the stretch. This might be one where they look to slow it down a little bit, but you're working with limitations. You don't have full util. You don't have everything you need in this round. And so often going quickly can look like a tempting option. They've at least taken good space. Having this pop control, that denies a lot of info the way of Aurora, forces concessions to be made, and gives you a chance to change the game plan on the fly here with Fallen still lurking out towards main.
Maja's Org in a strong position as well. 2 scopes on the connector. Does mean A is a little open. In this case, Rato sets up some util just to try and fake it out.
I mean, Maja's got the read on them in this round. He's not buying this A play for a second. Only just called the third player back, and actually maybe it's at a rough timing. Molodoi gets out through upper. Woxic was even moving away. That stubbornness for Aurora departs at the worst possible time. And now there's bomb planted, a 3-on-3. Was this comeback all for naught, or can Aurora bring us in to extra time? There's a flank in through Pop, but Fallen might have their number, and it's opening it with a head-to-head here in this retake that was defining in the early stages of this game. Fallen versus Maja. The captains, the brains clash out towards the flank, and Fallen has his number. With Maja out of the round, it's down to the rest. Maja kept them in this game. Will his teammates be able to keep it going? No, they're locked out. The full 24 rounds needed, but FURIA get the dub. It's a low econ round that sees them through. And a duel that was defining throughout that half. Maja versus Fallen on the wrap round. Fallen at 5 HP, deals him a crushing blow.
What an unreal way to close it as well. Missed shots, felt like Maja was ready to punish. Fallen comes through. And that's so awkward. I think the comms are chaotic in that round, Harry. We had those rotates out of the B bomb site. Ricardi drops the molly. He's starting to run away. Woxig wasn't in position. It was a perfect storm for FURIA to steal that last round out of the game and take it in regulation with low money, everything against them. Impressive game from FURIA. And that really hurts for Aurora, who at least made that map interesting, but for naught.
Yeah, it's still a positive in a sense, right? At least you don't get completely swept. At least you feel like you get going a little bit there. You find yourself saying, look, if we were playing like that from the get-go, we would have won Train. You know, if you didn't go 4 rounds without getting a single kill, that does have huge implications, right? But now you've at least warmed up into this series. Maybe there's a chance to bounce back here in the long run. But yeah, I mean, a rough way for it to go nonetheless, considering you embark on that streak, you're really believing in the idea that you've secured extra time, you've broken Furia's money, you've kind of done everything required to force an OT through, and you come up short, and it comes down to a B pop, it comes down to some missed opportunities. Yeah. It's a sour note to end on, but it could have been way worse. That's kind of my big takeaway. Aurora at least warm up into the series.
Well, semi-final continues on Overpass. That's map 2 of the series, and that will be coming up next, so stay with us.
That's the kill on the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
FURIA won map 2 the good after a storming CT side, but in the end, it was a close run thing. A bit nervy for FURIA at the end, but a win's a win, Blair.
It's also kind of such a classic thing for Aurora to lose in the fashion they did, right? An incredible comeback coming in, a 4 versus 3. You feel like the guns are not great in the side of the T's, but still somehow FURIA pulling off the win. In all honesty, though, for the side of Aurora, the fact that they're at least able to wake up and put up a fight, I think is a good sign, hopefully, to see a more competitive map number 2 and potentially map number 3, because initially, man, it looked like FURIA was just running away with it.
Honestly, the biggest problem for FURIA was whatever the tech issue was for Voxic, because up until that point, they were 6-0, Aurora had 5 kills, right? Then that extended break takes the momentum away from them. Aurora wins 3 rounds in a row. They still ended 9-3, win the second pistol. You think it's all over, but of course, when you lose the 4 spy, your money goes in the bin, and I think that was the problem for FURIA. You know, when you look at it, it looks like the scoreline is close, but you look at how many actual gun rounds they had in the second half to be able to close it out in regulation. I still think they did a good job.
Let's talk through one of those early rounds, Janko. Round 5, what was going right for FURIA?
I think we talked about Molodoy, man. Look at this round, right? Second gun round, first shot at pop at 1 minute, then 30 seconds later, he's pushing deep T main. He's gonna grab, he's gonna fire off a shot here, not get the kill though, right? And at the end, when the round finishes, there's 30 seconds left, and now he's in Ivy getting a kill, right? Like how much he's been able to move around the map, keep his opponents guessing. You know, Aurora in that minute and a half went from being heavy B early to going all the way back to Ivy, wanted to do a split through Ivy, but he just completely put a stop to that.
I mean, we can even talk about later in the T side, right? It's an important round. We have the fact that Aurora coming back in, it's going to be a buy from the side. And if they lose a particular round in T side, suddenly the money's gone as well, and you can allow Aurora back and potentially get the win. But if you look at that particular round, it just single-handedly on the T side by himself, he gets 3 kills, rounds done, even kills one of the saving CDs as well. I think it was round number 17, I believe it was. Just single-handedly manufacturing these kills, right? First peak, great, second kill as well. And the third one is so impressive. By himself, catches a great timing on a Jota, rounds done, single-handedly, T-side. We don't see this that often, especially in a map like Train as an AWPer.
And started with a head-to-head duel with Voxic, who just holding that exact angle, right, in Ivy, and Mulder just better.
How do we view that second half? Was that, you know, Aurora stepping up their play? Was that FURIA making some mistakes? How did that go close?
I think just the case of Train, right? I feel like they did a pretty good job, especially the one round where they just had a scout, I think, on the hands of Voxic. That round is very important. But for me, I felt like for Aurora to put up that fight and not just completely crumble is very important heading into map number 2. It's just the way Train plays out, man. It's just, I don't think they necessarily played a bad game. The only complaint I have is the first 5 rounds, it felt like everyone was asleep apart from Maja.
I know, the problem is what got them rounds on T-side in the first half when they sped it up and threw caution out the wind, right? You can't necessarily do that. We're going to go to overpass. We talked about it yesterday for the problems for Aurora against Venom, right? Your default was not working. You were getting outmaneuvered in that game. What are the adjustments? There's not really that many that you can go for, right? So they absolutely have to find a way to make that default work, unless they came up with something overnight, right? Added a couple of plays in where it can be more pacey, maybe a bit more unpredictable for Aurora.
How did FURIA 2-0 this series, Blair?
I think it's very doable, honestly. Like, obviously, you know, it's going to be Aurora starting on the CT side here in Overpass. It's, you know, the CT side has been very solid overall, right? But FURIA, it's a map they're very, very comfortable on. I personally feel FURIA have a deeper playbook on the T side especially, and especially towards the A bomb side where it feels very back and forth. You look at, for example, the last time these two played as well, I think it was in the final deciding map, right, where it was 16-12 fair. It was more T side for both these two teams as well. So I feel like, for me personally, it's the T side for Fallen and his men that's going to decide how the series goes.
2-0, Janko?
Yeah, I think so. I think FURIA has been great this whole tournament long. Aurora had their struggles. I think they were very dominant on Train too. I think the game wasn't as close as the score showed in the end, right? Getting to start on CT, Overpass, seeing how Train was going for them. I think they're going to be fine.
Okay, we'll see if this series has legs. Can it go the distance? Overpass up next. Harry and Hugo, let's get it going.
Yes, is this the end of the line for Aurora? You know, it would be a rough way for it to go, especially after kind of nearly completing that comeback on the previous map. But this is where you're at. You're now heading on to Furia's map pick, one that hasn't been super kind to this Aurora squad as of late. Hugo, are you kind of sharing the desk sentiment that this one feels bound for a 2-0 in Furia's favor?
I definitely thought that already when I saw the veto, but I agree with Yanko as well. I mean, 30-11, it didn't feel that close. Aurora winning some crucial gun rounds to break money definitely helped them in the long run. I think the benefit of CT side has to be actualized here for Aurora if they're going to have a chance. We saw them have real trouble on T side yesterday against Venom. That's a big opening kill, though. Xantares has been struggling in this game. So coming up with a 5v4 onto Yakinda in this pistol round goes a long way.
Little jaunt out in towards middle. Man down, but not deterred by that fact. They still look to follow through with this A play. Xantares waiting with bated breath here as they start to close in around him. And he won't be able to get anything else done. Just the one and done from Xantares. That leaves it onto a retake. Util in. We saw them holding this for a long time now, but that nade does not find big damage. Dual Berettas on Wakadia. Flash out, and that's the util almost essentially gone here. Smoke for the defuse, that's it. And that's assuming you get through this crossfire, a 5v4 that falls favorably in Furia's fashion. They might have started a man down, but everyone else survives past that initial contact.
I mean, if you're going to play that setup, you need a little bit more from your anchor on A, right? Xantares gets one. He sees a double smoke. He looks like he wants to run back into bank, but then he realizes, if I do, we have nothing. Yes, we have a 5v4, but they're going to take post-plant positions. They're going to have site control. We have no kit. We're going to be on the clock. So he hangs around, which is a reasonable move, but he needs another kill. Furia just have too many players in that post-plant to trade out. They get through the pistol easily. Aurora, of course, on a force. Triple toilet. They can back out towards long if they want. Woxic's still got that line. Furia could walk into A right now, flash to the toilet side. But if Yakinda goes to clear this, he won't like what he sees. Two players swinging with MP9s. It's good info here for Furia at the bare minimum. Woxic will have to go back. So Furia get given more and more space on this A site. The scout is the big ticket item here for Aurora. It has to be lethal. Or at least find tags that these lower buy players can capitalize upon. Furia going towards A. Xantares again in a similar predicament.
I mean, Wakadi is confirmed now. There's no one at B. But that realization might arrive a little too late for Aurora. There's a lot of pressure here on Xantares to deliver. Spam connects, and they're going to find him without even a shot fired. One back for Woxic. But the victory might be short-lived. Jota on a smoke push. Attempt to deny that plant. 5 seconds, got to get the bomb planted. Has he really just stolen this one away? They can't find Woxic. And that one kill is enough. Jota with a robbery of a round for Aurora.
They got a little lost there. They knew Woxic's last position. I thought they were going to run for him sooner, maybe thinking he would fight, maybe losing track. He's able to just hide out behind the smoke.
Maybe they studied that Dust 2 game.
That was Madja.
They're just waiting for the peak.
Don't worry, he'll throw the round. It's okay. Nice hide for Woxic. And as you say, very important kill for Jota. bomb denial with seconds. No room for error there on FURIA.
I mean, that's just huge, isn't it? Right? When CT rounds are worth this much, to stop the early streak of FURIA, and now look to start one of your own. That's exactly what Aurora need if they are to save themselves in this semi-final.
Yeah.
There's no room for a slow start. It's not Train. You're starting on the better side. Expectations are higher, and so you've got to meet them straight away.
FURIA lucky they've got these 2 Galils in this otherwise empty force buy round. Going to try pick up the pace towards A. Scout does tag one of the 2 rifles. Woxic pushed all the way back to Santares. Support needed, 4 players hurrying over. Okay, Serata gets the entry. Could they really win this with 2 Galils? Oh no! Deagle tag takes him down, the boost comes up, but as soon as you see one, you know both are here. It's a nice play for Maja, but dropped off the top, and Woxic has not got the gun to contend with this round, so the strong start immediately dissipates before your very eyes. You don't want to save an MP9, but it's all you've got.
Gotta go quick if you want to get that M4. That's what Wakadia was thinking about, but as he hears them running around, Molidoy just went and grabbed it. That's nothing to do for Wakadia but die. Round stolen back, and that chance at a great opening for Aurora has just slipped by them.
Yeah, that is worst case scenario. I love these executes that we're seeing out of FURIA. They're walking all the way up close A and just double smoke, double molly, sending it. Making it very difficult to play on this bomb site right now. Truck is not what it used to be. So Aurora, when the guns come out, because you can't really do it here, are going to have to play a bit more aggressive, fight for some mid-control, remain in the toilets. It's high-risk play. But they can't keep letting FURIA just walk into that bomb site. Deagle for Maja, baiting for Woxic. FURIA are not falling for it.
Flash in, and it's a good flash. Free kill out of Yakindar. Dude, that flash comes from middle, and it blinds Maja over here at long.
Whoa. Someone kill him.
This is, why I think FURIA is such a hard-hitting team. The interplay, the synergy that they've got for a squad as well. When they came together, it was 3 players switching to international, 2 of which that had never done that before. Fallen, the only guy who had spent some time in international squads out of the Brazilians. You have Yakindar, who's sure, he's been doing it his whole career, but Molidoy, at his early events, we heard, his English out of game, not very good. In-game, about 60% was the number we were given. And so, considering that they're so on the same page, it feels like every single FURIA peak is teed up with a flashbang, even when arguably they're not in position to do so. The fact they have a flash from middle to go and reach Maja's position on long in that round. And I'll always circle back to it, but this is from the team that couldn't do yard smokes, that couldn't smoke window on Mirage for the longest time when they were the full Brazilian lineup.
That's true.
And now they're credited as, one of the best util teams you've got.
Yeah, you've got to admire FURIA going for this international move, Harry, when you consider the last English-speaking AWP that was brought into this team was Junior. Didn't exactly leave a great taste in FURIA's mouth. They've been faked out here, Aurora. That mid-control, everyone now jumping through heaven together, and it's just a shooting gallery. Clay pigeons falling out of the sky, getting blasted by FURIA. This is a 4-1 lead on the T side of Overpass. This is a horrible start for Aurora. Going to be doing this whole half from behind right now. Woxic has 4-750. Is he going to do it glass?
And there's a lot of fires to put out here as well, right? You see from Aurora, they're keeping it pretty standard on the CT side. It's common to see you start 3, sometimes even 4 down towards B. It's the site they can hit the quickest. It's the way you can lose the round the fastest. So you play around that and you take advantage of the quick rotates between either site. But what's that doing to the top site? Well, Santares doesn't really have any room, right? He's relegated to a jump spot position. Essentially, he's playing for info every round. That would be fine if you've been able to stop these A plays thus far, but you haven't. right? And Xantares has felt very, very claustrophobic, very pinned in. The util's super punishing. He's not really being given a lot of room to play. And so that B hit that you're constantly paranoid about and having to plan for every round will arrive eventually. Ooh, boost up for heaven, interesting. But yeah, you know, that's still in the chamber here for FURIA. You haven't had to deal with it yet. You don't really know the shape or form it's going to take. Your A stance has been very, very passive, and so FURIA are using a lot of early space here, and they're not using any util for it. That's leaving them with everything for the site exec. And now you've just lost Wakadia to a spam. So from bad to worse, really. Xantares kind of sick and tired of sitting on the site boxes, tries to play in the bathrooms. But there's a downside to this, and that's if he falls, the site is essentially wide open. Woxic has to peel back off long as he gets pressured. And tries to lend a helping hand on the AWP. At least having that AWP enables you to take some of these longer fights, or at least it was meant to. Woxic dead straight away at the hands of Molodoy. The AWPs clash. And once more, Molodoy has his number.
It's a good smoke for Xantares, but he's got to get multiple kills in this tight position. The flash nails him, recovers well. Fallen follows up. Xantares close to the smoke in 40 seconds. FURIA don't have to commit. They can call it off. They've got Keserato lurking down lower still. And knowing Aurora might have both players here, but the kills just keep coming. Getting delivered to Molodoy. The AWP who held for Woxic on top of the site goes on to find Xantares as well. And Jota's position revealed, so FURIA planting that bomb on A and saying, come try, Jota, give it a go. We'll take your gun with us.
Matcha and Fallen as captains are both very big on the mind games of leadership. You know, trying to get in your opponent's head. It's not just about playing your own game. Hell, even in this one, the fact that FURIA have gone for these constant A hits, you know, it's setting a bit of a precedent. And if you remember right at the start of the year when we were talking about Matcha, these were the types of feats he liked to try and call. Hell, I remember him closing Anubis games where he would call for B-site hits 7 rounds in a row till they eventually broke through. But as a part of this mind game now, you have to kind of solve what Fallen's leveled against you. He said, look, your A defense isn't up to par. We're just going to keep going A. Well, so do you finally siphon resources away from B? Or is Matcha then thinking, well, that B hit has to come eventually. They haven't explored this side of the map. They haven't really gone there yet outside of, you know, an anti-eco round. I wouldn't mind seeing something a little bit more aggressive from Aurora, just to try it, just to see if it nets any better results. My God, Molodoy.
He got Xantares as well.
Fast.
Yeah, just what can you do about this guy right now?
I think you know, you're very, very passive on A. There's a lot of room being given. There's not a lot of fight for FURIA taking this toilets control, and them having so much util left when they launch their exec is a big problem. And so we have a little bit of aggression here for Xantares, who is really starting to feel sick of how these rounds are playing out for him. Waiting in a bomb site to get exec'd on. Trying to take a bit of ownership over the round. He's got aggressive out towards long.
Yeah, that's Jota with the M4. Gets spotted immediately, and Kinda could pick up the pace here, but no numbers. 4 on B. It's Maja who's rotating. Xantares joins him. And Aurora, the map is quiet again. They don't know where FURIA are. For all they know, they could be in front toilet right now. You have to be scared. Molodoy, look at this play. Combat AWPing out Monster. He has 0 support. Clears right side, and that's good for later. As long as FURIA keep this angle, they know no one can be there. Aurora do still have a 4-man B stack. Can Kinda change that? He's got no util to fake this out. Or is this all a fake on B anyway?
Yeah, bomb's just gone back into connector. Choice to be made, and it looks like they are going to follow through with this B hit after all.
No, bomb's going up.
Yeah,
20
they just
seconds.
saw numbers, had a little glimpse in towards B. It's made them decide to go somewhere else. Maja in a position that could win this round.
Yep.
1 kill on the bomb.
Oh.
Job done. Fallen dead. 15 seconds. Got to be quick here, Molodoy. Got to be very fast indeed. And Maja buys more than enough time. He's taken the whole round with it. Another one that just comes down to time management for FURIA. A kill in the right place is enough for Aurora.
Oh, just a sigh of relief for Maja, who is again just the MVP for Aurora in this series, winning rounds, bringing the hype, making the calls. Nice re-aggression on the A side to set up for a flank, but when you hear the bomb coming up the stairs like that, perfect move. Nails his shots and keeps Aurora in this game by a thread.
Damn, them Furia jackets are stylish. Another aggressive setup over towards A. Seems Aurora share the concerns that mid has been a little too free.
Oh, they saw him.
There's
Easy.
the spot. And a good catch for Molidoy. Woxic, will his orb be able to deliver? No, that shot just sailing past. And into the back wall.
Oh, no.
Now Molidoy owns the angle. Scary fight to take. Woxic's already been bested in this one once already. Trying to thread the needle in through the toilets, but chased down after the first.
Just
the rotates are scrambling. Yakindar can hear this, but doesn't try and commit straight away. Doesn't look to get ahead of the rotate. Instead, waiting for the util to come in, and Jota's caught out in the open. Madger, it's got to be you again, my friend. Swing out from the truck, one taken to the dome. He's low on health. Wicardia arrives, and the round's a little strung out. Molidoy heads into the safety of B, looking to link up with Keiserato.
Wicardia hasn't even read it. Look at the space that Keiserato has taken on this lurk. Pushed all the way up. While it will be a safe plant, I mean, this round is already decided. Wicardia, does he really want to risk it? He got his first kill in this round, but just too far out, looking to save the orb. Just disaster striking for Aurora in this matchup. As FURIA surge towards those grand finals. BO5, $500,000 for first place. A second tier 1 trophy of the season, perhaps.
Terrorists win.
And it just doesn't feel like Aurora can stop them. Not in this form. Absolutely need more out of Xantares and Wicardia. Both have just gone completely missing today. Aurora call attack, but what's the change? Xantares has looked dejected every time we've seen him.
I mean, Xantares on Overpass is comparable to Keisarato's old experiences on B Mirage. You're just the guy there to jump spot, call the info, and get exec'd on by 4 to 5 people.
Look at the pace change. Woxic's read it though. Oh, and he still misses the shot. He had everything going for him. He got the first info, but shows an arm to Molidoy and it gets ripped off. Further aggression from Madger will be punished. Blind though. Molidoy still has support. Madger can't commit, takes the orb. Boost cancelled. Maybe some nades over the wall here. Get some free damage while you can. Oh.
I mean, for Aurora and Aurora fans around the world, this is worst case scenario, but for Counter-Strike fans or Furia fans, having Molidoy showing fantastic form, that is something you should be very, very excited about. He was the only one who had a kind of little dip on the back of their trophy lift at Fisher. And now showing real signs of getting back to top form, looking for another trophy ahead of the major as well. It's building towards a very exciting season for Furia.
This is just a fake. Look at the 1 bullet kill on A. All a fake on the B side. Wicardia can get a double kill if he wants. It will change nothing. Xantares alone domed by Yuri. And Aurora on a retake, they just feel like they have to attempt something, they have to play around, but they get blocked to connector. Keiserato shuts the door in their face, and Aurora too far gone to give it a go. That's 70 rounds, Harry. What more could you want? It's one thing for Aurora's T side yesterday to have trouble, but here on the defense, not had a single A hold.
It's also just the problem that Fallen has such a good read on this game, how Aurora are likely to react and respond. Overpass has always been like a test of your defaulting, right? A test of your individuals when they're kind of given a key piece of responsibility. You know, you take a look down towards this B site, and not once have you been able to get away with the short control. Not once have you been able to come through with aggression and make use of the early resources. Down towards B, it's always getting punished. And the moment you go a man down CT side, overpass feels like such an impossible task. You essentially lose out on that fast rotate. You don't have a spare piece down towards B. You get stuck in these 2-2 setups, desperately clinging on for where and when to re-aggression. Because FURIA have been so solid in their default, it just digs the hole deeper. This could be a round for Aurora. Finally, an untraded 5v4.
Yeah.
That gives you such a huge degree of freedom.
Molodoy hits this.
No! Oh my god!
Brain broken for Xantares.
Xantares is having a horrible day.
Flick to that angle. He wasn't even pre-aiming it. Molodoy just goes in and Woxic has no idea. Absolutely no clue. Hidden below the shrubbery, Molodoy kills the rotation.
No.
He got the info as well.
No,
Molodoy,
no.
There is a limit. Apparently so, it's Woxic, but 2v3 and FURIA are still fighting forward.
Woxic 3 kills deep already. Might just have to do this round all on his own. Looking for the ace right now. It's Keiserato trying to slip on by him. Woxic has a teammate rotating into the site.
What?
Keiserato with the catch out in the open. Woxic 4 kills deep, needs all 5, and there's Woxic with the ace.
It was about time for somebody to do something for Aurora, and Woxic goes above and beyond. Stops a hot-handed Molodoy, hitting ridiculous flicks. And Woxic puts on all 5 to win Aurora a 3rd round in this half. It's not too late. That is unreal, though. Come on. Come on. How have you hit that, Molodoy? How is Woxic acing and all I can think about is Molodoy? Can that ace mean something is still the question.
I mean, you know, if you could leverage a criticism against Woxic in this series, it's up until then he's been quite passive. And oftentimes that's fine in the Aurora game plan, but you haven't really seen him go for these opening moves. You were commenting on that back in train. Stark difference compared to Molodoy. You hope a round like that at least brings him into the action a little bit more. Tag down low to open up this round, instantly brought down a 15 HP. Surely that kind of slows his roll and forces him, relegates him back into these more passive positions. It's another round as well where Aurora are flying blind, so you're just relying on Madge's read. Right, you don't have any info here to have painted the picture that this is the A play. They're going about collecting that right now at the 30-second mark, but that's super late in the round. The play is already happening, info or not. Madge at least did have the right read, and a 3-man stack here is well-founded. Xantares overran after the first. The Woxic Corp can't deliver a second. They weren't ready for player number 3. Madge stepping into the limelight, shuts it down with a triple. And so well handled and a solid read of the situation. Does that flying blind and offers up the kills to back it up.
He's the only one bringing energy for Aurora right now, right? We're just seeing dejected faces. We're just seeing passive players, but Madge is shouting after every round win, trying to inject any energy into this Aurora camp. Big 3 kills from him. Xantares just, I mean, even the POVs just don't look Xantares-esque. You can tell me this is a different player, I believe you. He's not snappy. His movement seems a little bit off. It's not his day. 3 and 11 right now. Gets 1 for 1 again. Xantares will force a kill, though.
He just wants that round to bring him back in. Feel like he's had his impact. But that's not going to be it. Dead out in mid.
Not like this.
They tried to tee him up for something, and now they might fall down versus the pistols.
It's a 2v1 at B.
Woxic with a missed shot. Wakadia has to hold on. And Fallen does feed him. That's the bomb spotted. K-Serato with a free pickup. The nade might find good damage.
Smoke, get him.
Yakindar's very, very far away. What's K-Serato going to do to try and slime a kill out here at 32 HP? Wakadia sits in the smoke. Buying time is his objective, and he's managing that right now. Are you ready for this reposition? Sitting barrels, expecting, anticipating a swing out from heaven. Yakindar is still miles away.
Oh, it's a headshot angle. If K-Serato gets the timing, he can just dome Wakadia. Woxic clears it for him. Good play. 2v1. Yakindar, not known to be an AWPer. He's going to smoke that molly and just send it into the site. Oh, it doesn't really burn it out. And as Aurora do hold strong on that B site. Woxic and Wakadia putting on a 5th round. Scraps, but still edible here on this CT side.
You got to really hope Xantares is back for this T-half.
Oh, yeah.
Because I agree with you. It doesn't feel like the guy you've been used to watching, the one that you've seen on your screens be the heavy hitter for Turkey for a decade. You know, he feels a little rough around the edges right now. And we want him hitting hard. They're going to need him to hit hard. And it felt like in that round there that they tried to put him on a bit of a pedestal. They tried to tee him up with flashes to go and make his play to get him reactivated in mid, and it didn't come through. I don't know if you can win this with Xantares being quiet.
Now or never for Aurora after 7 T-side rounds on Overpass. This is Furia's wheelhouse, and we saw the difficulties Aurora had on the T side of this map yesterday, just struggling to get through VENOM of all teams. An underdog that impressed, yes, but still not a team Aurora should have too many issues with, and they got blown out of this map. Yuri and K-Serato top of the server right now, despite all of Molodor's impact.
And I think that's one of the cooler things, both in these playoffs and on the verge of the major, you know, looming off in the distance. It's not just that Molodor form looking to have picked up, K-Serato been in fantastic form now across multiple events. It's this activation from Yuri. And that duo, the Fangs of Furia as they were dubbed, both hitting so hard. It gives you a terrifying trifecta of firepower. K-Serato's brought back his famed CZ in these pistols. He's had some ludicrous multi-kill rounds, making this gun work for him. But it might finally let him down. There's the limitation. Here's Yuri trying to pick it up. Aggression all through the tunnels. Oh, what? Fallen was mid-air.
I know he's still here, but he's just skedaddled back out to short, so he can still defend this B bomb site and Fallen. He's got a smoke to block. Clear comes in for Aurora. Some important shots hit on these Glocks.
You're just entitled, it feels like, to one random Fallen BS round per game.
Is this it?
If you're Aurora, you're really hoping this isn't it, but he's got a jumping headshot already.
Oh, he's gambling wrong, though. Unless he goes heaven, he's going to lose all eyes on this B bomb site, and Aurora can just walk in. They can stay contact. 2 smokes, you'd expect one in the middle of the site at least. And so that will be the warning for Furia, but it will still come too late. They can't stop the plant. There's that smoke. Penny drops, double smoke, heaven plant. And Furia going to look to give it a go. Got nothing to lose in trying. Xantares, be careful.
Oh, he's really having a mare.
Oh.
He just feels like a bullet magnet. You can see it in his reactions. He's feeling it too. Woxic, here's the moving in. Oh, Yakindar with another stellar tap. Defuse being held. Yakindar, 3 shots, 3 clean kills, and a 2 versus 3 in the pistol. FURIA, it feels like they can't do anything wrong in this game. Every shot destined to kill. Every move, even if it's to the wrong place, ends up working.
It's the Yakindar BS round, Fallen with a flying shot, sure, but that uncrouch is a thing of beauty. And smoke on the bomb for Fallen. He sticks it, he knows he's in safe hands. Yakindar 3-kill retake, and Aurora, a man advantage, eluded.
And you know, these two squads are just having inignorably different games. Molidoy coming in with a 2nd round AUR. You often see this betray you.
You do, you definitely do.
It's risky.
Especially if there's a B-pop right now, which looks like it's the
Doesn't have head armor, up against pistols, Mac 10, Galil.
I like it when
and look at the lengths Aurora are going to try and bring Xantares back. They've given him the hero gun in this round. They know how important he is. They need him to feel good.
Molidoy could have bought a helmet. He has $800. I don't think there's a good reason to not in this 2nd round. But I don't think it will matter. Because he's either not getting to play, or he's either saving, or they're killing everyone on B. You won't retake from this position. Aurora ready to pop. That resmoke might change your mind. Xantares trying to clear. He needs a clean kill.
Oh, Keserato with the mow down. They're funneled out through Monster. He's back in with another. Xantares tries to walk it in through short, but in comes that Molidoy.
There it is.
Woxic, 1 versus 3. Gun picked up. He'll go looking for Yakindar. You're always looking out for Yakindar on these backstabs, but unable to deal with him. Force buy cleaned up, and double digits looming for FURIA as they make a surge for the finals.
Keserato on an A1S holding the monster push. He gets 2, and you think, oh, the A4 would be way better. Well, the USP to find the 3rd. It's just FURIA making every round look so easy here. They weren't even perfectly set up for that. A nice counter flash and a mow down from Keserato, who's kept up his form from EPL. Having another strong showing here in the playoffs. Yuri 14-6. Those fangs, Harry, sharp as ever. And this is what we said coming into the game. You're never going to beat FURIA with Xantares having an off day.
And, you know, I think even worse than that, it's not even like it is just, you know, Xantares certainly the most notable absence.
Yeah.
Because of how hard he usually hits, because of how much he usually has to do in these Aurora games. But I don't think you can afford to give a free pass to Jota or Wakadia in this either.
No.
1 dig for Xantares, but it's ended after the burst. Whoa! It's out of the park. Jota's gone flying. Wakadia with the scavenged AWP. And Madra on the other side of the map will have an open runway in towards the B site.
Ooh, plant position.
Keserato, don't know if he's going to hear this.
It's all on plant position. If he plants open, could be a problem. Does he go for more than the plant? Realizing, I think you surely know they can be short at this point. Riccardi's about to confirm it, dropping the orb. Gonna clear this corner shadow. Keserato advantage, and Madra, ooh, can walk, try and squeeze a kill out.
He just heard Fallen up in heaven. He might go looking for this kill.
Not this mind game again, Harry.
It's always these two.
Fallen's holding this.
Playing mind games with each other, and Madra, bin red. Dude, Fallen has had his number today.
They don't even know he's in B. I'm with you. Keserato doesn't hear him there, surely. Cut noise at the right
I think it's
time.
just the fashion of the rotate. That's what lets him piece it together, right? You see Wakadia running back through con like that, being very loud on the approach. And that thought enters your brain, what if he's timing us? It's the one spot open on the map. Fallen with another heads-up play. Gets ahead of it very, very early. Double digits now secured for FURIA. Last chance saloon for Aurora.
Yeah, definitely. Lose this gun round and it's going to be GG, or at least as good as. Yakindar middle looking to send a message. Playing far more aggressive than we ever saw Aurora attempt. B block again as Aurora just looked for another execute early in the round. It's 5 AKs, and it feels like they just want to go. Everyone monster. Fallen. on duty here. Serato not far away, and Yuri's begun his rotation. The whole map is quiet.
Worth noticing, last time Fallen was close, that the flashes weren't very good to displace him. Tricky to get them off when they're this close to the monster tunnel, but there are lineups you can look for. You hope that Fallen doesn't get vision this time around, and there's the flashbang, full blind to it. They explode out through Monster, blistering pace on this round. Serato, it's a tall task to hold on here, but he's up for the job. Serato, take a bow, B play denied. As a one-man army washes over Aurora, the rest of his team now move in to deal the killing blow. And he deserves his props after that round. Serato looking for them. Stops the surge of Aurora. This idea that FURIA can't do anything wrong in this game continues. It's the opener for Aurora. They get all the space, and one guy, Serato, puts a stop to their B assault in a must-win round.
Yeah, you can see how desperate they're feeling, trying to get past that electronic smoke, right? Close on the pillar. Wicardi's climbing over. Players are pushing through. It is so constricting. Serato's the brick wall on the B bomb site. And FURIA, they're facing nothing but rifles, one set of utility to keep Aurora in this game. Molodoi surplus the requirement, Harry. 10 and 8, not really been needed on this CT side just yet.
No, he's had some insanely good sequences, but with all these rounds coming down towards B hits, has largely been left out of the conversation. They're going to go back towards A now. And if you compare this CT start, it's far more aggressive, right? It's pushed up in towards the toilets, comes with its own set of risks, sure. But this comes from a place of confidence for FURIA. Even this quick backstab arriving. There's no world you're ready for this, especially not two players. You think you've dealt with it there. Fallen arrives as the second man and will get shut down. That opens up a lower rotate here for Aurora. You know when you've dealt with two on the flank, those are the B players.
Yeah, just a nade to fake though, and Yuri's already in heaven. He can confirm that no one's out. I don't think this is going to work. Molodoi gets a chance to stay on this A site and take at least another shot. Might just be the round-winning shot. One clear. They're out in the open now. There's the info. Molodoi re-peaks. He's just unstoppable. He wants every single fight. Wallbang, close, but not quite. And Aurora, trust in Wicardia. It's all they have. 17 health. He tucks his head.
One shot away from certain death. And so whatever you do next, Wicardia, it's got to be flawless. They've started to piece this together.
Yeah,
Yuri is homed in on this one position. Wicardia thought he could fly under the radar. And Yuri tells him no. Woo! Victory today belongs to FURIA.
Yeah, he just stared him down there. 17 and 5. FURIA making a mockery of Aurora today across both maps. A 13-11 that felt not close. And this one actually isn't. 12-5. Aurora at no point in this game. A Woxic AWP ace is all the highlights they have. And Matt just tried, but on this T side, just forcing B-pops, running out of things to do.
It's also just hard, like a hard spot to occupy for your captain, right? He's trying to cool the game. He's also instrumental in terms of actually winning you rounds. Your stars aren't showing up. You don't have any of the usual, tools from your toolkit to work with. You're not getting those Antares openers. In the first half, you weren't getting the Jota nor Wicardia sight holes. It feels like, whatever game plan you had to completely change. You've had to completely depart from, because none of the usual moves have been working. Jota dead on a running shot from Fallen, just spam around the corner, and you'll find him. And this is victory teed up right here, right now. FURIA looking for that spot in the finals.
There's a lot to play for. Not just a potential Mongolz rematch, but a trophy here at Thunderpick World Championship. A BO5 wouldn't be FURIA's first. And they want to earn the trophy here. A decisive victory over Aurora. Molodoi repeats every step of the way. And FURIA do it in 2. They make it look easy. Aurora never got going, never woke up. Xantares, the worst day in the office I've seen in some time. And a dejected Aurora as they are ejected from the competition.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. right? You know that was not your A game. That wasn't even your B game. That was a shell of the Aurora you're used to seeing, and it shows up at the worst possible time. They are outclassed, outmatched, outgunned, and outmaneuvered by an in-form and terrifying-looking FURIA, who I think made the statement pretty clearly on day 1 and 2 with how cleanly they got into the playoffs, right? They are in search of that trophy. They want another one in the cabinet on the run-up to the major. And with how things are shaping up, if they keep this form going, they now arrive in these finals as clear and present favorites in my mind on form and form alone.
They've already taken down Mongolz 2-0 in that opening group stage, so why would you doubt FURIA at this point in the competition? They've just smashed Aurora out of the server. They've taken down their title holder from last year in Mongolz. And even that Na'Vi Mongolz game is still up for debate because Na'Vi already beat Mongolz last week in this exact matchup.
Yeah.
So right now, there's no doubt FURIA are favorites for the trophy. They're playing like it. Dominant 2-0 for FURIA. And that's all from Aurora. They go down to the third place decider tomorrow.
FURIA book their spot in the grand finals in fine fashion. What a way to do it there on Overpass, guys. They said it on the cast. It's hard to deny it. They look like the best team right now at this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. That was just a sheer gulf in class between the two teams. Right? You kind of thought like maybe Overpass, they might have learned something. Aurora might have learned a little bit from yesterday's problems, but CD side, nowhere to be found. Individuals just disappearing. Xantares having one of the worst games we've seen from him in quite a while as well. And FURIA just looking excellent right now.
Dude, that A side defense is rough
What
for
defense?
Aurora. I mean, there's just so much space that FURIA was able to take at will. It felt like never pressured in any way whatsoever. Actually, across the series, the CT side for Aurora was most of what they won came from force buys or half buys. I mean, okay, on Overpass, they weren't able to string rounds together off the back of it. They got forced right back, which again is also sort of a conviction of their CT side on this map. But yeah, just wasn't nowhere near good enough to be able to challenge FURIA today.
What was FURIA doing so right on that C side?
Everything, clearly. But also, man, I just want to point out, every single player had their moments. Molodoi with the AWP, even though he didn't have too many kills at the end of the game, it's seemingly like, I only remember a Molodoi op kill. Just find his openings time and time again. And unfortunately for Aurora, that CD side, as you pointed out, Yanko, that A-bomb side especially, completely falling flat.
Okay, we have FURIA on stage. Let's hear from them.
Let's have a quick chat with Molodoi about that win. Congratulations, you made it to the grand final, and what a stellar performance there as well. I want to talk about Train quickly. What was going through your mind when the comeback almost happened from Aurora there?
Thank you for support at first. Second, when they came back, I lost Coach 1v1. I know he just maybe con. I don't know why I don't plant in the smoke. And after the coach, they come back. And last round, we don't have so good buy, but we win this round.
Now, I want to check with you as well. Obviously, you're newer to this level of competition, but off the back of a tech pause that's long like that, especially that one we had on Train, then you go and lose a round when you had the momentum. What does that do with your mind?
I think maybe we lose a little bit confident when we win the 6-0, but it's maybe my first time this technical pause long, and I don't know. I don't have nothing.
Yeah, good. That's what we want to hear. You want to have full focus, back into the game. Love to see that. Now, tomorrow, or later today rather, we're going to have Mongolz up against Na'Vi. Out of them, who do you think is going to win the other semi-final?
I think we win Na'Vi. We don't play against Na'Vi, but I think it's my first time I play against Na'Vi.
Well, good luck in that. Good luck in the prep for tomorrow's grand final. I'll let you go. Back to the desk.
Great to hear there from Molodoi. Still growing, though, as a player. Obviously phenomenally skilled. But Yanko, that first half, the Calyx ace, what maybe could he have done better?
I think there was definitely around there's going to be a teaching moment from him. And sometimes when we talk about overconfidence or over-peaking, right, just having a little bit more situational awareness, because it was after losing that round that Aurora was able to string 3 together and get a 7-5 half, right? In a different world, that might be all they needed to potentially get something going and extend the series. But yeah, we'll see if we if we have it. But I think it's just about understanding the macro a little bit better and playing off of your teammates, right? I mean, the scoreline is 7-2. Woxic finds the opening kill. This is an insane shot on Xantares, right? But what's going to happen here is he knows Woxic is somewhere around here. He's going to hear the rotator first, actually, get the kill here on Major. Spots Woxic. You don't need to peek him. Don't peek him here. Don't peek. You have your teammates coming from the other side, right? He's about to be sandwiched in from 3 sides. He's obviously going to worry about you for another second or two. And this is where you really need to sort of just stay alive, buy time, make sure that at the moment when you peek him, if he kills you, he's going to die immediately, right? Instead, Woxic has an ace, gives his team some life, right? They win, as I said, all the remaining rounds. So this is just one of those moments where you did great, awesome, you were close to winning the round thanks to you, but it can also go terribly wrong, right, if you just overextend by a little bit.
I think, yeah, it's just about maturity in the game, right? Again, you can't forget it's such a young player, right, and just letting him off the leash is what FURIA are trying to do as well. And again, like, you know, a more experienced player, I'm talking about the upper echelon of operators, would know when to just slow things down a little bit. For him, it was more like the bloodlust coming in. I'm going to get that 3K. I'm going to get that 4K, especially after that little bit of a flick shot hit onto Xantares. So learning experience, but yeah, apart from that, he was flawless overall.
Someone who has had a fabulous event, though, is Yuri. What does he bring to this team?
Look, listen, man, you already have a plethora of just high-impact fraggers. You have K-Serrato looking so good right now. You have your Kinder with his bit of a renaissance. You have Molodoi, who've already been praising all this while. And then now you suddenly have Yuri, who's right now the highest-rated player for the team in this entire tournament. And now you're looking at where's the weak point over here, right? So it's really cool to see one of the fangs of FURIA really being sharp as well while everyone else is popping up. And that was just an execution.
Yeah, he was fabulous.
Not very good at hide and seek, whole Vicadia.
It's kind of hard to hide when there's no cover, to be fair.
That's the point.
K-Serrato, though, he put this series to bed with that B-site round. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was nuts. I think also, and you could see on both, well, not on both maps, but on Overpass specifically for Aurora, they tried to have a bit of a different approach when it came to the gun rounds. You know, they tried to play with more pace, being grouped up together, not have that slow default towards the A side of things, letting it develop. And they actually had a decent situation, right? Because at the moment when they're going B, it's a 5v2, right? It's only Fallen and K-Serrato there, and Fallen re-smokes Monster. He gets caught a bit by the timing, and they still go through the smoke. He gets surprised by it a little bit, and then it's just K-Serrato who throws this defensive smoke, gets the kill on Xantares, then Vicadia trying to clear barrels, expecting one more player, and just the last two are pure filth from K-Serrato, that 4K completely shutting down and putting the final nail in the coffin of Aurora.
It's almost like you look at a series overall and it feels like every single player on this FURIA side had highlight moments, right? We saw obviously Yuri just popping off, so and we Molodoi, K-Serrato. Yeah, Kinder actually having a quieter game, even though he had so much impact as well. Fallen with the AWP, the secondary op on the team as well. It's so hard to like point a hole in the firepower of this team.
Not much opening to do when they just give you the space, right? At that point, you're just, all right, cool. I guess we'll just execute on you guys.
It's a bit disappointing overall, because coming to this matchup, we reached the playoffs. We're talking about the 4 expected teams we have. We have Mongolz and Navi coming up later as well. And I won't lie, I expected a bit of a closer affair coming out from this particular matchup. But clearly, right now, FURIA just a couple of steps ahead of Aurora.
Aurora then exited the tournament. We saw the highs and the lows, I guess, of them here, guys. How do we reflect on their event?
Well, I mean, they still have the 3rd place decider tomorrow, right? Going up against the loser of Navi or the Mongolz. I still think that game is important for them, not necessarily as much because of the prize money and VRS and all that, just because they'll face another good team, right? And they need to try and get a win. They had Navi, in the palm of their hand. They had an 11-4 lead on the 3rd map, let it slip, right? So whether it's Navi again, whether it's the Mongolz, you don't want the last 2 games for you to be, at that point you had 3 games against good teams in this tournament and you've lost all 3. Like, that's not something for Aurora where not only will they be satisfied, but that's actually a disastrous result when you look at things. You had on top of that, you lose a map to VENOM, right? And no, they didn't play Imperial, but all that together is just not enough for a tournament like this.
It's just about they seem to be trying to kind of like find identity when it comes to the map pool as well. And
it's a mess, man.
Yeah, and it's also just the mentality of the team, man. Like we've been saying about this, but touching on this so many times all over across the years as well. How they tend to tilt, and they seem to be completely lost at times. And it seems like seemingly Waikato is the only guys kind of injecting a little bit of life when the chips are down.
Their confidence is shaken right now as a team. They don't have too much faith in themselves as a team, in themselves as individuals, and it's showing, right? And whether they need to find a way to rally, starting from tomorrow, right? And from that point on, only a couple of tournaments left for them before that major comes in, which is obviously where everyone wants to peak, but right now it's looking rough for Aurora.
Let's talk a little bit more about our MVP of that series, Molodoi. He's fabulous. He's been a revelation for this team. You said it earlier, Blair, not a huge name coming into this side, but wow, the risk is paying off to go for this player.
I mean, obviously, you know, when you're talking about rookies of the years in the past 5 years, I guess, right? We have some very exalted names at this point in time. We talk about Modesty and his debut. We talk about Donk, which is just, you know, incredible. But not necessarily to the level of the aforementioned couple of players, but he's just been so confident, right? And I love how FURIA as a team have given him that leash. Like, listen,
it's also
man,
this T-side AWPing, man. I mean, how many players do we see be reserved, just throw the nades? He's in the action
and
all
that's
the time.
a beauty of what, you know, Fallen, I guess, you know, Kindar and the team as a whole has managed to kind of help him blossom, right? There's so many ways they're going to listen. We wanted to play this way, don't overextend a little bit too much, but they've given him so much confidence to go for his kills. And man, some of the shots he's taking, just single-handedly winning rounds for his team, despite this being his debut year, like 6 months.
He's only going to get better. I mean, that is the crazy
It's a
part.
little
He
scary.
will only get better.
It's a little scary if you're in any other team not called FURIA. So yeah, kudos to this guy. Incredible stuff from him today.
Yeah, props to FURIA. You know, that's going all in, chasing a straight, and it hits on the river, right? But you're going to take it, and it's been awesome watching them play. They're one of the more entertaining teams to watch at the moment. Molodoi being incredibly fun to watch, obviously. So yeah, just excited to see them tomorrow in that best-of-5 final.
Let's take a look at our playoff bracket and see how that one is now shaping up. Of course, one series already done and dusted. FURIA taking that one. In about an hour's time or so, we'll have Na'Vi versus the Mongolz. Of course, we'll get into the proper pre-game later, guys, but any overarching narratives for that one?
I'm hoping for a closer affair here. You know, I'm hoping this one at least takes us to map number 3, hopefully have a closer series. And it should be the case here, right? Obviously, Na'Vi seemingly have had the number of Mongolz the past couple of times they've played. And for the Mongolz, you know, they're defending champions. They should be looking for revenge as well. And the last times they've played, it's been some pretty exciting Counter-Strike overall. So hoping for a good second semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a series that's really important to Na'Vi, right? To get into another grand final after Star Series, right, where the level of opposition wasn't as strong as it is here. If they are somehow able to go all the way and lift the trophy, I think that's going to give them some much-needed confidence as we get closer to that major.
Okay, FURIA book their spot in the grand finals. Na'Vi or Mongolz will join them. About a 45-minute break for us, and then we'll be back to break down that game. We'll see you then.
Can it just be us tonight? Under the night sky, gonna make my skin rise. Can it just be us tonight? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your love and comes around. ask you to give up things. I just wanna give you all I can. There's something but you, baby, and I can't get enough. There's something that you give me, and I can't get enough. You don't need to tell me that you love me. I don't mind waiting for it to show. Something but you, baby, and I can't get enough. There's something that you give me, and I can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Don't tell me I don't stand a chance. Ooh, yeah. For you, I'll be a different man. Ooh, yeah. This is where I'm meant to be. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. So I wanna start losing with you. Yeah, I wanna start losing with you. This is where I'm meant to be. You show me the ropes, I hold you tightly. Never let you go or let you down. There's something but you, baby, and I can't get enough. There's something that you give me, and I can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Don't tell me I don't stand a chance, 'cause ooh, yeah. For you, I'll be a different man. Ooh, yeah. This is where I'm meant to be. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I wanna start losing with you. Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're a loser. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah.
Thunderpick World Champions 2024. It's a loss to the mighty Mongolz.
Sean engaging descent to the lineup, transfers it back, and this is a 2v5. The OG bomb plant looks against secured and Simio sent towards it.
Swalio who's sticking on that defuse. Not enough money, which could still be a factor here. Oh, we've got a run boost into the middle. That's really exciting. Spin.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right through the smoke. Look at him go.
Around the corner to the lineup.
They also have kits. He's sneaking into the window while they're trying to get through the hallway in fire accident.
Hello and welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. Now, down in the crowd, we do have a couple of talented individuals, content creators, very important personnel, and I've managed to find one of, if not one of, the biggest ever international Mongolz fans. Down in the crowd, we have Fi CS, mate. Fi, how are you feeling going into this semi-final, knowing that you get to watch Mongolz try to do it against Na'Vi?
Look, nerve-wracking is definitely the word to put it, but I'm ready for entertainment as well. See, that's what you get when the Mongols are on the stage. You never know what you're gonna get.
And hopefully we get a really good game today. Now, Mongolz Bros Summer is officially over. Where are we at right now? Is it still the Mongolz era, or are we doing different seasons?
All I can say is Mongols walk up, take the trophy, go to Budapest, take the trophy, go to Cologne 2026, take the trophy. Surely Mongols era. All right, sure.
Now, give me a good argument as to how they're going to do this against Na'Vi today.
Definitely just shooting harder. I think that's just some of the struggles that Mongols have had, is they just lost the juice a bit. Obviously, this sort of storyline that has followed them with lack of practice through some of these games, especially coming after EWC and these underperformances at tournaments. But they've had some prac here. I know they've had their prac rooms here at the Thunderpick World Championship. So I think they're just more well-prepared going into this match, and hopefully they can bring it today.
Hopefully they can. And you brought something as well, haven't you? You forgot your flag, but you got this next best thing. It's inside out.
Oh my goodness, it's inside out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on.
We'll fix this.
Hold on. And there you go, my secret weapon.
Beautiful. Hopefully that's enough support from the crowd today. But let's get back to the desk and get into the discussion.
Yes, indeed. Let's dig our teeth into this semi-final match. It's Na'Vi versus the Mongols, a matchup we have seen quite a few times recently, actually. It's normally a bit of a banger game. Guys, how are we feeling coming into this
I just want to point out that Fi is not a real Mongolz fan because that jersey is outdated. He doesn't even have the new one right there. So I'm just putting it out there, you know?
Doesn't the fact that he has the old one make him an OG fan?
I have an older one.
Okay, Blair. No one doubted that you're the biggest Mongolz fan, you know, except maybe Jason. He has that jacket from all the way back in Taiwan.
True, we need to steal that one day. Anyway, listen, I'm excited about this one, right? It's going to be a matchup which should be particularly exciting because obviously Mongols, they have a point to prove. They're the defending champions coming in here. And right now, of late, recently, they have struggled against this Na'Vi side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you go back to, and this is where the conversation about the Mongols and practice and not practicing coming into the season, right, is a big talking point because on this list, you will see Cologne. That was a quarterfinal game, right? So Na'Vi beat them 2-0 in the Lanxess, then went to play against Spirit in the semifinal, who, you know, was about to change a player, not at their strongest. If that were the Mongols in form, I mean, they might have been in the grand final against the Mao's team, and we might be sitting here talking about the Mongols as potential Cologne champions. I know that's a lot of what-ifs, but it's not, you know, beyond the realm of imagination. And, you know, at Pro League as well, most recently, right before this tournament started, in that 2-2 game to book their last spot in the playoffs, now he was able to bring them down as well. So last two times, they had the upper hand.
Let's bring up those recent events for the Mongols and see how their placings kind of shook out throughout those, of course. Winning EWC. Pro League, though, Blair, a blip or a real indicator, maybe, of some weaknesses in this team?
It's a blip, right? Like Janko pointed out as well, they just have a tendency when they have a bit of a break not to really practice. I think it's an open secret right now. They've admitted themselves. So, yeah, a rough start. They were able to come back, but then Na'Vi, they weren't able to take them down. It's been a pretty good season overall. You know, obviously, at the end of last season, making it to the finals of the Austin Major. Great achievement right there. Cologne, the quarterfinals. Second in Blast Bounty, winning EWC. Second in Fisher, losing to a great-looking Furia right there. So it's been a good season overall, except for this little blip in EPL. So coming into Thunderpick as the defending champions, they should 100% be vying for that trophy.
And you'd be mistaken if you look at that win at TWC. Yeah, but they beat Aurora in the final. Yeah, but they beat Vitality in the semifinal.
Yep.
Right, and that's them beating them, you know, back-to-back tournaments pretty much. So Mongols really solidified themselves as a contender with that win at Fisher. You know, it was a best of 5 against Furia, who we just saw looking incredibly strong. I don't think there's a shame in losing to them in such a fashion. It's really Pro League that stands out, not even being able to make the playoffs, losing to the likes of Hotu and Inner Circle, who were the two surprise package teams who played really well. But, you know, the Mongols, they're supposed to take care of business there. So all in all, a disappointment showing. And that's why this tournament matters so much for the Mongols. So they can bounce back immediately and not sort of let that linger and start wondering, did we hit a slump, at the worst possible moment?
And also just, looking at the entire season overall, apart from EPL, if they're able to make it to the finals over here, they would, on paper, be the most consistent team so far this season, right? So it's not all doom and gloom yet for the Mongolz lovers.
Let's focus in on some of their individuals. Senzu has championed this team to a lot of their results. Blair, why do we love him?
I mean, he is the star, right? As I spoke about this yesterday as well, just the fact that he's finally, I think in the major is when he started hitting his stride and just being consistent throughout. Doesn't matter if it's a playoffs game, an arena game, or a group game, and once again showing why he is just one step above the rest of his team. But that being said, a player who we don't really talk about a lot, Techno, has been having a pretty good tournament as well. He seems to take a couple of tournaments off and then just like steps up to the EWC form.
Yeah, I think that was the one sort of, cloud of doubt above them, is that EWC win did come off of a Techno 4K MVP, right? Like that was, completely out of nowhere that it came. So it became a little bit like, okay, was that a fluke? Because he just had an insane tournament and that's not going to really happen. He's going to regress to the mean and they're going to struggle. Not quite there, but there is, I think, something to that argument. And the fact that he's playing well here, in addition to Senzu being lights out, might be what the Mongols need to lift the trophy here for the second time in a row.
I always feel like in Team Counter-Strike, the most important thing is just being on the same page. And this Mongolz team, they've been together a while now, and they know exactly what other players are going to do in different situations. 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s, they're always on the same page.
They are, and it's, again, because of how long they've been together. Right? We were talking about it yesterday as well. This is one team, the longest-standing lineup right now we have in S-tier Counter-Strike. And also, apart from that, it's just like, they are making changes. So people keep talking about how they're kind of stagnant, but for Techno, for example, the reason he had the result, that performance in EWC was because they switched a few roles. He's a player staying alive later in the rounds as well, showing the experience, so to speak. And even in this tournament, we're seeing Blitz, for example, wielding a secondary AWP instead of Senzu, which I'm not necessarily a big fan of, so to speak, but at least they're trying new things here and there.
Yeah, switching some positions around, not necessarily working out to the same extent, but we'll see. In any case, for them, I think against Na'Vi, they'll be tested in the sense of they won't get both Mirage and Ancient individual. At least they're not supposed to.
They shouldn't.
And that gives Na'Vi a way in.
The standout player at this event for Na'Vi has been wonderful. He's had a huge uptick at this event compared to some of his recent performances.
Yeah.
How do we reflect on that? I mean, he's a player that comes under some critique.
Yes.
How do you view him now?
Look, the thing for Wonderful is if you actually look at his performance throughout the season, right, it's not like he's been a complete ass throughout the year. Like, he's had some pretty good tournaments overall. It's true, though, but the EPL was rough. EPL was a very rough showing for him, despite the fact that they made it. Imagine, you made it to playoffs, and yet you have like a 0.9 rating as a primary operator. It's a little bit rough, but so far, he's been looking very solid here in Malta.
I don't know. I think the issue is here, he's been looking great here, but it's like, what is his ceiling? Or even more importantly, what is his floor? Right?
Low.
Because the problem is it's super volatile at the moment. It doesn't feel like his ceiling is super high and the floor is volatile, right? Like it can be, like we saw at the Pro League, it can get better like it is here. So I think for Na'Vi, it's just, it hasn't been a huge change compared to last year where they were Team of the Year, right, and had such a great run. But I think it's more that things just worked out for them last year. They just had a good year. Things clicked. They had a lot of good wins, a lot of grit, a lot of resilience that they've shown. In the meantime, teams are making moves. Teams are making changes. They're improving, right, and they weren't able to keep up. They weren't able to find that same sort of moxie that allowed them to win so many tournaments last year.
I mean, it's pretty much an arms race, especially when it comes to operas and whatnot. And unfortunately, his counterpart on other teams, you're looking at Shiro, you're looking at Monacy, you're looking at Zywoo and all these guys. And unfortunately, they are just a level above them. But Na'Vi are a title contender team. They're a team who wants to contend for titles, right?
Yes.
They want to. They want to.
I
they want to
I
contend.
just put it this way, right? If you were building a team that you want to contend with the world's best tomorrow, who are you taking out of Na'Vi? Is anyone in consideration? Probably only Bit, right? And I think at times maybe Ime with some of his performances, right? But outside of that, you're looking like, yeah, there's some good players on that team, but no one that like stands out like this guy is a must-get. And they were able to overcome that last year with some great performances, players peaking at JL had an incredible year, who's no longer on the roster, right? Bit as well had his best year yet. So you really need everyone to play at the peak of their abilities if this iteration of Navi is going to be able
How
to
does
contend.
Alexi as a caller factor into this discussion? Because if we accept the position that maybe they lack firepower versus other teams, how do they maintain this ranking unless Alexi is, lifting them up with his calling?
It just feels like, I mean, and I said this about Navi last year as well, they were always more than the sum of the parts, right? Even when they had JL performing the way he was, we saw, when they won the major, for example, Imma had one of the roughest tournaments he's ever had. It was just about the system working in place, Blade standing behind them as well. But at the same time, in this era of Counter-Strike, when you have the donks of the world popping off, you need to have all your players have that A game. And like you said, yeah, I don't see one single player who's like a star of this team. So someone blossoming into that, maybe Makaze down the line, that could work wonders with them.
Let's talk win conditions then for Navi. Individually, are there some players? Does Wonderful need to maintain this form? Does Bit need to be elite in his positions? How do they win this series and maybe compete for this tournament?
I think the problem for Navi is probably if you look at every tournament, it's something else, right? Maybe it's Wonderful having a stinker. Maybe it's them having bad T-sides for whatever reason. Or they lose man advantage situations. Or they're bad in the clutches. It's a different thing every tournament, right? They just struggle to find consistency across the board in some of these tournaments, in some of these games. So it's really about minimizing mistakes and raising their floor, I feel like is the main win condition.
Is that enough to beat a team of their opponent, of Mongolz caliber? I mean, Mongolz are a world-class team. You need to get a lot of things right to beat them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I believe it is because they did beat them 2 times recently, right? So Mongolz, their thing is very strong fundamentals, right? Punishing your mistakes or just playing vanilla Counter-Strike, but at a very high level. So if you are making mistakes, if you're leaving them openings, like that's where they punish you, and that's how they win games.
I mean, the edge they have, obviously, is the fact that it lost 2 matchups were high-stake games, right? The elimination game in EPL, and of course the quarterfinals matchup in Cologne, where they've come out on top. So while they might be lacking the sheer raw firepower of the Mongolians, they do absolutely have a deeper strat book, and I think that is what they need to rely on, and that needs to be kind of what they have to wield to get this win here.
Now, they did play, was it about 10 days ago at EPL? That was a 2-0, fairly handedly in that fashion as well.
Except Mongolz have definitely practiced since then,
okay.
so it's a different team right now.
Is that a huge difference maker for them?
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be, right?
Yep.
Like, sure, Mongolz play a little too loosey-goosey for my liking against 9Z, some of the lesser teams, like, allowing some of those games to get a little bit too close. But you saw the FURIA game, for example. That was some pretty solid Counter-Strike being played by them. So I don't think it's going to be as easy as it was for Navi back in EPL.
And even that interview we had with Mzinho here is talking about Blade and all the analysts. And like, I think they might feel that Navi does a very good job of preparing for them, right? Yeah. And it's difficult for the Mongolz, at least in recent times, to match up against them, right? There's always some quirks that are in that game where the Mongolz are like, damn, we have to adjust, but it might be too late by the time they realize it is and start doing it, the game gets away from them.
Let's jump into that veto and see where this series is heading. At Pro League, it was a nuke pick for Navi, Ancient for Mongolz, and Inferno would have been the decider. Are Mongolz going to change this up, Blair?
Chad actually brought this up in the green room. Is like, he asked me, are they going to go with Ancient again? Yeah. And I think they are. Like, Mongolz is such a predictable team when it comes to the veto, even though, yes, they usually go for Mirage, but against Navi, do they want to go for it? Because the Mirage hasn't really been... I mean, they've been getting a lot of wins, obviously, but it's been very close affairs, even against teams lesser than them. So Nuke should be the pick coming out from the Navi side. For the Mongolz, I'm thinking Ancient, but Mirage should still be up for grabs here.
Yeah, the problem is the last time it was, what, 11-1 CT side for Navi on Ancient, which might play a role in this veto. I know, it's tough. We see them go with Mirage. I mean, I criticized Aurora yesterday or the other day when they picked Mirage into Navi. I know statistically it's not been great lately, but you go back last year and you look at this map for Navi, they were the world's best. And even at the start of this year, they were very good on it. They just have so many reps and such a great understanding of the map where it's always possible for them to have a great game. But Mongolz just love it and probably feel like they have to change something after how the last 2 series.
And Navi can pretty much decide where they want to take this, right? Mirage could be, the pick coming in, just punish them from what happened last time.
They should be to Ancient.
But Inferno should should be the map that makes the most sense here. That being said, if it does go to Inferno, even though Mongolz, they have been kind of 50-50 in this map, we said, I think Blitz mentioned in an interview as well, it's a map that they're really enjoying right now, but Na'Vi said, no, we're going to go to Ancient. If you're Mongolz, this is ideal, right? You have Ancient and Mirage, your two best maps, but the fact that Na'Vi are allowing it through, I'm sure they have something in that fat book that Blade holds.
Yeah, I know last time it worked out great for Na'Vi, and you're probably playing off of that, and the players will feel confident because of that result, but I don't know. I feel if you can deny Mongolz the opportunity to get both Mirage and Ancient in a series, like, you've done good, right? Like, you have the upper hand in that veto, so I think this actually gives the Mongols the edge, and I think if we get to Ancient, Mongols are going to win the series.
Let's focus in on that Mirage, the first map of this series. Express maybe concern's a strong word, but it's not a slam dunk win for the Mongols. What do they need to do right to go one up in this series?
I think the Mongols T side, especially Mirage, is world class, right? It's so good, like the way they approach the map, the small little protocols they have on it. But the CT side is when things, I don't know why, that there are times when they're rolling, it looks great, right? But when it's a little bit of back and forth, they seem to kind of lose track of what's happening, and then we go for these crazy plays like Blitz going with the AWP this tournament, or just like double opping and just relying on getting these frags and getting caught off guard. Not just by Na'Vi, but even teams of a lesser caliber, so to speak. So I feel like the CT side, that's what Na'Vi are looking to exploit here.
I think they just can't afford to start slow, and I don't mean necessarily, start 0-3 or 0-5 down or anything like that. Just, you have to be on point and focus, because what makes Mongols good in general, but also on Mirage, is they're super decisive. They understand, they have very good and fast reactions. Mzinho, for example, as that Palace player, if he gets the info that the CTs are fighting for mid, he's not going to have any problems getting out and peeking out of A apps and trying to find that one-on-one duel on A, and winning those is what makes Mongols really good, being able to just adjust during the round to whatever it is that you're throwing at them.
Because we've seen him in interviews talk a lot about Makaze, his integration, his development as a player. Mirage is a map where he occupies. He's showing B-short play on the CT side, he's going mid on the T side. He's in a position where he can have influence, he has to communicate well. Presumably, he needs to be on top form this game.
Yeah, I think it's also how they've been using him a bit on T side, is just sending him out and letting him be more aggressive and get more angels, which I think is where he excels at the moment, right? It's going to take time for him to get adjusted to Tier 1 Counter-Strike and some of the more sneaky plays and slow-paced style and understanding the timings and all of that stuff. So, yeah, I think he's had a solid start for Na'Vi in the main team.
I know we're going to see this later. Nuke is something which, like the last time they played against the Mongols and Nuke on the T side, for example, Makaze, right, towards outside, all by himself, and he was actually had the read on Blitz time and time again. But the important thing, as Janko pointed out as well, is like when you're making that play, you need to be just talking nonstop, telling your team what's happening around there, conveying information, and just basically being a part of the system, right? So yeah, we can clearly see how Makaze is getting more and more comfortable with this Blade style of Counter-Strike.
Let's talk about Blitz. I mean, as an individual player, just in his own right, at times in the past, he has been one of the best, if not the best player on his teams. Fabulous individual. Of course, maybe it's taken more of a backseat in recent times, but how do you see Blitz against the other top in-game leaders?
Look, he is, on an okay day for him, the hardest hitting IGL fragger out there, right? That goes without saying. But you look at that ancient game on 9Z, for example, he seems to tilt a little bit here and there. Like when things aren't going his way, like you should be going for an eco, just goes for a hero AWP. That round could have spiraled out of control, and it could have actually been a map 3 coming in. 9Z could have actually won that map. So I feel, considering his, he doesn't show too many emotions, he's a chess player, chess master, and all of that, I feel like he tilts a little bit, and that should not be allowed to happen when the captain of this team.
I think I'm just worried for everyone else out there once Blitz gets jacked and he unleashes his final form.
Cool.
Okay.
He was saying he
literally said it.
He was working on himself. He felt like he let himself
I
go
thought
a
he was
bit,
I thought he was talking about in game. It's like, no, I'm working on myself right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, good for him.
Good for him. Good for him. Well, we do have a little bit of a technical delay, so hopefully nothing too bad.
Hey, it's way better. It's way better it happens before the game than once the game starts, right?
True. It can happen. Look, for me, Blitz, this Blitz-Mara combo, right? It's been together for like 2 years right now, since almost 3 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably 5 years at this point, if you go back to IRC days.
IRC days, right? And it's like, it's really cool to see how far they've come. Actually, wild. How far they've come as a duo. Techno alongside him as well, and how they've kind of blossomed with this particular team. But I do feel like, and I've said this time and time again, multiple times, like we need a new injection of ideas coming in, right? But the unfortunate truth for the Mongolian the region, obviously with the language barrier and something, is where do you get in an analyst, like a co-coach or something like that? It doesn't exist in Mongolia. These 6 people are the best when it comes to the scene in that particular country. So even if you get, like, let's say an EU assistant coach or something, there's always going to be the massive cultural language barrier, so to speak. So it's problematic.
There's
so
a
to
lot
speak.
of teams in Mongolia right now, and they've made changes before when we didn't feel like, wait, they just started having some results, and now they're making changes. Who are these new guys? Mzinho, 16-year-old kid coming up, but they know what they're doing.
9-10 Dota player.
So I believe, trust in the Godfather, trust in Mara.
Okay, sounds like technical issue is resolved. We can get this semi-final underway. Na'Vi versus the Mongols. Let's get going.
We have managed to wrangle all the players. They're ready to come in and give you the second semi of the day. And this semi-final is turning into a grudge match, being the 6th time this year that both of these teams are going to play. Although it has been internationally favored, let's see if the Mongolians can change that today. Please welcome to the stage the Mongolz and Na'Vi! After facing the practice allegations, the Mongols are warming up again with some great performances here at Thunderpick World Champs. But it will take a big step up to take out Na'Vi and look to lift the trophy back to back. Na'Vi are also finding their form again, and this is looking to be an all-in brawl. Okay. On that note, boys, here to have a quick chat. Senzu, I want to know how many hours are the boys putting into prac every day? Because you said you had a little bit of time off. The performance was a bit shaky, but you're starting to hit those shots again. So how many hours?
I think 6 or 7 hours.
Just on the aim prac or everything?
Every day.
Okay, beautiful. Love to hear that. And Blade, talk to me here with the veto and everything. Obviously, last time you faced these guys, you managed to get the win, but now they're shooting harder. So what's the game plan today?
I think they always shoot hard. So also last time they were shooting hard, but what will be different? I don't know. We have not a bad, again, head-to-head versus them, but the matches versus them are pretty close, always. So we must expect a really close match.
I hope so. That'll be entertaining for everyone at home. It might be a bit more pressure on you guys, but let's get this one underway. Handshakes, gentlemen. Get to the PCs. Get this one going. Sponge Machine, take us into this.
Thank you very much, Mac. Yeah, this is a head-to-head we've seen an awful lot of this year, and if we do see that clash continue, we have something very exciting waiting for us in that grand finals. This could be a grand final in its own right. I mean, this is not only a matchup we've seen an awful lot of, but the first time we've seen them clash in a semi-final bout.
Yeah, look, a lot of head-to-heads, so a lot of tape to go through. Obviously, everyone is taking a look at what's happened this season with Na'Vi beating them in 2-2-0s, right? That's really what stands out. And that came with stakes, right? The stakes were obviously there of being a 2-2 game in EPL, one of those teams making it through the playoffs. That was Na'Vi, obviously, because they've won those victories. And then it was a quarterfinal back in Cologne. But the factors there that I want to stick on is that the Mongols hadn't been practicing coming into those tournaments, which sounds crazy. That's because it is. Obviously, being from a smaller region, tough to get Counter-Strike practice at home. Yeah. But I think that's played a big factor. And the video today has gone pretty bang on for the Mongols, I'd say. Them being the lower seed actually puts them in the position where it's their map first. When we saw them play last time, they were the higher seed. Na'Vi picked Nuke. Look, I understand people are like, yeah, Nuke CT side, that's great, but not if the momentum goes against you early. You lose the pistol, you lose the first rifle round, you're in a hole, you're not really warmed into the game. Now you're going to be on your map pick, T side, and you really get to set the tone.
Yeah, and you get to kind of go shoot, shoot, bang, bang on Mirage, which, as Blade said, they always shoot hard. I mean, the Blade guarantee saying it's always a close game. We should expect the same. I mean, he's kind of hyped me up for the match. He said everything that I was going to say anyway. I love that. So expectations from the Na'Vi camp are for a competitive brawl here. And I mean, the head-to-head is indicative of that.
Yeah, they should have confidence because of it, but again, the factor that I'm bringing up here, I think the Mongols are in better form now than they were the last 2 times that they went toe-to-toe.
Fair enough.
Right, so that one there is the one that sticks out the most for me. I think that you could even go back earlier within the year and they've had some interesting head-to-heads, which, like, oh, okay, that's probably not the result we were expecting, but you have to look at the stakes of all of these games, right? This one right now, as you touched upon, is the first time it's in a semi-final. Every game this season since the addition of Makazi, right? JL out, major MVP, rookie in, and he's taken to this like a fish to water. So Makazi, sure, it's not like the highs of a donk, but he's definitely contributing to this team. And I like the Bash Bro combo when we get to a map like Ancient between Imma and Makazi, right? They're really fantastic. I think Ancient not being the pick this time, if you take a look at when they faced off at EPO in Stockholm, this change in the meta at the moment where you are getting donut smoke as well from the T's is really suffocating the mid defense, and that's something that the Mongols had a tough time dealing with. So find ourselves on Mirage as the opening pick.
No, we will see Ancient, but only as a third, if that's required.
Yeah, Nuke is the tough one, right? And that's where, for Mongolz, it serves having their map choice first, so at least they're going to be warmed up.
Makes sense.
And then they get to be CT side on their opponent's map pick going into Nuke. So if they get away with a strong result here, the confidence is flowing. They could win this 2-0. No reason they can't turn their fates around, and I'm sure they'd love some revenge, right? You've lost to this team in the last 2 outings.
And I think for Mongolz, yes, you kind of set expectations or managed your expectations, understanding that, with the absence of practice at home, prioritizing time with the family, you weren't going to have that, increase in your reps. You weren't going to feel as though, you kind of, you were at your best. It does look like we're going to be getting ourselves situated and started. So the Thunderpick World Championship, second semi-final of the day. We do have Mongolz on one side, Na'Vi on the other, and the winner to play FURIA tomorrow for a chance at $500,000.
Now let's take a look at the buy starting to take shape now. Na'Vi opting in some light utility being smattered across. Away we go. So dual Berettas. HE in a flash. Techno out top mid immediately. So 2 smokes off the rip for the T side. There's a lot of intent being shown that they really want this mid space. It's a huge investment of util to go for this type of an opener. But there is follow through.
Yeah, it's a fight for Makaze. See what kind of form he's in today. And actually investing the HE to break the smoke in order to lend a hand. Techno through the window, catches Alexi and continues to try and wrap in. He spotted multiple bodies on A. Ima now heard as well. 3 on A, but Wonderful hits his shot. Blitz gone.
Bomb loose in connector. This is trouble.
Yeah, despite Techno's forward position, Mazinho, that's a nice shot out of Palace. He needed that. And it kind of rights the ship. Still weird. Trying to get that bomb planted, and Imet actually holding on from Khan. Techno next challenge, and Imet's handled it. A one-on-one indeed. 9-10 been spotted out. Imet trying to take the fight. Another bullet connects. 34 HP for Imet, but he just needs the one bullet to the head. Multi-kill master.
That's how you want this one to kick off, right? It felt like there, as soon as the bomb's down to connector, it's going to be hard for them to get in, but 9-10 and Mazinho winning their duels coming out of the A-Ramp and Palace. And then Ima having to win a clutch. So pistol round goes against them. Bomb doesn't go down. Na'Vi going to have the hot hand out the start here.
4 in the pistol from Ima.
I think when we take a look at the gun rounds, right, we've been seeing from Na'Vi on their CT side, they're breaking the top cat smoke a lot. They're happy to play aggressive behind it. And I'm not sure if the Mongols are going to want to take the first timing. That's not a bad shot at all.
Really nice shot. A pot shot back from 9-10, punished.
No real way to get in close connector right now. They are on the reroute after that opening exchange. So hoping to try and find the timing on the gap. That's been plugged by Bit for now. Senzu on his own wants to be able to pick this up. Bit's heard this.
Senzu had his knife out, poor guy. Bit's had a very good time. Even turns tail perfectly, baiting them into that M4, rotating through. So it's a clean one. Just the one blemish in Wonderful.
Okay, so now the guns will come out. So yeah, talking about the first timings, I think Mongolz will just throw their opening util, allow Na'Vi to kind of throw through the breaks with the HEs and harass them, and then take these second timings through, as it should be a little bit safer for them to do so. So pistol round was close. This was just the eco. Rifles into the third. That's the next round of interest. So full AKs across the board. Top cat and window smoke in air. Wonderful. Ooh, with the AWP. Window smoke's missed.
Whoa, going straight out. This is his opportunity. Blitz tested and wins it out. Makaze down on the short swing. Pressure out from Palace. Blitz not looking. Doesn't matter. 9-10 wins the head-on collision. Wonderful. Misses that pixel of Mazinho's hair. Winner from the CT maintains CT control. Let's keep the options open for the retake.
Senzu was another smoke. Where's he going to drop that? It's going to be in towards connector.
Yeah, okay, can play around that.
I don't see a kid here. I think this one's over. I don't think there's a way in.
Yeah, especially now, Senzu forces Ima down. Alexi overstaying, perhaps. Just going to start to back away. Realizes that resource is too valuable.
Yeah, I think hoping to do a little bit of damage right there on the hunt to give away. Oh, I was going to say another AK. 9-10 deletes Wonderful. That's been a conversation point. Wonderful in some good form throughout Thunderpick. He's going to be able to keep it up once we make it into this semi-final. That's the question. And for Mongolz, it's about working into form. They go into EPL, they don't have any practice. They lose the 2-2 game to Navi. Then they get a couple of extra days in Sweden to be able to practice. Now they come to Thunderpick. They lost to FURIA, who are in the grand final already. And I think, you're not going to really get too upset at them for that. Still, yesterday against 9Z, they were pushed. But regardless, this is the top 4 that we were expecting. Just said goodbye to Aurora an hour and a half ago. And we can get underway with the first tactical timeout. So Blade being very liberal with this. Only going into the 4th round of the game. Wonderful there. Losing that AWP does make a pretty big dent in what we could see for the defense. But it's always about this mid trio. Ima, Makazi, Wonderful. You're going to have your extremity players Bit holding A, Alexi over towards B. They're able to get out 4 of 5 M4s. Be an MP9 for Alexi. His favored utility in this one. 9-10 is going to be able to get himself an AWP. This is the missed window smoke, so Blitz gets punished, but he does get the opening kill. That felt mandatory if they wanted to win this round. Then they swarm on towards this A site. No kitten for the retake, and well, that'll be that. So 9-10 with his AWP in place. Senzu towards top mid. 2 of them. Should apply a lot of pressure. They've gone con smoke as well as window smoke. So really wanting to suffocate and deny Na'Vi the ability to play ahead of these, because there can't be that same support network unless they have HEs to blow these open, and even then, it does get a little bit dicey. So out top mid, very quickly. Techno applying pressure towards B, wants to siphon through Alexi's util. You can see he's being stubborn on the other side, doesn't think it's real pressure. I think he's trying to potentially, is he going to jump out the window? He is!
Off the flash! Oh, I love the idea, but so does Blitz. Gets it blind.
Okay, that's risky. You consider this as a rifle round. I understand there's one SMG. We just said there was Alexi, but they'll be out of money after this Na'Vi, so a play that doesn't land.
Trying to be the hero, understandable considering his fragging output.
Look at this gamble right now. Na'Vi, the pieces keep moving. Gonna hedge over towards the B bomb site. A power smoke's just been lobbed out there to show, hey, there is still presence. Boost up. Is Bit gonna take the fight? Spotted now. And not dealt with. Techno.
Yeah, a bit messy from Techno there.
But the fact-finding mission on the Pip, Mazinho has the way out.
And the bomb's going to try and pivot through mid. This gamble not looking like it's going to pay off in the end. They've got the info they required. Let's take that bomb through Con. I think it's a bit late on this boost. The flash actually did just buy him enough time to get safe passage out of there.
The boost as well.
And it's free double. Well, maybe the second isn't so free. Have to work for it.
That's what you want to see from Senzu. He's been in good form, and that's going to continue for the final. Bit goes down, and they wipe the board. Right? The key of that gamble is, okay, yeah, they go to the other side. We're just going to save. Well, you don't even get that opportunity. So great round there from the Mongolz. They should be able to take the lead after this. Would just be a eco from the CT side coming forward.
I mean, I'm in two minds about that. Ima flash push through the window smoke. It's so unorthodox. It's not something I've seen a lot of, so it's cool to see an original idea. However, yeah, we saw the result of that, which was kind of difficult for Na'Vi to get back on their feet.
Well, I was saying I didn't expect them to play on first timings, but in both of these rounds they have done. They've just gone straight towards middle and taken these jewels. And again, they're going with the window and connector smoke out the gate.
Swing if you dare.
Right, so it's not top cat. They're just trying to suffocate this mid-fight, remove the ability to support aggressive players. And they're also playing behind it straight away. So I think the early stages of this are catching Na'Vi off guard with the tempo that the Mongolz are operating at right now. And the kills just keep coming. Just going to be flying in, literally, for that one.
Yeah, wings on the AK.
So it's going to be quite tough for Na'Vi going forward. They're just going to get pulled apart limb from limb right now. But going into the next rifle rounds...
if they keep doing the same routine.
Well, I think I also worry about with only being 2,400 lost into the next, right? So...
Oh, so no warp.
Yeah, That is going to be a limiting factor right now. When we were talking about Wonderful's form, now I'm going to hunt him down, rip this away. Get anything for his troubles? No. So there can be signs of tilt that show in the Na'Vi players, right? They can get a little bit dejected. Same to be said for Aurora. Saw that rear its ugly head a little bit earlier today. And just looking at the scores on the doors, Alexi yet to frag. Same for Makazi, 1 for Wonderful, 5 for Bit, and 7 for Imma. So the distribution of frags right now, at least in the rounds 1, has come from 2 main parties. Famas has to come out for Bit. You never lump that for your A anchor. M4's for the rest.
You do have an aggressive play being set up in middle with Wonderful jumping out window. Undetected for now. There is an absolute timing. There's still 9-10 catches. Khan finally brought down. Imma swings through, or his teammates swing through to avenge him. Wonderful onto Senzu as well. It's this whole damn, the FAMAS betrays Bit and no immediate trade. Wonderful though should have him on the mantle. Swing and trade. Mazinia from the Palace makes it a 2-on-2.
And there's U2 right now to really batten down the hatches on this site. Can he get the smoke in? Lobs it out for now, but ahead of it, they could play. Kazi wants to slip, and he has.
Okay.
1v2 for the in-game leader.
Decisions to be made. Blitz, you've got plenty of time. Spotted out now, they'll double swing it, and he'll transfer! Spins on a dime and nails it!
Whew, that is nasty from Blitz.
Oh, that's frag movie
absolutely
material.
nasty. Wow, okay, well that felt like a round where Wonderful scrapped pretty hard to get them a couple of handy frags there, but when that comes out of Blitz, that is going to sit you on your ass damn quick. I'll really put this all into the practice conversation. I know it's only a 2-round gap right now, but they are hitting hard. They don't look as frazzled as what we've seen of them coming into some of the events. You had 5 officials at EPL, right? So that's pretty good practice. You've had 3 here so far, with this being the 4th. You've had some days off in Europe to be able to get the prac in as well. Senzu just saying to Mac there in the pre-game interview, they've been playing 7 or 8 hours a day, so they're definitely in form. It's not like pre-EPL where I'm asking Senzu, did you practice for this one? No, I played Dota.
Okay.
Yeah, they're ready to fight, and this is a world-class team.
Yeah, well, they're definitely looking it today. They're going to put Na'Vi through their paces. A little bit of a Palace push. Imma and Bit partner up to go and hoover up some info.
They even went loud there. I'm not sure if Mazinia would have heard the steps, right? They both sprung into action to try and catch him off guard. He was quite passive, and now he's actually reclaimed control. This is starting to gear up for an ace split. The MP9 could do some damage.
Bit's about to have to work very hard. And he's found ready, putting in a solid shift. Good wallbang back. Hang on, Alexi ahead of the util. Techno ready for it. Calm and composed second frag. More behind that jungle smoke. There could be a very big nade damage here. And they're just getting sprayed on down as well. There's nothing for Imma here.
3 players unloaded on the other side of the smoke. You ain't getting out. And this is really getting troublesome. 5 consecutive rounds for the Mongolz. They are looking sharp, and also the ideas are there, right? There's no lack of utility when it needs to be. So they've definitely come to play today. The reigning Thunderpick champions looking to do it again, and they want to meet FURIA in that final. Losing to FURIA throughout the groups. These are 2 teams who I'd love to see lock horns again. I think the exciting play styles from both of them in a best of 5 could deliver, but we need to get there first. And well, if you didn't think Na'Vi were in trouble, how about them taking 2 tactical timeouts within 7 rounds of play? Blade gets on the mic again. This will be the full rifle round. This time, no questions about, is there an AWP? There definitely is. Wonderful equipped with that. There's even a defuse kit for Imma. So they have everything they need and more to contend for a CT-sided round. Is there a change in the opener? Short player will be starting window. The AWP over towards B, likely boosted up to maybe take a fight against Techno. Diligent stuff from Techno, even just baiting out the shot. Bucketload of information informs Blitz to what the rest of the setup could look like. They quickly scurry down mid, knowing there'll be no AWP. Towards short, connector, and definitely not window now that it's been smoked off. They've left the AWP on B, so it's rifle heavy right now.
And anyone that dares peek into this triangle of death, triangle of sadness. 910 is ready to hold it down. There it is. Again, so quick with that flick of the wrist. Imer just forced into the fight, tries to retreat and run straight to his demise. Good pressure from Makaze, needed that conversion, makes it interesting.
Info there, you know that the short player and the B player have both been noted. Makaze with a kill, Alexi with the one as well. Techno's taken the space. The bomb needs to be picked up, however. He's wonderful aware that this is a possibility. Doesn't look like it. Didn't hear those steps. Techno has a massive gap. But how does Blitz get past it? So bomb needs to be picked up. 910 worrying about a push through middle. Makaze will probably start searching. A-Ramp's been pushed as well. Has to be the B finish with 25 seconds. If the bomb can't get past this line, they cannot win this round.
Yeah, and all it takes is wonderful to hit this shot. And it's likely Na'Vi getting that gun round flowing. Oh! He's missed it.
Not ready for this, though.
Yeah, Techno on the bench. Throws out that progression smoke. Bomb will go down. 3-on-3 on the retake. How do you get back through?
It's a default plant. This will be no good on the retake in for 910 if he comes up short.
They're all rotating in through the market side, so 910's going to be really disconnected from the play. Blitz needs to delay as best he can with Techno's help. Techno gets one. He gets an engagement onto Makaze for 2. Nothing Wonderful can do now. Lost his teammates, lost his support system. And I'm not sure he's even going to be able to save this AWP. That seems to be his plan. 2 frags deep, but not ready for 910. Okay. Hits it on the reaction.
So signs of frustrations there from 910, knowing he should have had that one dead to rights, but it's still their round. 6 already on this T-half. AWP will be carried through. Sure, there is a threat, but Na'Vi, with the loss bonus where it's at, can you justify another buy? Couple of players around that 4K mark. You could get Wonderful dropping an M4. Alexi could buy one of his own. Makaze can buy in as well. Okay, it looks like they just taking a half buy, right? Knowing that they could win with a round like this. 3 MP9s, a FAMAS, and an AWP that has been saved through. So they will be able to full buy into the next regardless of what happens here. This is group. This is a bit more direct than what we've seen out of the Mongolz so far. So a change in tone from Blitz, like the call, could pay off. The setup right now would just be Alexi with the mild support of Makaze on the FAMAS towards short. AWP being allowed to search. Meanwhile, Wonderful out of the play completely. And here they come.
Yeah, Alexi's just going to try and buy as much time as he can. Output usually good from Makaze's B holds, but this time kept to 1, kept humble. They're looking for Alexi, and ooh, yeah, chose to just unload his MP9. It's not looking pretty, not looking good, not looking great.
Now, this is the Mongolz that you want to see, right? This team right now, even then, they take the first shot and they don't just all run in. Right? They stop in the staging area that they just bought them from pushing Alexi away. They throw the utility. They know what they're covering off. Everything looks great. Even in that round where Blitz is scaling up connector, right? 910 posted. It's all right. You can fight the stairs guy. I've got the swing. So the details are here for the Mongolz, and this is 7 rounds. It's just going to keep on stacking up. Hitting the low seed, helping them out in the Vito getting to start on their map. Well, to be fair, you could always, as the high seed, decide to be the team that picks first, right? You pick team A or B. That's how it goes. It's, normally people want to decide in a best of 3 what the 3rd and final map of the series is going to be, so you can dictate the tone. But Na'Vi take that away from them in this occasion. Another frag comes through, sure, but not really anything to get too excited about. Half has already been won. How many more rounds can they throw on top?
An incredibly even kill distribution as well. 6 low end, 8 high end. Everyone playing their part in this Mongolian machine. And you're right, they've just flown out of the gates. I think this looks like a very comfortable start. T-side Mirage to get the juices flowing on that playoff stage. They're actually going to see Na'Vi fight mid, or at least attempt to. Imed throws out quite a telegraph smoke, but peeking into Wonderful, that's a freebie. Nice catch from some aggressive AWPing. That will force Senzu back as well.
Set Wonderful up for more, also trying to clear the top mid box. So Incendiary lands. Senzu, he just wants to take that fight heads up, just standing on the cusp of the flames. They'll back off, they'll give it over. But it's immediately taken, and he's been left to smoke, so he could throw out Connector as well as Window from here. Na'Vi's aggressive jaunt pays off this time. They had to use 4 players there to make that a possibility, and it wasn't just all in. So U2 lobbed out. Pressure applied, Techno in through the connector, underpass to connector now. pretty direct for an A split.
They are going to be coming into the crosshairs now. Nice find from Alexi B. Techno all low. Kill and a half from Alexi. Mazinho, empty hands as well. Bit done very well in defense of his A site. Wasn't ready for a second.
Won't be ready
Palace,
for
though.
Mongolz at all.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, completely unprepared for him. Caught cycling through his nades as this one, from an opening from Wonderful's AWP, falls into place lovely for Na'Vi to break their, what, 7-round silence.
He's still getting frags though, isn't he? Wonderful. I understand they don't have a lot of rounds, but still when offered up, even on the save, there are 3 of those kills have come from just retaining the AWP, but that one was impactful within itself. A little joker play from Mongolz there on the side. You heard Yanko talking about that the other day. It feels like, you know, we were talking about it with Vitality. Yeah, they like to play ROPS here an awful lot, but it's something that's being done by most teams at the moment. You sell that B site in the mid to late rounds, and you hope that you've gambled correctly this time. Mongolz being there pays off. Okay. Well, the finances are available. The Mongolz will be able to buy back in. There's no issue there. But I also like this proactive nature of the timeout from Mara. Right? We've had 3 timeouts in the first half. You're winning 7-3, but it could be so much better. Let's not give them any window to get back in. So is there an adjustment that needs to be made? Like they went for their mid control on that first time. In 9-10 gets flashed off the line. Wonderful steps out, takes him down. Okay. So is there a bigger macro change coming out right now? Do they want to regress to what they were playing with earlier, where it was a little bit more sprightly through the smokes, running at them and charging, or do they have a complete change in mind? Well, let's see what Mara's tactical timeout has offered. Blade also on the mic to be able to course correct if he thinks something's coming up. Na'Vi would bite your hand off to take 5 at the half right now. Considering it started with an Immer clutch on the pistol round. Immediate break on the smoke. Them 2 going now.
Wonderful too. Some aggressive AWPing, aggressive pathing. Mongolz trying to support from that pathing to the chair. It's Wonderful dips away. That's an audible. Senzu relays the information. Someone was poking their nose at a con. Plays for this pixel gap. Line drawn in the sand in mid.
Looks like they want to set up for a B split quite quickly. Mazinho's not lurking A. He's actually taking the bomb over towards B. They've just chopped and changed the setup top mid. Window smoke deployed. Connector as well. Wonderful has a HE to break that open. There's no spam. There's no sound cues in middle right now. It's very quiet on the western front.
This is going to be a lot of work for the 2 of them. How does Mongolz start? He draws attention. They're looking for Alexi, and in combination, Alexi and Mongolz handle this one with poise. 3 down. Mongolz can't even get out of the apartments. Mongolz manages the angle so well, finds a safe haven, and finds another headshot. That is what Na'Vi wanted to see. That is what Blade wanted to see.
Yeah, probably their best round yet, I'd say.
I agreed, yeah.
That one right there, they just absolutely shut them down.
And that, we've seen bits of that on Na'Vi's Mirage as well. When the B site is tested, you know, people see and outline Alexi B as a vulnerability. But often Mongolz from the short side is giving that extra chip in that really sets them up for success on that side of the map.
I like the timing as well. As soon as like connector and window was smoked, they didn't just use the HE immediately. They allowed them to scale if they were going to silently. Then they did it to try and catch them, and then they still have the info, have enough time to rotate Mongolz back to help Alexi. But looking for the fight and really shifting gear as Immer pipes himself deep up middle, but has time to back off. So we'll hold them at bay and force a later timing for this mid control onto the Mongolz. Smokes fade.
Will there be a flash and swing? Molly lands in window, denies the play. Oh, that's really well structured util from the Mongolz. It's a bit of chip damage. Unconfirmed onto Immer.
Now the smoke lands. He still has a HE. Does he want to try that crazy play again?
If for first you don't succeed, maybe give it another shot.
Good info though. Nose plays under window as well as the AWP still top middle.
Oh, what? Mongolz actually just spams away.
I'm not ready for this.
Oh, and then Immer catches Techno looking the other way. 9-10's missed his shot. Mongolz is on the warpath. Swings in for more, and it's all up to 9-10. 1v4, quick 3. Held by the AWP, and that's wonderful. Okay, Na'Vi recovering that half. It was looking like it was going into tailspin after a 2-0 start. Na'Vi thought things were going to flow nicely into 7-2. Goes 7-5.
Okay, yeah, so the recovery is there. They get the pistol. This one's back on, right? I think right now for the Mongolz, though, you got 7 rounds, your map choice, T-side start. You should be content with being able to close this down. You're going to be propelled forward by the fact that the last 2 head-to-heads did go in the favor of Na'Vi. So, coaches just needing to get their mics online for this halftime break. Opportunity to offer the orders. And this was it right here. So getting caught looked like a smoke kill, but Makazi was up there exactly ready for that. So crossfired well with Imma. The two of them try and spring to life in middle. 9-10 will punish them, but really the hard work had been done at that point. It's the mid trio with Wonderful finishing it off there. So this is hopefully going to deliver a bit of a banger over series. We've had the back and forth. Let's see what we get as we swap sides. If you're just joining us, Nuke up next. Ancient is the third and decider if we need to go there. Outline the CT defense that you'll expect from the Mongolz. Now, you will have Mizinho anchoring down towards the A side. Techno towards B. Blitz will be connect to Senzu short, and the AWP of 9-10 finding the impact where it can. What has Blade prepared for this one?
Yeah, everyone is nose deep in their notes.
I think Aurora tried to pick Mirage against Na'Vi the other day as a bit of a punish, right? But Yanko touched upon it on the desk that it's been a strong map for them, especially if you look at last year. And I know a lot's changed since then. They haven't played it a lot. And in the video, when they're banning it second wave, it looks like they're trying to run away from it. So, you know, is it actually a weakness? Is it something they're trying to save for a rainy day? It's Mirage, after all. It's you know, with the structure that's there, they should be pretty proficient at this map. I think they would have expected it as a possibility today, right? You think, okay, last 2 times we beat them on Ancient, it was their map choice, that maybe they change it, right? So you would be prepared. You're not coming in here and getting blindsided by the choice of Mara and co. You know, the Mirage was definitely a likelihood. Spies come in, T side. Smoke in the air towards window immediately. Second one dribbled out as well towards Con. So saw this before, didn't we?
Yeah, identical smokes at least.
Different finish.
Very different.
Molly in a flash over towards A. Mizinho under the balcony. 9-10 to support. Rotation in from Blitz.
Mizinho is really counting on 9-10, baiting him in.
Hearing steps now.
There we go. Stays active. And Mizinho, I thought that would be a hard kill to track, but he does it with ease. Makaze down Tetris.
Didn't take any space off of the death, right? That right there really keeps Na'Vi pinned.
Oh, Mizinho, he's just playing games on him. Up and down the ladder. Second kill found now. A chance for Blitz squandered. Immet, we saw what he could do in the first half with the clutch. This time kept humble.
And look, Techno, he's just been called off. It's like, well, the bomb hasn't committed, so let's stay over towards B, shall we? And that's exactly what he's done. And take a look, Blitz has also pushed down through the underpass, so he could be first detection, guarantee it's there, then they'll just run into B expecting nobody else. Okay, now you think you'd accelerate.
Oh, you clear this or you knife out?
No way you'd clear this.
You thought about it for a second. And now Wonderful maybe can get that tap onto Senzu. One of them's low towards the market. That's 9-10. That's rotated through. Give this one a go, but no margin for error here, and the headshot will be found. Dual Berettas used and utilized to perfection. Mizinho, triple kill in the pistol.
Was it Makazi who went down first, pushing to Tetris?
It was.
So I just question there what the rest of the ramp players were doing, right? Because if someone's going to try and make the space and then you don't use it, they just stayed stuck in ramp and Palace. And I get that the connector player wasn't ready to go then. But does that mean Makazi was ahead of the timing? Right? Because otherwise, where's the push? Where's the play? Right. If the idea is trying to leer out A and isolate that fight, you want to try and take the space. And there they didn't do any of that. So we do split the pistols. Mongolz now up to 8. Should be free opportunity right now to find themselves 9. And Alexi just taking a French tactical timeout, just chilling in spawn. This is going to be relative eco. There's still a Deagle, P250, and a flash in play. And we have some really sketchy moments with the full eco yesterday, if you weren't joining us for the Aurora versus Venom game.
No Aurora here, though.
No, and no Venom either. So maybe they're just full eco specialists.
Well, that P250, you know, Alexi B, he understands. Just a tiny investment can make all the difference.
The Jason Moses O'Toole rule of thumb right now. You've
Yes.
always got money for a P250.
You can always afford one.
Split's going to die in the same place. Might get swarmed right now. The Glocks are coming. The MP9, how many can he get? Well, the support is there. Turns out.
Chill.
You don't need to overstep that, Techno. You've got yourself the frags you need. Just back off. Let them simmer in it. Maybe they just want the round to be over. They know how these Glock ecos go. People really wanting to drag them out for as long as possible. Siphon that utility. The Mongolz trying to quicken it up for everybody playing at home. Still noisy. Techno could just do it himself, but Mazinho is here just in case. Getting a bit sketchy now. And there you go. So this one, non-starter on the eco, but the rifle's about to come out into the next. Something for his troubles.
Yeah, $300 for bit.
And Blitz was on the other side of the map, so he isn't going to be able to upgrade his MP9 into that M4. Will be all good in the hood. They can operate with that Techno. More than a strong enough weapon to anchor down that B site. 910's going to bring out his AWP as well. So it feels like the AWPing mismatch that just had more AWPs, obviously, through the winning fashion for the Mongolz throughout this. RV window, Tomcat smoke, standard opener. Site-centric defense from the Mongolz immediately. They didn't play aggressive for middle at all. Not playing ahead of the smokes, not trying to do any chip damage towards top middle. And they have set something up to be quite cheeky here on the crawl through underpass. So this feels like anti, right? At what timing do they traditionally walk through underpass? Is there a tell on a piece of utility?
I mean, that seems likely to catch him off, but not if they molly window. So diligent stuff from Na'Vi. Still cycling through their nades. They've got plenty for the finish.
Can't really reassemble that boost because if Emma was close, would have heard all of that. No smoke landing now. So a couple of smokes to block on this CT side.
Oh, behind the box. Looks like it's a likely fight here. Backing away is Senzu. Pushing forward was Blitz. Easy pickup. There's 910 with the chip in. Feels like the pressure's about to really get amped up on this B side. What is Techno supposed to do? A free frag for Imes. Senzu caught walking through the smoke, caught lacking.
Techno needs at least one.
Yeah, what's he supposed to do? Makazi farthing forward. I think he caught a whiff of him. Perfect execution of the anchor.
Might be the save. Mazinho still having a look right now, but smoked and mollied off. It'd be advisable to get out of there, and that's if you can. Pepper through the smoke. Makazi almost takes him down, so Mazinho needs to back off. 910 needs to hold on to this AWP. He's going to be hearing these steps of Imma, so can report that to Mazinho. Also make it tough for 910 to find a safe haven to save himself. Well, the USP, it does the job. Well, the hunt is likely going to continue right now. Na'Vi need to be careful, right? This is only going to be their first round of the second half. They don't actually have a lot of money, so some drops will be necessary into the next. If they gave over more kills, that would be very problematic. And when that turns into a B split with the setup that the Mongolz have, they feel like they do need to fight in middle because it is just Techno being left on the island with the MP9, right? So we need to try and slow them down, get a couple of kills, and they're unable to do so successfully. Sure, 910 lines it up with the AWP, but using Blitz and Senzu in the mix, it does really just leave Techno in a very, very rough position. There will be no issues for the buy on the CT side. And again, Mara just being very diligent in times of need, right? I understand he took the timeout late in the second half, in the first half, and it didn't reap the rewards they were looking for, but still taking the time to give them that poise and have the conversation before their money gets broken. Blade did the same thing first half. So does this set them up right now to bounce back and grab double digits, or do Na'Vi draw this into a 2-round game?
See how evasive those pesky 10th rounds, those double digits can be. Against Na'Vi.
Standard opener again, right? Not even starting anything too crazy.
This is quite quick
Well,
pathing.
yeah, that is.
Wow, and even not only pathing, but fragging.
They're running B.
Okay, Techno caught off guard
Ace
by
change.
Gears Makaze. Yep, jumping into the site, clears it through. Senzu empty-handed as well.
Okay, all right.
Wow, lovely turn up of the temperature there.
Yeah, both teams flexing some aggression on their T sides right now, and this will just have to be the save again, so the same two, but a lot more time for the hunt and more money to do so. So Alexi gonna let the Hounds, being himself, off the leash right now to try and take these away.
See ya.
Yeah, well, Mazinha even picking out, probably not expecting a player to be there that quick. So now 9-10. They will just slowly start clamping down on your position. Buy himself a little way out here, but there's more to deal with. The flash going to come in, perfectly lands, and they're going to lose it all.
Oh, I mean, you know that's just an on-the-fly offer. He's just out, Flashy Palace.
That's
and
perfect,
just
though.
couldn't be better. The angle he was on.
Oh, that'll have to be the eco for the Mongolz. So now we get a chance to really just make this a one-round game at this point. Unless we can get some crazy dig moments, but just the pace of that, right? So running straight down the guts of middle, Imma more than happy to take that window fight, wins it out. Accelerating B as well. They're just swarming with the pace. Senzu, knowing they can be up cat, has no one who can help him, has to worry about B-apps as well, and it's all over Red Rover. Highlight to this one, Techno and 9-10 with some digs, P250 for Senzu, just USPs for the other two. So with the way that they're approaching this, they're not really even inserting themselves into the rounds early. So you're not going to see the Mongolz being able to find an opening kill with ease. For a stack to come their way at this juncture. Going through the motions, using their util, being diligent about this. Don't want to get popped upon. They know what they're up against. It has to be the eco with the financial situation. The back and forth between the sites. The initial A gamble, it was off the mark, but they've been given enough time to reroute. Does Imma search first before the B hit? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the timing's going to be there for Imma to get first action, but it's already becoming very clear.
And now they pivot.
They can go back in time. Mazinho is going to get sideswiped if Bit didn't beat Imma to the punch. And
I just want the frags.
Everyone's just hungry for a couple of extra eats.
Back and forth between the sites. That'll be that. Okay, okay. 9-8 in favor of the Mongolz. But for how much longer? It's now a 3-round stretch that Na'Vi have been able to post on their T side. And straight into the notes. So something's being called. Everyone, is this a special? Okay, let's see what this one entails, shall we? Everyone glancing at the notes, even the in-game leader.
I'm curious.
I'd always love to get my hands on some Blade notes, even if they're a year out of date, just to see what we're working with. They're going to fight for mid-control right now, jumping out the window.
Flash the mid player off. They'll go a second layer of that. And booked. Backing away and pinned. Nice find. Alexi versus Blitz.
Really struggling with this boost right now. Oh, and clumsy with the noise as well. This is getting out of control, boys.
Doesn't matter if 9-10 can just shoot you in the head, though.
Yeah, what are we boosting for?
What's going on here? Okay, bit out Palace. Found by Mazinho.
Needs another.
From Makaze. Going to give it a go. Flash works out, but he gets it blind. Damn, the team play was there. Senzu tried to bail Mazinho out. Now it's just going to be this 3-on-2 with the bomb maneuvering up the ramp. Techno on that CT side. Senzu pays quite the heavy price to take a glance out jungle. Will Techno try and play to deny, or yeah, just draw attention? Smoke will limit Makaze's contributions in the info department, both backing away ramp side.
Yeah, the biggest problem for the Mongols, and they don't know it, is this HE that Imma has left over, and he was already starting to pivot for the save potential. Needs to hang around now just in case, but there's no spam, there's no flashes, there's no extra util, and they are just going to tie things up. So that right there, sure, Blitz gets caught in middle, then the clumsy movement, 9-10 grabs one back, they start immediately swarming onto A based off of that information. Mazinho needing a multi-kill in that scenario, but the way that's gone, it's a bit of a pitter-patter, right? They don't have spacing that's close. They've gone very wide. They get to isolate and take those fights on their own terms. So Na'Vi turning up the heat in this one now as we tie things up. It's a fun game from like the top-down perspective, right? You're really getting to see the decisions that are being made and why. There's been a couple of rounds that are all in from both teams with the gear shifts. Two saved guns, lost bonus there. You just partial behind this.
4 frags across 4 rounds for the defensive side. Mongolz struggling to get the just output they need, and that's going to be even more difficult here. CZ75 though. Always excited when I see one of those bad boys.
I think K Serrato making us all respect this again.
It's like up close, good angle for it. Turn the flash and easy frag. Imma sideswipes the CZ.
It's the two of them again, Emma and Makazi, right? This is what I like on Ancient, this duo, right? Makazi will run out first, take the space. It's a little bit more systematic on Mirage, the way that they do this, and Makazi's playing on the extremity of B right now. But the two of them, especially on the CT side, they seem to work very well together.
Well, we saw them setting up on stage. It was just Makazi and Ima arrived early. They hit a very loud, reverberating dap up, which obviously means the synergy's high today.
Yeah, well, they are homogenizing exactly like that. So 4v5, those M4s are still in the mix. Techno would need to do something special right now.
Yeah, how many have you got on that M4? 0. Damn, Alexi very quick to that one. And there's Makazi in the feed once more, becoming a mainstay. 9-10, it's a nice shot on the Desert Eagle, but the extras elude.
They were very sharp early, Mongolz, so this is really like a tap that's been turned off. And so we were talking about the lack of kills in the last couple of rounds, right? I think a part of this is they're not in the right place in some of these scenarios. They've been outmaneuvered, outcalled, and they're not able to play off of each other and even find sufficient trade work at the moment. So if the individuals aren't hitting, they're not in the right place, and they're not trading, at the moment they really need to try and insert themselves in the game. So what you would expect right now is potential change of play, really, let's see if we get good spawns to jump up balance with the AWP. Try and dictate the tone of the game, because at the moment you're allowing it to be dictated to you. The one round they jumped up middle, Blitz gets flashed off the line, dies running back through the smoke. So that's not even an all-in. That was just one player making a move on his own. They need to do something as a collective, and I'm sure that's likely what Blade is letting them know in those 30 seconds that could be coming up. Just feeling that long streaks at the moment with little spots from either team. Remember, both winning CT side pistols, but it's the T side where both teams are really putting on their best performances. Double AWPs. This is a crutch that we do see the Mongolz fall into. I want to say rarely successful, but why not now? Again, look at the radar. Map control being given over. Nothing jarring, no nades, no mollies to slow down the default. You've got all the space you want to maneuver right now, Alexi. So what are you going to call your team back into? Window smoke dipped in. Emma will be playing on his intuition and timings in through the underpass. The other four set up to bear down on Mazinho's site with the overwatch of 9-10's AWP.
Wonderful's going to be taking that first line. 9-10's the one holding it. Not an easy fight from Wonderful's POV. Still nails it though.
Needed that.
Makazi gets number 2. Yeah, Mazinho needed something.
Site's wide open.
Output as the first contact there on this site. Sure, Blitz has got here in time. Wonderful's position noted. Alexi just going to be going for a brazen plan in the middle of sight. Gets it down, and the body should just keep falling here. Yeah, Wonderful's just racking him up, knocking him down. Senzu left wanting, is trying to save this AWP. Now, they know he has that secondary AWP. Well, likely to be the primary if he can save it.
Yeah, at this point, just hold on to it. You're getting absolutely owned right now. I understand that could come back to bite them, right? And the AWP gets a multi-kill in the next round, but Mongols haven't been close in any of these rounds.
Even.
There hasn't been any resistance whatsoever, right? They've just been getting absolutely destroyed. And that right there, there were chances, right? They even got the opening kill, so they have the man advantage. It's not on the site where the fight's coming through. Makazi, flash, fight, found. Senzu wins it. But the A defense, you get the dink, you don't get the kill. The AWP doesn't get anything on the way in, getting flashed off the line every time. So having a really, really rough go of things right now. That is 11 rounds. Now it's the lead for Na'Vi. Just 2 more for them to get it done. And why would you change anything up? This is working perfectly. You might even just go on a run right now to close out the map and go into yours and nuke up next. And the momentum that maybe Mongols were hoping to run with in this series, it's getting taken away. 9-10 does get the weapon back. Everybody else in with the M4s.
Ooh.
You have to fight. You have to. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, and it's the one time there's only Ima here. So he gets full top mid. Mazinho relays the info.
So what's the contingency? Because if you make this play as the Mongols, you know there's a response.
All fires off a shot, gets flashed off. Techno trying to play a cheeky game here, but the flash is perfect. They jump through straight past him. Techno, though, there's a jump scare for 2. Can't get the second. It's pieced together once more. Makazi gifted that AWP with the low HP, and he's going to have to put it to good use because Wonderful's been caught. Senzu spams away for the, I was going to say equalizer. Not necessarily, still operating a man down. Senior reveals his position, creeping and crawling is Senzu. Mongolz should have him, but it's a nice find. Senzu trying to find a way back in, trying to forge a path. Opportunity is there. Time is 2. 10-second defuse. There's him finding Senzu. They can't seem to get these fights cleanly. Alexi can. And Na'Vi find 12. Where did the Mongolz go?
Yeah, this is crazy, right? It's such a big shift of momentum within this game.
They've done the same thing. The question is if they can do one better, right? But it was in the first half we saw Mongolz get 7 consecutive T-side rounds. Well, they've matched that identically. Now Na'Vi just need the one more.
What do we get? 3 rounds now out of the Mongolz, right? Take us to overtime. Is that how this one's going to go?
That's how the script is written.
Well, everything's going to get thrown out right now because things haven't been working, so try something different. You have to. There's a play, another one that they're hoping to make.
And here's a double push. So you put the pressure on 2 duos. And 9-10 will reveal.
Okay, does Bit find the timing? Blitz might as well.
Looks like Imir's got a freebie, yeah. 9-10 completely booked on his contact walk. Blitz, however, catches wonderful. It's all very sneaky beaky. Imir got 2 on his screen. Senzu just looked away. One on the reload gets the transfer. Multi-kill again from Imir. He started with 1. Looks like he could have ended as well. It's just Mazinho on this Tetris side. Likely to find Bit. Just looked away. Turned at a free frag, a jump scare for Mazinho.
This is 9-5 to 12-9 in favor of Na'Vi. There's absolutely no way this one's getting done. The Techno, 1v3 situation, you have to play for it.
Oh, he has played it beautifully. Little parkour, jumps across, denies Alexi B on the plant, forces the flashbang to retrieve the bomb, but they haven't been able to get it safely. Smoke will be thrown. It's actually a flash. He still has the opportunity to push him there. Careful on the right side. Overlooked. Wasn't ready. Na'Vi take the map and take it with just a run to the finish line. 8 consecutive. Not what I was expecting, not what the Mongolz were expecting.
No, I think right there, if you take a look at how so many of those frags went down, the Mongolz had players with backs turned, or they were the ones with backs turned. It wasn't like they were getting the fights that they were hoping for. And this is a capitulation right there, because you're 9-5 up, you start so strong, I'm praising the T side, and then you can't piece it together on the CT side, which you're hoping to be the easier of the bunch, especially on your map choice. So you couldn't do it on Ancient in the last 2 head-to-heads. This time you pick Mirage, you can't do it again. And guess what? We know what's coming up next. It's going to be Nuke. So that right there for the Mongolz, it's not about practice. Maybe Na'Vi are their kryptonite.
Yeah, maybe. It might just be one of those things. I mean, the desk were discussing it about the fact that they, do their prep. Na'Vi are a very prep-heavy team. They've seen how multiple times they're just looking at those notes going, what did he say? Yeah, okay, option 3. Yep, subsection C, I need that flash, and this one. Maybe Mongolz are just being, are still growing into this discomfort around teams prepping for you, knowing your moves. And it felt like they ran out of options very quickly.
Well, let's see what the desk have to say.
Lining into that map for Na'Vi, 8 rounds in a row, lads, to claim that map when it looks pretty far gone at times when that second half started. That was a huge comeback for Na'Vi.
That was a huge comeback, and listen, I mean, I hate to be the one who said I told you so, but that CD side, man, once again for the side of Mongolz, the T side looked phenomenal, looked really good. They win the pistol, convert a second as well. 9-5, you think this one's done. You think this one's done and dusted. And then it just looked flat. It's not about individuals not popping off, but it felt like they were always like 2 steps behind Na'Vi. And Alex said it as well. It's more like they had such a good read on what's going to be happening. And individually as well, like everyone just seemed to be fired up for the side of Na'Vi. And Mongolz, once again, CD side capitulation on this map of Mirage.
Listen, ages ago you would be a fool to pick Cash against Exist, and now I think now
all right, Boomer.
now we've shown why you don't pick Mirage into Blade and Na'Vi and Alexi and the squad, right? I mean, they're just have such a good understanding of the map. They play default heavy. They do on every map, right? But it's very difficult when they're on point to punish them, right? To find gaps in their game. Of course, Mongolz had a tremendous T side, but then once that switched, I think Na'Vi had a stellar T side of their own where there really wasn't much that Mongolz could do to stop them.
Let's talk a little bit about that first half, because Na'Vi did not have it their own way for all of this game. What was Mongolz doing right to win so many rounds in a row?
I think it was fun to see them. I think in the first gun round, they missed the window smoke on purpose, sent Blitz there to draw attention to himself. Then they had 3 guys walking out tab. So they had some plays in there in default. Also Techno putting pressure towards that B bomb site to really keep Na'Vi on their toes. They had a couple of plays where Na'Vi as a team tried to fight for mid, tried to retake mid, and it just didn't work out. You know, Mongolz were able to neutralize them and just have a very solid T side.
Yeah, but for me, like, even though the T side was quite good from the side of Mongolz, I look at the pistol run, for example, right, where Ima had at 4K, and he was gifted 3 separate 1v1s, right? And that's always been a problem for the Mongolz, where, sure, your aggression is how you win a lot of these runs, but when you have the advantage, right, work the advantage, make it almost impossible for your opponent to steal a round away from you. We saw it in the pistol round, but then again, we saw them have a streak of rounds together. I'm like, all right, they've recovered, it's going to be fine. But for me, the CD side it felt a little static. And when they finally decided to go for a more aggressive play, so to speak, like double play, I think it was the final round there, 2 players coming into underpass, for example, they just were not able to get those fights they wanted to do. Na'Vi did a very, very good job just slowing it down. And when they popped into those bomb sites, man, some of the fast plays coming out, Mongolz were caught napping. Like, within like 15 seconds, 3 players dead right there.
Let's talk through some of those fast plays. Round 16, a fast B split. That was perfect.
That was just so well done. Like the first kill, it's going to be a fast B pinsip coming in here. Ima a little lucky with a spam there to get the kill, but look at Makaze, man. Once just leading the pack right there, gets the first kill, immediately jumps on out, and just like leading. It looks simple, right, overall, but the fact that they always seem to have the read, and look at where the Mongolz players were. Just default setups over there, not being too aggressive, and when they tried to take the fight, it felt like it was a little bit too late in the game for them to get that back.
And it was a very early change of pace, right? This is the reset round off of the back of the first gun round where it was just default, and Ima doing a great job of taking connector control and finding opening kills, right? Like that's what he's so good at on this map, and it's after these 2 rounds where you look at it, it's like, oof, the Mongolz might be in trouble.
Some messy rounds though for Mongolz, Janko. Round 18, that was not ideal.
Yeah, it's after the round that Bleb pointed out, the following gun round, is now you see the adjustments trying to come in from the Mongolz. They're trying to be more aggressive towards mid, right? You see Blitz here playing close up. But again, Na'Vi just so good at defaulting and punishing these sort of plays. They're going to get a kill on Blitz with Alexi. Senzo and 910 are trying to boost up in the smoke. It's not working out. It's a bit comical at this point in time. Of course, once they bail from this, 910 is just going to find a kill on Alexi. But why do this? What is this? What is that? You're in a 4v4 situation, you go for that jump, you get punished, right? Then on A, the play starts coming in, but if they had 9-10 there as an extra body, they might be able to get the trade, might be able to have, instead of a 2v3, a 3v2, and it's against the style that Na'Vi likes to run. Making those sort of mistakes can be very, very punishing, and he knows it.
I think it's just that instinctual reaction we see from the Mongolz players, where when you're playing against, let's say, a 9Z or an Imperial, you can get away with that, right? So I'm going to jump up and get another kill. You can't do that against Na'Vi. You can't do it against a team that's so procedural. You've got to make sure that every little angle, every little hole is being covered as well. So, yeah, aptly punished by this T-side from Blade.
Cover your holes. Nice
Always got
advice.
to cover your holes, yep.
Having seen that first map, 2-0, or is this series going a third?
Look, I still wouldn't count the Mongolz out because heading into Nuke, I know we're going to talk about it a little bit later on. It was very evident what the Na'Vi side did against them the last time they played. The T side especially, they found a lot of holes. They were catching them off guard with a lot of these faster plays as well. So it's not like Mongolz out of the equation yet. They're going to be starting the CT side. They are warmed up for sure because everyone's kind of firing off at least in the first half. So I wouldn't call it quite done yet here, Alan.
Yeah, they definitely have their chances. It's not that they played super poorly as much as Na'Vi played great on the T side. They'll start on T side on Nuke, so we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, indeed. Nuke up next. Na'Vi's pick. Can they win this 2-0 and book their ticket in the grand finals? Don't go anywhere.
That's the kill, the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Time for nuke here between Na'Vi and the Mongols. And lads, I want to start off this discussion about Makaze. On this map, he plays outside, CT and T side. He had a pretty good first map, but this will be a great litmus test for this player. It's probably the most influential position, particularly CT side, on any map in the game right now. Communication, rotations, playing well with your team. This is a huge moment for this young player.
Yeah, for sure. And for me, I was watching the game they had against the Mongols last time they beat them on this, right? It was mainly on the T side they won this, and he was so instrumental in just getting so much information and just by himself. It was Blitz who's playing outside for Mongols, right? And it felt like, you know, there was 70-30 duels going his way all the time. So he's going to be very instrumental. But apart from that, it's also for me the fact that for Na'Vi, how they caught Mongols off guard last time was these really fast plays coming in, right? Just going to its ramp real quickly, catching Mizuno off guard multiple times, and then upper pop. And for some reason, Mongols just don't seem to have that answer. When they have the weaponry, they just play very default, not ready for those fast pops coming in. And I feel if they're not able to adapt to that here, Navi's just going to run away with this.
Yeah, definitely surprised by the pace in that game, and also they got reset 3 times.
Yes.
You know, so couldn't get their economy going early on. After that, Navi has a lead. They're playing with a ton of confidence. So yeah, I think you could see early on with Makaze and Nuke, it was more about like not necessarily making mistakes, not trying to do too much, just not mess up, right, and do what he's told. But over time, he's getting the swing of it, right, being able to take more initiative on his own, contribute more, give good information, just create openings, right, not just pace, but also opening kills. So I think as time progresses, this is one of those positions and maps where he'll only get better with time.
Presumably having won 9 T rounds for Na'Vi on their last nuke outing. We're looking at Blade, we're looking at Lexi. We're saying the system here is a huge factor in this map.
Yes, absolutely. And again, like, you know, this Na'Vi T-sites and a lot of the maps we've seen, so, I mean, not all the maps, but at least we saw in Mirage looking really good, on Nuke as well. But I want to actually harken back to what, you know, Mizuno said, is like they have so many analysts, you know, they have Blade, the coach. Listen, you have Mara. I'm not sure what their support structure is, but basically you should have expected Nuke to be coming in as the pick from Na'Vi. I'm just hoping, and listen, anyone, you know, who's watching, who watched that particular VOD, that particular demo, would realize how Na'Vi were able to abuse at CD side. So what I'm looking from the Mongols is don't play reactive. You can't play safe. Right now you already have mapped down, and it's looking like it's going to be 2-0 for Na'Vi. So basically make Na'Vi sweat on their T side. Don't give them the freedom to execute what they want to do. And also, like Yanko and I just pointed out as well, Na'Vi going for these really fast plays as well. So have your nades, have your utility and protocols, and more importantly, don't get reset when you have that when you have those rifles out.
And I think also don't let it get in your head, right? If Na'Vi does go for the more default, slower playstyle, a lot of times you're playing a bit in the dark, you know, they're denying you information. You can't overthink, like, oh, they can be anywhere, and there's 7 players on the server instead of 5, right? Like, just make a decision in the mid-round, what you want to fight for, where are you going to be weak, where are you going to be strong, what the reaction is, and stick with it, right? And after that, you adjust from that point.
And it's also like, you know, that's something the Mongols are generally very good at, right? While what they might be lacking in their macro plays, they're especially good in these small little, you know, 2-man, 3-man pushes, just syncing up very well together, and that's where they find a lot of success as well. So it's not like something that they're alien to, right? So hopefully, I'm just hoping we get a third map, man, because so far it's just been kind of one-sided here.
What part will Wonderful play? I mean, it's Nuke CT side, there's options for an AURORA. How much influence can he have on this map?
I think you can have a good amount, right? You can be very mobile. You can open on so many different spots on the map, whether you just want to go outside at the start, when you want to go maybe straight to secret, go towards ramp if the call is to go for a slightly delayed lobby crunch. So yeah, I think he can definitely find his spots.
Yeah, for sure. And even on the Mirage game, even though he didn't necessarily light up the scoreboard, we had Makaze and Ima actually at the top of the scoreboard right there. But you could see on some of those crunch rounds, those post plans, for example, with the AWP, he was hitting what he needed to hit. And that's all he needs to do.
Okay, Nuke stands between Na'Vi and the grand final. Sponge, Machine, let's get playing.
Thank you very much, Alan. Yes, let's get playing indeed. A Thunderpick World Championship and the semi-final is going to be coming to a conclusion. Is it after this map? Well, that remains to be seen. Na'Vi picked it, though. And they just took Mongolz pick.
Yeah, it's tough, right? They're breaking down the particulars here for Nuke, but if you're going to take anything from Mirage, they were tied up in opening kills, both teams 11 apiece, right? We split the pistols. Clutches actually went in the favor of Mongolz. It's just that all Mongols were playing well in the first half, and all the Mongols disappeared in the second half. And Na'Vi played a great game. So clinical Counter-Strike coming out from them, and you've seen the system on display, and now we'll get this one underway.
Nuke, they were talking about that EPL match where we had Wonderful on the couch post-game. He said, yeah, it's never been so easy for me on the outside on Nuke. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stroll in the park, that matchup. Second in the series this time. A lot of U2 invested upon. All blown off. Flashes through, harassing top, and back turn. Senzu gets the opener.
Yeah, Senzu looking sharp. Oh, very sharp. Tap in two. Mongolz finally gets him down. Techno up on the top of the heart does deliver in combination with 9-10's tap. And this round already feeling like it's kind of over.
Okay, it's only been CT side pistols so far, but that's all good in the hood. Wonderful. See if he can make some money. A little bit sketchy there. Blitz should go down. Bowled over by the burst. You don't see that too often. USP, one bullet, needs the reload. If he had the bomb, we could start having a bit of a conversation. They'd need to line up or something crazy. Oh my God! Wonderful!
Oh, that is insane! How about that? Wonderful with absolute precision.
Okay, pack it up. Pack it up.
That's never, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that sequence ever before. There's 1, 2, and oh, the double taken to the third.
I can't believe it.
Yo, that was stunning.
So anyway,
as you were saying,
we haven't only had CT pistols, of course.
No, like we all expected. Wonderful 1v4. And a vent drop where the bomb gets killed, but then Techno drops in after it. Now he got back up the vent with his knife out. What's going on here? Everyone take a breath. Everyone focus up.
Kazi's lost in the sauce here.
He is. Blitz has found himself holding spawn.
Okay, this is crazy. So Blitz doesn't have any timings available. Wonderful's been tagged
okay.
now. We'll
He's
have
dead
to go,
now. He's
okay,
dead. He's
now
dead.
there's a timing.
Okay, good find.
But Makazi's still here. They don't know about it. They don't know that Makazi's here. They're going to assume he's already down secret or something.
And a free plant. Thank you very much. Should be nothing more to be said about this one, but I mean, nothing's impossible.
Especially after that pistol round.
Especially after that pistol, and especially Mongolz without that luxury of a defuse kit. Oh, and he's just perfectly found 9-10. Okay, reveals his position. Options very limited. Has got potential to try and swing on in for more. 10-second defuse being stuck. Running out of bullets, tries to transfer. Looks like he's going to have to concede. Give this one up. He's just hoping to hit it on the wall bang. Not quite connecting. Mongolz take the second in the absence of the pistol.
Damn, it didn't look too far off with the spam there either, did it?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe they got the penetration. I don't know.
Thank God that they course-corrected there, because after that pistol round, I thought that could just mentally be the undoing. The fact that they hold on there, and that's through chaos. They were able to manufacture that. That's obviously with Na'Vi going for a very unorthodox second-round play, right? Going for a vent dive like that. That's so Source-esque, right? It's not something you see in the modern game too often. It did allow the Mongolz to draw that into a chaotic moment.
I mean, Alexi's also probably feeling pretty hard done by the fact he's the guy that gets spammed through the smoke as the bomb carrier. 2 players make it across, but bomb doesn't. Oh, okay, early pressure onto Mazzinho. There's some support in 9-10, but hang on.
This is the pace the desk were discussing. Very in your face, right? Just getting stuck into the Mongolz, and you'd hope that the individuals are able to deliver multis. It's not the case at the moment.
So what is the use case for Makaze when the rest of the squad are all grouped up elsewhere? He's low HP and he's only got a Deke, so how is he supposed to help?
Right now it forces these rotations, right? So 2 players having to worry about this slip down secret. Ramp was also pressured, so it split the defense. It's now going to allow this pack to potentially make a dent in towards A.
Yeah, potentially. Techno, however, has other plans. He's even worried about the Heaven Wrap. Okay, his progressions now get spotted at the back of the site. Alexi B's Tech 9 versus Tech. No! Okay, 15 HP to go. Still tracks him. Mazzinho and Techno now worse for wear. There's a couple of kills. Oh dear, Na'Vi, hold your horses. Blitz the only man with health.
Had.
Yeah, now he has lost his head. Wonderful, however. Removing Blitz and Mazzinho in the clutch. That looks like he could... Oh, nearly dunked him. Forced wide with the flame. Wonderful, just about somehow stays alive. Makaze just needs to hit 1 bullet. As Mazzinho got the clutch in him, looking pretty good, looking spectacular. Clutches on clutches. We are having a chaotic nuke today.
This is what we're looking for, right? Mirage was all about the macro, right? Out-calling each other, some great T-sides, absolutely stunting your opponent. Sure, we had that blitz, specky spray transfer for 2, but right now, these first 3 rounds are delivered. Entertainment factor being turned up a notch on nuke. That one there should humble the finances, but with only 1 player staying alive, you're always considering, do we chip in again? It is just going to be 1 dig in the mix in the hands of Wonderful, who has 7 kills, 3 rounds deep. He's hitting hard, having a great tournament. Last time the Mongols, they got a little bit impatient, didn't they? That was where we had Blitz and Techno push the B apartments, try and take the fight. We know what Na'Vi are up to. Siphon through the CT utility. See if they get a little bit overzealous, go for some pushes, give away a kill or 2. Just play for info. These rounds, I think you need to mentally prepare yourself for on both sides. As the T's, they know this is just a rubbish round, but we need to get max value out of it, or Blade won't let us eat tonight. And on the other side, it's like, well, if we overstep the mark, we're going to really screw up our first rifle round against these boys. So let's make sure we start to build some residual cash against the easy one. Blitz would love some confidence boosters, I'll tell you that. Dispatched off, caught in the open, and there you have it. Just 1 casualty. Not too many issues right there, but still, with only 1 deagle invested upon, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Okay, so let's get into the guns. Wonderful will not have the AWP. It'll be rifle heavy, 5 AKs for the call. No timeout, so just going to go with the game plan. It's just a little bit later that the game plan will be starting than they would have expected. What happens when Wonderful wins a crazy 1v4? He had absolutely no world of winning. Seen this a lot from Na'Vi, right? These double layerings to the outside smoke. So they'll throw a variation, will either be a diagonal first and then the straight line, or... Out of 2 ramps, and Mazinho can't get bullied. Okay, so different variation. Diagonal first, now the straight line. He's actually going to try and pass through it in towards... Oh, sorry, Warehouse, excuse me. He's found the gap.
Just in time as well. Blitz didn't spot him.
That was perfect. 9-10, will he catch him?
Oh, yeah. Not going to hit the shot, though, but at least Blitz gets a warning. Now on high alert for Makaze's occupation of the garage. It's a fight Makaze's willing to take, and takes it with ease. Not a single point of damage dealt to Na'Vi.
I'm feeling a lot of pressure there, right? Mazinho actually had to, it looked like he rotated down to B.
Oh, Makaze baited in as well. Thought there was one. There's a whole lot more
miss.
where that came from. A triple swing. 9-10 screaming. I've seen 3 of them. Now it's pushed into lobby to look for those loose pieces. God, Mazinho's got so much to be concerned about at the same time here. Techno to lend a hand and does chip in. Makaze gone.
Gonna get this one.
He's going to get another one, and now it gets awkward for Na'Vi.
25 seconds, Alex. They need to make a decision. Are they going A or B? Right now, they're marooned.
Oh, wait. It's a freebie coming his way. Forced up the ladder. They know Mazinho's low. Damage inflicted. They're trying to keep pressure onto Mazinho, but they need to find the finish, Chad. Where is that bomb?
Go down to B. Is there time for this? Is there time for this?
I'm not even sure. 8, 7. There's someone here. 5. Alexi, where's the cover?
That's the round!
That's the round! Winner from Techno! A tongue of the tongue, awkward round, and that advantage that Makaze fought so hard for. You can see him kind of tutting his tongue on the cam there.
I'm not sure what happened, right? Because there was so much confusion here. There's going to have to be some form of a debrief, because they had so much time and they were waiting for the rear. It's a 5v2 situation. They've just floundered right there. That's quizzical. The initial play, Makaze gets across. 9-10 catches him, doesn't hit the shot. Blitz now under pressure. 9-10 also worried about ramp, because I think Mazinho rotated down to B. So the Mongols didn't know what was going on, and then it turned out nor did Na'Vi. They've been given a lifeline on this CT side. That is huge. Look at this buy right now. Sure, 2 AKs, some upgrades around it. It's just such an odd situation to find yourself in if you're Na'Vi. ED nade, sends them back. That's what Blair said he wanted to see. You know, good protocol utility. If they're going to try and bully, send them packing. Na'Vi back to this slower pace. I'm also surprised not to see attack timeout off the back of that, right? Blade just like, so at least they can just sit there and try and reset. But if they show some fight right now and continue to have good ideas, still very early stages.
It's flirting with the secret stairs, and Xenia trying to spot for anyone crossing through. Does get spotted and spots multiple bodies out in yard. Towards credit, maybe wanting to path further towards that hell position. Senzu spots him out on his progressions and tames the spray nicely. Does a composed little tap sequence.
Time again, boys. This is agonizingly slow. Forced into B again. Nice nade.
Oh, bang on the money. 100 damage inflicted to Wonderful from HE's this half, or rather this round, excuse me.
Seeing Alexi just hit the brakes on this one, it's like, mate, you do need to go and die unless you're planning on saving this again. So you're going to have to get a move on. You can see this aircon position that's been held. He gets tagged, doesn't even know where it's from, so it's going to have to be the save. Alexi hoping to back off. Could go down after time, Alex.
Yeah, I think that's something Mongolz are discussing.
This would be miserable. This would be the most horrible start. Can they track him? Can they get there in time?
Oh, I think he will. I think he will.
Oh,
okay. I mean, it's going to be a weird one. AK with no helmet.
Yeah, do we see him just drop it across, or does he buy behind it, right? It's 5-1. They have taken the tactical timeout. I think you need to try and wash away the residue that losing that bad round, the 5v2, could potentially have. Your T-half, a little bit belated. The only round you have is a wonderful 1v4 in the pistol round. And Mongolz are picking up a bit of steam. You can't get too far ahead of yourself if you're the Mongolz. Remember how map 1 went. Lose the pistol, end up going on a 7-round spread, thinking, okay, they're in the driver's seat. They've come to play today. They're well pracked. Dropping the map 13-9. It really just fell apart very, very quickly. And that can happen again. No reason it can't. Back to the notes. Back to the heavy reading that is going on in the Na'Vi camp. What orders have been issued here? Everyone's got what they're looking for. A couple of Galils in lieu of AK-47s, one for Wonderful, one for Imma. AWP starting ramp again, just making sure that Vincere can't get bullied. 9-10, the big brother.
He's going to kind of walk towards the line. Thinks twice about pushing the issue, and Vincere will just remain in this jiggle incendiary defense of the ramp side.
Yeah, so normally you see them throw the smoke, right? That means they can play behind it and maybe even bully him through it. So right now, they're just opting to have the AWP hold the line, make sure nobody gets across, and then he can block with U2, leaves him that smoke as well. But Makazi back to his exploits. Got the timing again.
Oh, amazing. Perfect, but better from 9-10. Saw the gap in Blitz's approach. Fills it.
So this is a nice adjustment, right? It's a very micro thing, but it's like bring the AWP, make sure that Vincere doesn't have to use his util. Then when they try and bully, he has more to block. You see it right there. An adjustment that seems to be paying dividends right now.
Yeah, trying to aim map out his bit, but held by Senzu comfortably. He knows your pathing, he knows what to expect. Na'Vi hamstrung, cut off at the knees, but there's even more trouble where that came from. Techno and Senzu just putting this one in. Topside defense tested and also with flying colors. We've seen one of these from Wonderful. I don't think the Galil going to work out the same as the pistol.
Okay, so they have a very good lid on this right now. And I think that it might have to be pace coming out of Na'Vi, right? Because think about Makazi getting these timings through the smokes. Does it have to be so silent, right? Are they able to have more bodies out there? We've seen them also run some earlier rounds where there was more players joining them. Maybe that's going to have to be the plan. See if you can have more individuals trying to get entrenched in that space. The round that you were up 5v2, that's what you were doing, right? So try and make that type of move again. You lost the round not because of the opener, but because of the finish. 6-1, back down to some pistols. Lost bonus, as we all know, maxed out, so they will be able to buy again in round 9.
Okay. Blitz is hearing all of this. No one checking this corner. There's a good trade from Bit. And now a rifle will fall into Na'Vi hands. Now that's an armored rifle. It's Bit that's managed to pick that up. Alexi B trying to forge a quick path down B, gets across. Mongolz will have to adapt and rotate for that. Oh, and his exit was held. Okay, that informs 9-10 as to their potential intentions. Still, Mazinho's committed to B. Smoked at Squeak.
Slight gap here, right? Techno's playing back of the site. His support relatively far away. 9-10 will have to make his way up the heavens. Mazinho down towards B. So Techno, if you fall without a kill, the bomb will go down. We have a 3v3.
Oh, but he ain't falling for anything. Perfectly positioned. Swings on out, times it to perfection. The cavalry arrive in heaven, and there's another. 7 from Mongolz already on the CT side, looking incredibly comfortable on Na'Vi's map pick. Is it more of that Na'Vi Aurora nuke we saw?
I wonder if I am being too overly critical. I understand they're winning 7-1, but that type of play from Blitz as well. Imagine he doesn't get a kill, just gives over an AK, right? The fact he's gone 1 for 1, that's great, but you know that you're likely up against a lighter buy in that situation, so it's risky to make that type of a move. It does do well for info, but once he's dead, at that point, that info's gone. So I can understand the logic behind it, but there was nobody who could support him in that situation. Regardless, it doesn't matter. They're rounds. Got to come back to cost them anything. Has been spotted crossing secret, so Blitz will have to dip down before he gets naded or mollied out of position. Completely giving it up. Okay, so the fact that they know he's there, they're going to expend a lot of utility, or Makazi's going to be more diligent on his clears. So they do get him across, and he's been fine with the space, hasn't he? Makazi's had no issues with this. Actually, some mind games. I think Blitz just blocked down towards B, so Makazi can't progress. So this is even more, hey, yeah, I'm down here. And he's actually just completely rotated away. They're going for lobby crunch.
Super interesting. And Alexi finding that first. Sends him down. Alexi a 2 now on the aggressors. The CT's trying to bring the offense to the T side. Not going to be ready for someone in spawn though. 9-10 in the meantime onto Ime. Just Blitz. Should have Alexi dead to right here. Spotted. No, that's a nasty way for it to go down. And Alexi B with a pop-off. 4 kills in defense of this lobby crunch.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as one player's coming through hard, you're going to be expecting more, right? So the fact that they're able just to lock them down, they didn't immediately after the first kill comes and everyone starts running. The Mongolz taking it one at a time to try and give them the best chance in those fights, but doesn't really get them where they need to be. Blitz trying to be tricky with it as well. He gets spotted by the player coming up the vent. They go screaming, and Alexi grabs another. Attack timeout called. This one is by Mara. His boys still have money for another bite. Leftover cash is starting to run dry. So then he understands the importance of this one. But off of Mara's attack timeouts, I don't think we've had so much success. Definitely didn't feel that way on Mirage. Maybe there's an adjustment now. The Mongolz need to make sure that they're not a vibes team at all, right? No. I'm not sure what they're saying on TeamSpeak. I don't speak any Mongolian, but no one is bringing any energy within that team, right? They're definitely not loud. It's very rare they'll shout. Maybe Mazinho will show a little bit of emotion off the back of a clutch.
Throws out the speed spawn squeak smoke.
Does he use it though?
Looks like he is planning to go straight down the vents and pulls it off.
All right, well that's style points right there. Done that all himself. Even has another smoke, so he's put so much pressure on B. 9-10's already down here, but it's like, okay, so is it one, is it more? And how do I find him?
Oh, he's got you now. He's got you now. 9-10 is such a problem solver here for Mongolz. Blitz, in the meantime, confirms bodies in yards. Tenzu should have him on the cross.
Oh, great shot from Alexi.
Yeah, crouching in.
They keep on coming. You've heard that one as well. You know Mazinho's up ladder. You know 9-10 was down B.
Okay, should fall into place, and it will. Mikaze swings on main, beats out Mazinho. And now 9-10. Position noted. Looks like he wants to give this a look in, just immediately grabbing that AK, but thinking twice about it. Looks like they put the leash on him.
Okay, wow, that just happened so quickly, didn't it, right? You get down vent, all the chaos is caused. The comms for Mongolz, even though I'm sure it's not crazy, they're definitely discussing, hey, how do we deal with that of Imma's slip?
Yeah, I mean, that whole sequence, the fact he had the second smoke, the fact he's also opened single door throw and that is...
It's beautiful.
That is the most you can do as one player, a solo setter. He set himself up with the smoke as well, Chad. I mean, come on.
Great little pocket there, right? That's definitely something that, off of the 30 seconds that Mara just gave them, they made the most of it. They've done something that it's going to be hard for the Mongolz to expect, right? Okay, so sure, event drop or somebody playing with Squeaky in that fashion, that can be tough, but it is also one of those scenarios that's not par for the course. Outside variations with yard smokes, it gives you a chance within the first 15 to 20 seconds to go, okay, they threw these, let's adjust this way. That happens immediately. So whatever your plan was, unless it was like a lobby all in, right, you're having to adjust straight out the gate. So I just love that tone shift from Na'Vi. And they put themselves in a position to claw back to another 7-5 half. Sure, it won't be in their favor, but that didn't matter on Mirage. They look into 2-0 the Mongolz again. This would be the third consecutive time they've done that this season.
And at that point, you know, you can't dismiss it.
No, not at all. And that's the thing. I thought Mongolz would be well pracked, right? There's no excuse for individuals being a little bit lacking.
Techno actually goes straight to the vent, doesn't want to fall foul to the same move twice. Feels like it could be top vulnerability. Senzu thinks the same, drops in. Techno managing to maneuver around those smokes to get back into the top side to lend a hand.
One of the issues there with the CT side, right, committing to the site because of all the util, it means the rotation points are less flexible, right? Being up ladder, you can chip in, help everybody else at this point. And are they opting to do this dry? They do have smokes to make this cross possible, but this is, if they go dry, this shows how much belief they have in how they understand the Mongolz rotations. You see Blitz, he's not going to catch any of this, unless they're noisy. Second layering of util on top, Heaven player jiggles, there you go, there's the info. Blitz will be hearing all of this, so rotation needs to be heavy down towards B.
Yeah, 9-10 drops in with the vents. And, great shot onto Makaze. Alexi B is really heating up now. Another contribution from the Finn. Zinho holding fast for one. There's the chance for a second. It's the rotation of Senzu. A bit lucky to be alive. Not easy for Alexi. 1 on 3 with a little bit of HP on bit. Yeah, not anymore. Techno perfectly has located Alexi's position and now closing in on from every angle. Those little bursts, so pesky. Such a nuisance is Techno. And so an 8 comes home for the CT side, comfortable.
Okay, all right, that one, again, I love that towards top, all the util that gets thrown in, it forces the players into the side. They almost catch a timing, right? Nobody was acknowledging that. If they're on a quicker pacing outside to cross, maybe they get across without being noted. So good ideas here from Na'Vi. But sure, they would love to get one more round before this halftime break. The pistol round, in case you missed it, 1v4 from Wonderful. Then a slew of rounds, 7 consecutive. 2 back from Na'Vi, and now 1 back from the Mongolz. It's going to be second tactical timeout of this half, called by Blade. So he's used 2. He really wants the value of 4 rounds. Be a little bit more than the buffer. Having to win that CT side pistol of your own and find those clean conversions. Give yourself something to work with. Two rifle, well, it's in more than 2 rifle rounds, but there's been quite a few rounds where Makaze has been able to get the space that he's hoping for. There was one round that was a little bit more gimmicky or cheesy with the event drop, but he's palmed into Warehouse, he's even palmed right towards Unbreakable, he's been getting down Secret. So getting that space hasn't been the problem. Juggled forward, so Na'Vi will be able to throw a little bit more liberally with their opening nades. All blown off, harassed towards main, Wonderful up on silo. Well, Bit has just taken down Techno, so see you later, Alligator.
In a wild crocodile.
Well, this is great for a 4th. A number advantage this early.
Oh, but it can be clawed back with a lovely bit of team play. HE thrown out from the yard side. Supports Blitz for a clawback kill. Makaze trying to progress. That's the yard player as well, so they know they likely won't have many more bodies there.
Yeah, cutting off the head of the snake, right? So the follow-through will have to be without him. So nades for the finish with some smokes in the mix. There's 2 mollies, some flashes. Just if you do something intricate, it means somebody will be taken out of the play on the roof throwing nades. And in the 4v4, maybe you just want to try and swarm one of these choke points with numbers.
This is actually going to have info on the cross. 9-10 finding Imet. Peeks into the deeper line.
That's going to force your ramp, and they've just been blocked there now. So this change from... They have to come through this. They have to fight him.
Ooh, bit of damage unconfirmed, but Mazinia will just concede the space. It's about sound cues now, but with time so light, they have to be loud.
I think he's heard that. Definitely acknowledging it.
They've got to go for Mazinia.
He just needs to tuck in, just play for 1 kill.
He is. You can see alternating between the left and the right side. 15 seconds and counting. Still no contact. Must be freaking him out. Here we go. Confirmation, but they get the kill. Bit. He's actually pulling Na'Vi into the potential to actually pick up this fourth. They have to be able to cover the plant. Nice work from the Flames. Senzu, however, onto Wonderful. Bit misses his chance. It's a missed shot from 9-10 Zorp. They need somewhere to breathe. Too much pressure all over them. Bullets flying left and right. Nice tap. Alexi needs 9-10 as well. And now it's into the clutch.
6 bullets.
5 HP, 6 bullets. Can't tap Blitz. That was his chance. Onto the Tech 9 and overrun. God, Mongolz play it well. Constantly, there's bullets, nades, flashbangs, and Mara's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, that doesn't happen too often. So happy with the chaos there, getting them across the line for the 9th. But really, you just have to return to 2 key rounds in that first half. It has to be the Wonderful 1v4, right? That's the showstopper. Yeah. But it's what it equated to. They lost the Force Buy in the following, the spree of rounds from there. But don't forget the 5v2 fumble from Na'Vi. A round that they should have won every day of the week. They let the clock get the better of them. And I think that would definitely have put you in a bit of a tailspin. They did, like, it didn't look frazzled after that, right? They still had ideas. It's not like they were missing utility or people were over-peaking or anything crazy. But the half got away from them. So 9-3, the Mongolz with smiles on their faces. And they would love to take themselves to the 3rd and deciding map of this semi-final of Ancient. That was their pick in the last 2 outings against Na'Vi. And in those last 2 outings, Na'Vi got the better of them 2-0. Will it be the same today? It will require some heroics on this CT side. Do you feel like you've got them where you want them if you're the Mongolz, right? Do you want to try and suffocate them with pace? Do you want to just get stuck in, win the pistol quickly, and just bowl over them, get this one done, get revenge for the last outing?
Yeah, that's
right?
exactly what they'd want to do.
So the flip side of that is, you get denied, you get slowed down, you then have to take the ecos, you then lose the first rifle round because you're going with pace. So the double-edged sword, I love it if it works, and they were hitting hard, right? During map number 1, the aim was there in the first half. In the second, it completely disappeared, but it's back now on Nuke.
Mongolz captain, a chess master. And that means that every decision is something you've thought through the logic of. 3 decoy grenades invested into this one.
Okay, so this is a bit of a classic. Lob it on T-Roof. Cause some sound cues, maybe make... Oh, it's 2 ramp. 3 ramp? 3 ramp.
3 ramp. Oh, the fake flashes don't freak him. Bit gets 2, but so do the Mongolz. It's wonderful, the discrepancy. Can he get away? No way. Blitz wins it 2-on-2. Wow, okay, one very high-stakes game at Wingman. How do they play it now? You've got the info on Makaze, and you're assuming that Imet was on his way to help him out. You just showed face towards the B side. Imet, however, has actually already beaten them to the punch. Oh, and they're going to both occupy lobby like this.
Blitz can just plant safe side. Oh, if they can get in.
You walk out. Techno's covering, hits the headshot. Him has rocked. Low HP, an easy finish for Blitz, and now they just need one. Makaze's down. Oh, that's going to feel very good for Mongolz if they can speed run to that 3rd map of Ancient.
Okay, it did come with pace, didn't it? The shock and awe factor, even into the stack, and they're able to walk away with equal trades there.
You know, I quite like the decoys. Was that worth $150? Probably not.
Well, they won the round, so that's fine. It's fine. As long as
seeing it from Bit's POV, there's like 1 dude strafing with his back to you, 2 nades bouncing off the wall, ricocheting, trying to get any edge you can. And, well, yeah, they've definitely got a sharpened edge here. It's basically up to Na'Vi. Can they win the 2nd round Force Buy in the way Mongolz did in that first half? Full diligent wall. Bit early on the HE break from Makaze.
So you might just have to go for the lobby crunch to get yourself some space back because it looks like, ooh, okay. So they're parking the bus here. This is the first frag. No, it's not. How has that happened?
Yeah, not a great look from the Galil of 9-10.
The bomb's across at least. That's another tag.
Okay.
Stalled out as well. Makazi blocks with the smoke. This one's on. Na'Vi are in the driver's seat without the weapons and util.
He's got another one here.
Oof.
Doesn't get the info on the cross back, so knows Blitz is still either secret or working warehouse. Techno re-clearing lobby. Imet in a more aggressive stance might start to activate.
Wonderful's rotated away. This does give them heaven control if they want it. Senzu can play super late, same as Techno. It has to be Mazinho and Blitz the ones to play first, so never mind. Techno just walks straight out of the squeaky door. Excuse me.
Yeah, Lexiby's going to be screaming.
Especially when they die from heaven in a second's time.
If you can find Techno, that's his plan. That's his goal. That's his objective. He gets it done. Senior dropping in for the plant.
Two of them very low.
Oh, you need this. This one's compulsory. You got this far, and Bit continues. Gets his Makaze and Bit, however. Trying to isolate the kill on sight. Cowering at the back of sight is Mazinho, but does take some heavy damage. This is winnable for Makaze. A body shot to one, a quick flick up for number two. Still, though, it doesn't feel great, especially when you miss the first. He's hoping to hit it. Can't seem to track him. Okay, Mongolz in 11th. They weather the storm of the second round. That was supposed to be threatening, and it certainly was for a moment.
Feels like they got away with one there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
That walk out of squeaky from Techno, I guess it's like, well, there's no resistance. I'll just keep going until I get found. It'll draw a bit of a reaction from my opponent so my teammates can get this heaven in control. Yeah, the backside plant again, so from the pistol to the force, both rounds in a row getting a similar setting. And I thought we'd just see Na'Vi force play out the game. But they will lay down their guns and essentially hand over the 12th round right now to the Mongolz. What a difference 10 days make, apparently, on Nuke. Oh!
Woof!
Was that a pre-fire?
That was a pre-fire.
Oh,
that is filthy. Damn.
I know it's Eeks, but they were still stunners.
I don't care if it's Eeks. If it's that pretty, it deserves props.
Surely that first was a
oh, yeah, pure
pre-fire,
pre-fire,
Come on
mate.
now.
Yeah, he didn't see him. That's just mechanical brilliance on display.
Okay, well, you get the Galil in there. You have something to work with, sure, but this map has not gone how you've desired. Spot him out, go for the swing, take the fight, and it's going to be Blitz's delight there. It is just Alexi V. The eco. Done and or dusted.
You just don't even see him.
What a crazy contrast.
Oh, and the second as well.
I just can't believe how out of control this is. It's just insane.
It's too far gone.
The biggest highlight is from the guy on the losing team, and that was
yeah, in the pistol.
That was 14 rounds ago, right? Like I can't believe this.
The game's over.
Okay, here it is. Wonderful as an AWP, Alex.
All right. Let's see what he can get done. Aggressive AWPing, my favorite. Will Senzu want to give him anything? Techno can't believe his luck. Ime just goes charging through.
I think he just wants to get on Ancient,
I think so too. Yeah, he's just like, let's get it done.
Let's be done with this one, shall we?
Wonderful leaves the position that's now to be occupied by probably the majority of the Mongolz. Bit flirting with aggression of his own.
Oh. But this is how the Mongolz looked in the second half of Mirage. Like, none of the shots would hit.
It's true.
Nothing would go their way, and right now, it's Na'Vi just being pushed around. A few more kills, and every time they glance out, they go down. Makazi, he'll get something, sure, but this is going to be way too little, way too late.
Yeah, it's a side swipe by Techno. Wonderful is, however, in the right place at the bare minimum. Does connect his first onto Senzu. Someone walking up close is 9-10. Hasn't revealed his position. Doesn't mess with the sound cue.
From behind. The back, yep.
Control room to close. There we have it. A third map required in this semi-final. Can't separate these two as efficiently as a two-mapper. Lovely stabilization, especially when you mess up on your map pick.
Yeah.
You know, to find yourself on your opponents, a map down, elimination at stake. Doesn't seem to matter. They shrug it off, and Mongolz force the distance.
It's really hard to kind of put your finger on what's going on in this, because Mirage, the first half, Mongolz were looking just as good as they were throughout the entirety of this one. And then it's like Na'Vi, they woke up in the second half of Mirage, but here they just got absolutely blanked. And especially with when your AURORA gets you a crazy 1v4 on the pistol, you're hoping that spurs you forward. Maybe it did the opposite. Maybe they thought this is going to be so easy, they're going to keep picking in and we're going to keep on getting all these frags. But great recovery from the Mongols. Guess what? Ancient up next. That's a great map for this one.
Wonderful's clutch meant nothing, but it was cool though.
It was,
It was really cool.
It was still a good round.
Yeah, it was a great round.
All right, well, we get the desk ready to talk about if Wonderful's clutch meant anything.
Yes, indeed. Not much in the end, unfortunately. A huge statement there, Blair, from Mongolz. That was massive.
I don't think we really imagined the series going the way it has, right? Mirage, the way now we're able to bounce back, steal it away from the Mongols, and the CT side just completely shutting it down. And one thing I loved was how they were able to adapt to what Na'Vi were, how Na'Vi were playing with the T side. It's not like Na'Vi were replicating what they did the last time they played in EPL. They tried a lot of different ideas, but man, Mongols, I got to give it to them. They were able to shake off that loss in Mirage and just come in lethal.
Absolutely. I think Na'Vi lost Nuke because of 2 rounds. The second round of the game, and then there was a 5v2 that they lost a little bit later on that ruined their economy for a couple of rounds, and that's what allowed Mongols to go on such a run on the CT side. Right after that, when they had, 9-3 half, and you win the second pistol round, I mean, that's game over pretty much, barring some miraculous comeback that Na'Vi wasn't able to pull off here.
Let's delve into some of those mistakes, Janko. Round 5. Unforgivable for Na'Vi.
Yeah, right. This is the first gun round they have after the force. Starts off great. They go for outside control. Makaze with the one, with the second, right? With the third one from Alexi B. So now they're in a 5v2 and they're I get it. They don't want to get into a stack. But what happens? Techno picks off Makaze. Now Alexi just turns. Mzinho finds Bit, who's holding secret, I guess, from that position. And now you're in a 3v2. So now it's getting dangerous. Where both are you waiting for the EMA flank. I don't know how Mzinho does the sort of crouch climb down and stays alive. He should have been dead
Athletic.
there. And now they're out of time, right? Like they decide to book it towards the B bomb site where Techno is already waiting for it, and he's going to kill the bomb planner. And that's a 5v2 loss, and with Ima and Wonderful still alive, right? So they save the 2 guns, but have no utility into the next. The rest of the team buys pistols and a couple of grenades they half buy, right? So the round after that, Ima and Wonderful have only Galils, and they lose all these rounds, just off of the back of that 5v2. I get it. You don't want to run into a stack. It's 2 players. You're 5. There's no one. There's only one guy with lower HP on Bit. Send him in first. Let him get the info, trade him, and win the round. I think they overcooked that one for no reason whatsoever.
And I think that's the most egregious thing. The fact that, you know exactly what his 2 players are. You have the information. You have the man advantage, right? Just group in and just go in. Why are you playing so scared? And credit to Mongolz the way they were able to play, especially Mzinho. I don't know what the hell he was doing on that ladder, but one mistake right there showed he got stolen away, but I want to give credit where it's due for the side of Mongolz.
Yes.
The CD side, it was suffocating, and also we did touch upon the fact that the players individually were switched on Mirage, right? So the fact that they did not allow that loss in Mirage to affect them and they continue to frag out, I think it's a good sign. And for me personally, man, I'm just happy to see Ancient. I think it's going to be a hell of a game.
Of course, we talk about the chemistry for Mongolz, CT side nuke, reactions, protocols. They were on point there.
Oh, they're absolutely on point. And also, individually, you might look at maybe Blitz having a good game. You might look at Techno at the end. They're just popping off that Galil 4K, even though it was against pistols. Looked ridiculous. It was a clean stuff. But all in all, everyone stepped up for the Mongol side.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in the second round, I don't mind Na'Vi going for the vent dive. I think it's unorthodox, right? And it would have worked had the kill not been on the C4, right? And the bomb is dropped, and now it creates chaos of all sorts and really turns the round on its head, right? So unfortunately, that's sometimes how it goes in MR12. You lose a couple of these key rounds that send your economy spiraling, and then you're always not only playing from behind, but playing with inferior buys, right? Which is very, very difficult to do.
And then also, like a player we did highlight heading into Nuke was Makaze, right? We're talking about how he was finding a lot of impact with the yard position. He was actually getting neutered time and time again by Blitz. Blitz seemed to have his number this time around in this particular head-to-head. And one thing Na'Vi did a lot of times where they found maybe one round where it had a little bit of success would have been just as outside wrap, trying to come in towards hell and heaven and wrap towards upper. And I think Mongolz did a very good job just denying them those kills. It's denying them fights and just getting the right timing, peeking out together, getting those kills and basically just destroying. And also didn't see too many faster plays from Na'Vi this time. Maybe trying to switch it up. They weren't expecting it,
harder to play fast when you're trailing, right? And you don't have good buys and your opponents have all the utility, right? And even the 2 gun rounds that they won, I think Alexi got 6 kills in those 2 rounds. Like he really stepped up with a couple of multi-kills. So yeah, a few crucial mistakes from Navi in this one, and we'll be seeing Ancient.
Yes, indeed, they can't afford those mistakes on the third and final map. Ancient up next after this quick break.
Tonight, under the night sky, gonna make my skin rise. Could it just be us? Tonight, do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Secrets I keep, let the world just fade away. You're all I need. Can it just be us tonight? No one can see. Give you my trust tonight. It's yours to keep. Let's fall in love tonight. In the right place, at the right time. Can we fall in love tonight? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
FURIA ready and waiting in the grand finals. Ancient will be the decider here between Mongolz and Navi. Guys, let's talk Navi first. Win conditions here on the third and final map. What matters for them?
I mean, it's a map that they allowed through, right? They had an option of Inferno or Ancient. We thought allowing Ancient Inferno through would make a little bit more sense for the side of Na'Vi. But clearly, one thing we've seen for the Mongolz on Ancient is, yes, sure, they lost to them earlier. Even in this event, the last time they played against 9Z, it was a 13-11 affair. It was a very scrappy affair altogether. So for me personally, Na'Vi, the T side. The T side is where they need to get the win over here, because that's where I feel like Mongols have struggled in general in this entire tournament so far.
Yeah, I think also last time it was in overtime, but if we ignore Mongolz' Ancient performance at Pro League, they won their last 9 Ancients. They lost it 3 times at Pro League, right? So, you know, we don't talk about those, right? But it's been a very dominant map for them otherwise, you know? And I think that's why, for me, it was a problem that Na'Vi led it through, right? Yes, you have a good track record against them. Na'Vi have won their last 3. They're on a bit of a streak themselves, right? But I think just the comfort level of the Mongols on this map is very similar to Mirage. Yeah, they lost, but still, they get 2 out of their 3 favorite maps in the veto. You never want to see that happen.
And especially considering, you know, we were talking about the rise of Mongols and how, you know, how they've risen up the ranks in the past year and a half. It's via this map. It's via Ancient and Mirage. So it's a map they're supremely comfortable on.
Let's hear Na'Vi's thoughts about playing the Mongols.
I'm here to have a quick chat with Gimmer about today's game. Of course, you got Mongols coming up. Quick take on that and what you think of Mongols as a team.
Obviously, they are a very dangerous team. They were top 1 until APL, like ranking wise, and overall they have like they have their own play style, and then you just cannot sleep on them, let's say, because they can punish you very hard.
They shoot pretty hard when they want to.
And obviously, with that style, if you don't shoot high, it doesn't work. So they shoot high with RDF.
You've been doing that lately, so hopefully you'll be all right. Now, talk to me about the prep. Obviously, you had that day off, so what did yesterday look like? Was it just all prep, or did you have some time to relax?
It was preparation. Like we had some practice as well, and then it was just a default preparation just before the game.
Beautiful. And obviously, I spoke to Alexi the other day. He said he was feeling a bit under the weather. Is he feeling better now? Did he have time to rest up?
I think so. I didn't heard it. I didn't know anything, but he looked pretty good overall, because I think he was it was a bit worse like the first day he came here, but now he's like, I think he's also still taking the pills, and that's pretty much. But I think he's much better than let's say first days.
Good.
Alexi's still in recovery, but let's focus now on the Mongols. For them guys, what are the big factors going into this third and final map?
I feel like the one issue I've seen from Mongol's T side on this map has been how they sometimes seem to overthink things at times when they have the player advantage, right? When it's going to be a faster play, you're going to just be sending Senzu just running on in, taking matters into his own hands. But multiple times I've seen this where it's like a 4v3 or like a 5v4, for example. They've got the site holder, they've killed the A side guy, they've killed the donut guy. You know where the rest of the CTs are. Instead, they slow things down. Blitz just goes on his one-man excursion around the map. He's like, guys, I'm going to try something a little bit complicated. He dies. Now you don't know where the CDs are, and the round just completely capitulates. So sometimes I feel like they overcomplicate things on this map, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I think also a lot of Ancient comes down to when are you going to change the pace on the T side, right? Because the CTs, if they want to fight for mid, they have to all in it. They have to usually leave the A bomb site open, and Na'Vi does that. And what they tend to do is, if you go A and they're not there, they go for these fast retakes. They're just flashing from CT spawn, from B, have guys jumping through the smoke. They go for that fast retake, and the round is decided in the first 15, 20 seconds when that happens. They're not going to let you set up and then try some slow, delayed retake. No. So if you're the Mongols and you have it in your game plan that you want to do your A hits, you need to be ready for the fast retake.
And that's something they did yesterday against 9Z, right? Because they were taking his fights in 9Z time and time again. Lucan's, like, he had his teammates around him. And even though Mongols lose a couple of players, immediate reaction, running towards the A bomb site. And what 9Z allowed them to do was get into those post-plant positions where they are really strong. So disruptive counter-strike from Na'Vi, maybe they can get the win.
Let's see. Ancient up next. Na'Vi versus the Mongols, and one spot in the grand final.
Yes, indeed. One spot to battle versus FURIA tomorrow. And the question is, Na'Vi or Mongols? You want to play that game?
I'm going to go with the Mongols,
Yeah,
if you're making me pick.
Yeah, I am, actually. Yeah, I don't know what I'm holding over you, but yes. Tell me now. Mongolz win it. Okay, it's official.
Yeah,
Guess we don't have to
yeah.
bother
Well,
playing
thanks
it.
everybody for tuning
Yeah.
in. No, but right now, Ancient, I think, is like Yanko pointing out that this is such a strong map for the Mongols. It's just a pro league that it wasn't really going their way, and this is where they need to be able to turn it on. They need to be able to get online if they want to be versing Furia tomorrow, and then looking for a little bit of revenge for some of the transgressions earlier in the season. For Na'Vi, on the other side, it's about putting respect back on the organization's name. This is a major winner of last year who have gone through some tougher times down the stretch of 2024. Sure, they still had a couple of blips on the radar where it was like the teamwork was still there, but players were popping off. The first season of 2025 has not been it, and you even saw JL go to the bench, and Mikazi, this young buck on your screen right here, now playing a lot of positions alongside of Imma. So we'll have to get things underway with the knife round on the third. It's the only fair way that we've been able to work out in Counter-Strike to decide who starts on what side.
Yeah.
Stab each other.
I do like the idea of a kind of a 1v1.
Okay, this is about a 3v3. How about a
Techno's a
1v3?
dead man.
Okay, so CT side start it will be for Na'Vi. The Mongols will have to start on the T side. Now, I think a lot of the woes when I was watching that last game between the two of them on Ancient was the Mongols having a hard time dealing with the way that Na'Vi would be taking mid-control. Right? They're doing the donut smoke as well as the red smoke out of spawn, and that right there was seeing Blitz play ahead of it, getting caught off by bad timings, caught in the open because of all the utility. So I'm more interested to see how the Mongols address things once they flick over. Right? It's going to be a T-side start, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to keep some of the momentum from the previous map. You go with Mirage, it was all their work done on the T side. You go to Nuke, it was all the hard work done on the CT side. Now we go to Ancient.
Where it's likely to be probably a
Mixed
bit
bag.
of both.
Yeah, exactly. So, Na'Vi getting their pre-live huddle back underway. Now, I have to imagine all he's doing is issuing orders, right? Just remember these details, making sure that it's everyone's mind. They get that little hurrah in. I swear during EPL I was listening to them and they say something like lock in.
They do?
Something along those lines. I'll wait till the headset's on before I say what I really think.
Yeah, I mean, I value a good team huddle.
I think it actually needs to inspire something, right?
It does.
You know,
you can't just say a kind of a platitude and hope that everyone is on the same page.
Or you're making people laugh. If you got something that makes people laugh,
that's
that's not bad either. You know, you're going to diffuse a bit of the tensions before
well,
you're going into a third map decider in a semi-final where tomorrow you could be in a grand final playing for $500,000.
And that's why laughter can be some of the best remedies to the stress that comes with competition.
A couple of rounds there making us laugh in that Nuke game.
Truly, yeah, some very
5v2
bizarre
on Nuke.
Counter-Strike. I went back and had to watch Wonderful's clutch a couple of times. It was...
Yeah.
Guys,
he didn't have the bomb.
Crazy. But hey, I'm not complaining because it does mean that we get to see a third map. And not Wonderful's clutch, but the fact the Mongols smashed Na'Vi on their pick of Nuke means map 3. T-side start for the Mongols. Let's see what they've got in store for us. Usually a little bit of spice. Blitz with a smoke grenade, and it could just be an all-in on A.
Okay, so where's the... Oh, Makazi's going to have info immediately. Yep, jump
Found him.
spot. Love it. Okay, so in terms of how much info, we don't really know, but definitely there is some presence outside of A main early. 9-10, going to crack things open with this P250.
Makaze versus 9-10.
He's on his own.
Oh, he's in trouble now. Still good tracking. Finds Mazinho
Done
back
well.
of the head. Makaze! One-man army. There's only one man on the A site, and Mongols can't get past him.
Now the cavalry has arrived, so Blitz and Senzu 2v5. Best of luck.
Beautiful. The first shot onto the back of the head of Mazinho. Doesn't react to the info, assumes Makaze is not alone.
I think even if Blitz wanted to clear this, getting past the dual Berettas...
Would he go for the knife? Wonderful would never, no?
I don't think so.
Even if it's right there.
Nah, guaranteed the pistol. Yeah, there you go. Just delete him.
As an AURORA
I
in
understand.
a 5v2.
Yeah, but Ancient.
Ancient.
Yeah, right. He's still going to have the AURORA, but
Just feel
hugely
like
influential.
that's just too good to say no to. Senzu gives it his best shot, but Makaze leaves with 4 to get Na'Vi started on the CT side.
All right, beautiful work from him. Right, but he gets the info early, and then they don't even believe it. They just keep one player red. He stays on A. They stay 3 players stacked over towards B. So that's all Makaze right there with a massive triple kill. So another pistol in Navi's pocket.
This one, lovely shot. All of them are. Wow.
So some pistol heroics. It will not be the force. The bomb did not go down. It will be a full eco. So if Mongols treat this with the same tempered pace as what we saw from Na'Vi. Slow and steady. Wins the race or something like that.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, Alexi. He's not going slow. Come on, boys. The water's warm. We promise we'll be nice.
Thank you, Techno. That's convenient.
Yeah, well, they're doing this much quicker than what Na'Vi did, aren't they? Oh, so damn close. 12 HP on Bit.
That's why you buy a helmet.
But that's all right. We're going to bring out the guns. The AK's out now. So what is the approach going to be? You're going to have the likes of Alexia and the Bit combo as your B defenders. You're going to have Ima alongside of Makazi and potentially Wonderful, depending on setups, locking down middle. This is where Blitz, if he has a good game, right, as someone who likes to take a bit of space on Ancient on both sides of the map, if he's able to find his flow state, which he's been struggling with that, he could be a difference maker. Oh, not live called, okay. That was early out of spawn there from Techno, so just wanted to get this one sorted. And, yeah, before any damage was done, so all good, no dramas. We'll just get the reset in and get this one back underway. Kind of baited us all in there. Everyone was ready to get the first rifle round, the first real action, and hold up.
Well, yeah, it's a little disconcerting to see Techno citing mouse lag. I mean, that's...
You can plug one in.
What are we going to do? You're going to
Bring back a ball mouse, maybe?
Get the guy out with like a little scalpel and a duster, start doing surgery?
Maybe the battery's low.
Yeah.
We've seen that many a time, haven't we?
For some reason, it's really hard to remember to plug your mouse in before you get to bed.
Yeah, it's true. Same as the headphones, right? You think, okay, well, yeah, forgot about that. I'll suffer the consequences tomorrow, I guess.
You suffer it, and you'd think, okay, well, I'll probably remember it next time, right? Because it was such a pain. No, well, keeping that mouse charged not easy. Techno, however, seems confident in his mouse and ready to get back into this one.
All right.
First gun round, a 2-0 start for Na'Vi off the back of a Makaze defense of the A site. Lovely taps from him. Third map decider for who's going to face Furia in that grand final tomorrow here at the Thunderpick World Championship.
CTs are fighting for this.
Yeah, interesting molly options. Elected to just take the fight with Makaze, and this is the fight he dreams of. Thank you very much, Mazinho.
And now that the mid's clear, they can actually park back and they're ready for this. Block utility lands, held at the door. They're going.
Okay, accelerating in. Blitz does find a nice entry frag. Wonderful picks up the pieces. We need a third out of here. If you've got it, Bit does. Chips in from CT, and now Bomb and 9-10 running away.
All right, can he find a gap? Still so much time, but he doesn't know where these CTs are. They rotated heavy. Mongolz brute forced that and still get a couple of kills. It's not meant to go down that way. Na'Vi knew exactly what was happening. How much more value can be found? So worried about the potential Alexi still hanging around cave. He's over towards A, getting himself an upgrade. Bit the long player has rotated as well, and now it's going to be the conversation about, well, we need to take some of this space back. They know what is possible. The X-ray highlighting how they are wary of everything.
And they're clean with it. Wow, so pistol, conversion, first gun. That is the start to every good Counter-Strike story.
Yeah, I just love the response time there, right? You kill the mid player and then they immediately rotate those two mid individuals straight through Donut to assist the A play. They block, they break through, they get a couple of kills short, but as far as the frags, extremely limited. One for Senzu, one for Blitz in 3 rounds of play. It will have to be economical coming forward. So even just a cheeky kill or two on these pistols would be great for the confidence of the Mongolz. They've had pretty decent starts, right? Mirage, they lost the pistol with the conversions and they went 7 straight. They lose the pistol on Nuke, but then they go on a run of their own. Right now, 3 in the hole, so not like they're in a position to start turning things around at this point, unless they win this by.
Oh, there, it's accelerating, turning up the pace. Bit flashed off, good counter flash. Techno swings regardless with a white screen and no bullets. The A1 nearly holding him back. It's Bit and Ima's sight, and they make that very, very clear. I mean, you want to make a list of things you want to in order to win this third map on Ancient. Not only does it the shopping list Na'Vi already have, the pistol, as I've already talked about, first gun round, but when your B-site players are tested on those half buys, it's just a shrugged off. It's a no problem, no plant, no issues.
Yeah, you wonder right there if that was a team flash onto Techno, because it looked like his timing was pretty good. It could have been the CTs, right? As soon as they know the pop's coming, the rotating players are lobbing flashes behind them at long.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was Bit, but I didn't kind of track it. Didn't see any flash assist, but I think he might have had vision back.
Oh, kills. That's what they need.
Yeah, okay. Keep it simple. Shoot head good.
Second timing. Everyone clashing.
They're ready. Senzu back. Alexi B's pushed out of cave to lend a hand.
Tough for Techno, right? Has to worry about ramp push and also cave presence. But
It's
at
a
least
lot for one man.
Yeah, there has the space. The rotation after this mid kerfuffle has gone down. It will congregate back towards B. Util could smoke short and long. Molly in towards the pillar, the cubby, whatever you like, really. There are options for this B execute. And you know that teams are likely to go back group up, maybe Red or Donut, and claw back mid space. It's being jump spotted at the moment from Makazi. The execute being lined up.
Yeah, so 9-10 will do long side. Molly's sight. Smoke short from Mazinho. Flash and go. Alexi B's here as well. Kaze behind the smoke. Both of them will just have to concede the site for now. He's got the lineup for this incendiary to deny Techno's plan. Doesn't want to push the issue with the bomb. But we'll plant the long side. That's exposed to the spray of Alexi. A bit high, a bit shy. Wonderful finding Senzu with the dunk though. Techno liking to swing on long side. Makaze's ready for it. 9-10 on ramp side for having to take a biff, take a brawl. Na'Vi welcome it with open arms. And a 5th round already on the board for the Na'Vi CT side.
Yeah, well handled. Go 1 for 1 in middle, you reset, you're playing for info elsewhere, then you let the bomb go down and you have a pretty handy retake. So as soon as they're planting, they're harassing that site. It's never comfortable for the Mongolz. They can't find themselves in post-plant positions easily. And you can see Mara's mouth moving, so you know what that means. Tactical timeout has been called from the T side. They're getting blanked right now. There's questions about Na'Vi allowing it to go to Ancient as opposed to Inferno, but you can see they have some confidence on it themselves. Great little start. And to make that first mark was Makazi with the A defense on the pistol round. Well, he's now up to 7.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks like he's built for middle, isn't he?
Yeah, it's the type of player that you want thriving in those type of fights. He's not afraid of anything, happy to run through the mollies, the HEs, and just really take all those jewels.
And that partnership with Ima, who I feel is also, you know, well versed in taking that kind of more thrive in the chaos Counter-Strike, but simultaneously he's more of a, you know, he's more of a thinker than Makaze, so you partner them together and you've got a bit of a perfect punch, perfect pairing.
Yeah, I think Emma doesn't have the metal to just be the first guy in all the time, but will if someone else does.
Yes, like this from Senzu, who just ran straight through the entirety of the flame, cost him 50 of his health, but it results in an opening kill for the Mongolz. Trade? Yep, done by Ima. Response from Blitz not there. Alexi needs to call his jets. They're running into Blitz sight, and yeah, it touches his tongue. That's really nice. Just a quick pace change. Ima will punish the jump up of Blitz, and we might have a retake here.
Wonderful has great utility for this retake. 2 flashes, Incendiary, and a HE. They can break this one open if they want to take a look, or just flash him through.
Okay, well that smoke's going to force his decision out of Mazinho, and he elects to just flash and delay.
That might call them off, you know. Just one flash.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good. The spam from Mazinho is connected. He's got out to go, running him down.
Whoa!
Wonderful takes him out. Very light on time here. It's Techno on site. They know where they both are. Gets that first, knows where the last was ramp. Here's the sound. Gotta get on it, gotta get on it! Oh, and a little shy. Alexi B gave it a go, gave it a really good go. Didn't find that immediate kill. And so Mongolz finally breaking through, and it's direct correlation with Mara, Coach Mara of the Mongolz timeout.
Yeah, I want to start sowing the seeds early. What you just saw there from the Mongolz is something that Na'Vi like to run on their T-sides too, with the donut smoke and really restricting it with HEs for the players jumping out, so they're less likely to come through the smoke. Mollies also to limit the options. And when we saw at EPL, the Mongolz didn't know how to respond to it. They did similar plays. Like Blitz would push through the red smoke and try and catch a timing, and he would get hammered for it.
Right.
So when we flick over, I want to see if they have a response for that, because I imagine Na'Vi are going to run similar openings. They just had such an easy time getting away with it in the last head-to-head. But that's 1 round on the board. You need another 1 and maybe 2 to break through the money of Na'Vi. So this isn't going to come easily for the Mongolz.
Well, especially when your opening just came off of Senzu running through 50 damage of flame to catch them on the swing through that smoke you're discussing.
Yeah, and I think the other detail there, when Blitz comes out second, he sees one player going back through red, also notes Alexi in cave. So you know it's most likely that your B defender is stuck on an island. If you can isolate that jewel, you have your way in.
Which is why you're screaming nice reaction as 3 pop straight into B.
So the comms in a good spot there from the Mongolz, a great understanding of what they needed to do.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what you got here then. A slower start. I say that. It does look like Senzu's just on the warpath on the ramp, just welcoming any duel. You can see he's just posted up here. If you want to peek, let's fight.
Ahead of the AWP as well. Wonderful Hastinot's possibility.
Nope, apparently not.
Woof! That's exactly what Senzu was fishing for. Now Bit knows he's got to try and step up and deliver. Lexi B's bell rung. Senzu's looking sharp.
This one cools off for now. Take a look at the radar, see the reroute that Mongolz have opted for.
Because he sold it so well. I mean, he's threatening. Ima's going to start tucking in. Position noted. Now Mazinho. In combination with Blitz, remove the A anchor, and Blitz gets 2 for his troubles.
Now they're hitting. This is more like Mirage T-side from the Mongolz, right? Everything's seeming to flow. The shots are coming in, and now it's just going to be Alexi and Bit hoping to save. They picked up that AWP. There is leftover cash on most of the players, but still losing these guns is going to make things a little bit tougher going forward. So Senzu, valuing his life, still at about half HP, limiting the options of where Na'Vi can possibly save. He needs to be careful with the scope, doesn't know it, but if he gives away an audible, they might just clamp down on this. It's likely to take the first contact.
Oh, well done.
Wow, 1 HP for Bit as well there. Oh, spam through, loses at the end. The orb almost gone wide enough.
I thought Bit had done enough. I thought he'd earned a save after those lovely pair of frags, but...
I think the penny dropped as well, like in that cave position with how low he was in HP. I was like, am I too close to the bomb? Right?
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
The ancient radius is definitely in the back of everybody's mind.
Oh, it's a monster.
So that's 2 consecutive now for the Mongolz. But remember, there was so much cash built up from Na'Vi. There was just no frags. There was no resistance in the early spree of rounds. So Mongolz have to break through this. They need another.
What's their formula this time?
I feel like they have a bit of everything right now. Okay.
There's a different side of the same coin. Senzu tries his luck again, this time wonderful ready.
Yeah, and it's this position from Emma, right? So not only did they have full mid control, they also had all A main. So you're going to be on high alert towards B.
That nade found Techno.
Now taking back mid now. So Molly towards pool. They have smokes, 1 deployed to red. Makazi's jump spot will be negated. But going back A main, remember, Imma's still been here. He's been calling sector clear this entire time. So even if you completely reroute, the problem is donut, really. So you can leave that, allow them to, well, they'd have to walk in silently for it to pay off for them. So stayed 3B, set up very strong for Na'Vi. They should be able to shut this one down, no dramas.
Emma starts his push.
Wonderful as a smoke. Block now.
Oh my god, yeah, 30 seconds. So it's what? Run through a smoke or run through cave? Or are you going mid? Okay, gets the info. Emma confirms multiple bodies were looking cave. Ramp is smoked. Util's sailing over. It will be B. Missed shot from Wonderful. How many does he get?
No.
Free fire. He just puts his head straight in
going,
it. 15 seconds. I think they can with their knives out just in time. There might be just enough time. Oh, down to the last second, bomb goes in.
And the other 2 are just going to have to save.
Just like that.
This is absolutely insane. They kill Immo, who was meant to have the back door closed, but the fact that he goes down, there's a way out. So they know at that point, if someone's pushed A main, we are going into a stack, and the fact that they have that fraction to deal with, those little details, that the seconds to be able to move away, they will get the 3rd, and that looked like they were going into just their demise.
Oh, they were supposed to lose that round. I mean, looking at what they had, where they were, and what they end up with, incredible, actually. The kill blitz gets on Wonderful as well. Like, I completely understand why he's going for a second peek there, but so does Blitz.
Yeah.
You know, he knows that was, you were running out of limited options. How are you going to contain the push if you are the AWPer who's just fired a shot alone? You put your head back in, and Blitz has already put a bullet down range.
That is the more frustrating type of round to lose, because you have everything if you're Na'Vi. You have the 5v4 number advantage. That came super early, highlighted here. You have all the information. Sure, you lose a kill to spam, shouldn't be the end of the world. This one, the pre-fire, knowing that the repeak's going to come in, and a couple of bad deaths for Wonderful now in consecutive rounds is going to start to leave a mark. Saves are there, lost bonus building, another buy. So Na'Vi in a position where they can just keep saving because the lost bonus will allow them to keep the purchases flowing. They're going to fight mid this time.
Yeah, they really are. And it's a jump scare. How has Zimmer got one there? He was so blind. Should be dead. Is now. And And Techno even dealing with Bits push. Did he do that alone? I don't think so. Easy pickup, easiest round yet for the Mongols. Okay, so we're kind of getting a bit of both as far as teams showing up and then disappearing.
Yes, and also I said, yeah, if they keep saving, well, everybody's just evaporated. They've been deleted by the Mongols. They lose the AWP, and now it is just going to have to be likely a partial buy for Na'Vi. Might even see a Blade timeout. Maybe not into this one, but the next, because he knows they won't be fully bought into this round now. But it was a steaming hot start that is definitely starting to cool off. But this is Ancient. This is what you get, right? A lot of these 6-6, 7-5 halves back and forth. Lots of chaos around the smokes. Are they fighting for mid, or are they just jumping to get these nades?
They're fighting, all
wow.
right. Yeah, thank you very much.
That's a gun. There's armor available as well. Quick on their feet or quick on his head. Emma's up.
Ooh, 9-10 just looked out.
Is that bad info, though? The bomb on 9-10, where is that possibly going? Are they just trying to cash utility to sell a fake against an eco? Okay, he's given the bomb over at least. They're playing ahead of this util, Alex.
Yeah, so as it's thrown, is there commitment? Fight waiting for him. Bit and Alexi reveal themselves. Multiple bodies. Mazinho's
needs another.
Gonna need at least one more frag. Gets it with composure.
Done well.
Very nice output. Wonderful is in Donut. Maybe he has the opportunity to catch them off guard if Techno isn't careful. Oh, that was it. That was his chance. Clothesline Techno crossing Temple, now 9-10 with his AWP. Should be set for this frag on CT. Alexi B tries to bait the shot, but 9-10 too damn quick.
Really well done on them from Mazinho under pressure. Wonderful's just going to waltz in, but he'll be mincemeat. Don't you worry about that. They're trained on his position. All misses the shot, but Techno will not. And that one was stressful. You lose the opening kill immediately again, and then you're having to work back and you're doing something tricky. You're faking the B site. You go in, you see so many bodies, they just claw down on Mazinho. He gets you a triple, so you're at least players can get into A, get that bomb down. Wonderful had a chance on that shot, but with him not looking at him, right? He was just running to Temple. Wasn't even pre-aiming it or anything along those lines. They tend to be the harder ones to track.
5 consecutive. Flowing in one direction.
Deep
Triple.
nades.
Quad HE. And there's the opening. Okay, nice from Senzu. Immediately back, goes heaven fast.
Well, that explains why 9-10 wants to push. He knows his boy's out heaven.
Great HE, huh? Perfectly placed by Senzu. Does 50 damage to Alexi, but he doesn't deter him. If anything, motivates him. He wants to go forward.
Well, he has to support a bit. They need to claw something back if they can. Some space. Doesn't have to be a kill, right? We settle into this 4v4, and at least they're informed with information. Eyes on Mazinho. He's kind of, I don't want to say pip the gap, but in the most pivotal position right now, depending on the finish. Lexi just keeping them busy. If they don't spam back, oh, hold up.
Oh, couldn't be better timed. Just as they started to avert their gaze towards heaven instead. Maybe Mazinho, he's being held. And he's not able to connect it. Good shot from Alexi. We got wonderful. To cut that one in. Okay, Na'Vi break their silence.
A bit of resistance, and this is good, right? So both teams kind of having their way within this half so far. I think it's interesting there that Alexi just wanted to be so jarring, trying to set his teammates up for that move, and they're able to stick the landing. So Mongolz worried about so much. Tactical timeout called. Second from Mara. He wants things tied up at the half. He does not want to allow Na'Vi to even have the slightest of edge when we swap sides. We're not in a situation where either team are having money issues for the final round either. It can be the full buys, and this is what you'd hope for. Orbs out for both. There's defuse kits for all 5 of the Na'Vi players on the defense. Everyone with all the nades they could hope for. Mazinho gets that. There's a conversation. Wonderful's on his own towards A. The rotation's being held, but really that push down the ramp and the double from Imma. That one sealed the deal. Let's get underway, shall we? Final round, first half, third map. Winner plays FURIA in the grand final tomorrow.
Let's takes 60 damage in his stride out mid.
They do get control. So can they cross to red while the donut's still up? And if they could get the AWP in red, this is a great position to force rotations either way. But an immediate response by these two, Emma and Makazi, taking back territory. They may as well keep pushing.
And they will. And it couldn't be better. Just as everyone knives out, abandons that side of the map, the CTs confirm it's empty.
They have a smoke and a molly on B to block right now.
As the fight from Makaze just gracefully slides into the angle, removing Senzu. So, is there another one for Makaze in his future? It looks like the head-to-head's coming.
Oh, what a shot.
Perfect double dink. Okay, Makaze puts his, once again, spectacular mechanics on display.
Surely that's enough for this.
Yeah, I mean, Alexi just realized I don't need to fight anymore. The job has been done.
2 kills and another dink. Thank you very much.
Nine10 trying to work the ramp. Blitz throwing out some supportive util. Wonderful's ready on the ramp, but does miss out on the first. 910 removes the AWP. Alexi B still in cave. A bit pushing smokes, not ready for that. Mongolz caught off, 7-5 as we swap sides.
All right, competitive third map so far. Let's see if it continues into the second half. I think just the highlights of that is Makazi on the pistol round. He was on his own on that A side. They did an A play, and he's able to completely deny them access. You move forward from there. They deal with the early force buys and the gun rounds that the Mongols were opting in the first spree of 5, and then eventually they were able to find some breakthrough moments of their own. I think Navi's finances were just so good right off of that initial spread that they were never really able to break them. So got him down, I think it was 1 freebie round, and that one was still quite dicey. Bazinha needed to get the triple kill against the B ramp push to even get that one across the line. So I left everybody with a bit of a question of how Mongols are going to deal with the way that Na'Vi like to take middle.
Which is, just for our newer viewers, those that missed it, 2 smokes.
Yeah, it's just that they always want to have a bit of a mid-biff, right? Blitz really likes getting stuck in, and they play through the window smoke. Like their game plan was, all right, that's fine. We'll let them get the staging area. They can come out. They're going to harass us. They're going to nade us, and then we'll push through with a flash. And it just never worked out. The flashes were never good enough, or the timings were never there. So I just wonder what the response is. I liked what Na'Vi was starting to bring in, because Makazi's been on the stiff end of the stick a couple of times with players breaking open mid-smoke, especially Monacy, right, with the AWP, and catching him as he tries to cross close to the smoke or jumping up heaven. And they were just lobbing in those deep HEs to make sure if they are playing in the choke point of elbow, you're receiving damage for it. So there's some adjustments that can definitely be made, but it's a coin toss in middle, right? Depending on how many flashes are there, how many pieces of util, right? Are the forces even here? And that's it. If you're going to play aggressive in that position, you have to hope that luck falls on your side in that moment. How well prepared can you be? Well, let's get pistol round number 2 and map number 3 underway. Alexi smoking a molly. Blitz smoking a flash. Dual Berettas for Techno. 3 players starting towards B. Is this just the classic? Is this the cave rush with the short smoke and the long molly? Let's find out. Looks like it.
Set up here though. Senzu turns tail. Sticks around for a bit, trying to bait them into the Dual Berettas. Oh, it only works if he hits a shot. Oh, nice from Senzu.
Oof, I think he had 3 bullets there when he started unloading for the final.
I mean, he's actually made it like attainable. It's not impossible anymore. Especially if 910 can beat out Wonderful on his first fight.
Oh.
Not happening. Not happening.
Okay, Bazinha left in a 1-on-3 situation. Bomb down, no kit.
Clean click to the first, and knows it's likely going to be a backside setup. It's not planted for them. Will force a reaction out of them, and he gets onto it again.
Still got time for this.
This is a 1v1 now.
Oh, I think it's a fake. Wonderful's just calling his bluff. His bluff.
This is a really brave maneuver from Wonderful. Oh, and he just taps him out. Mazinho freaking out, and Wonderful popping off. 1v4 on Nuke and a 4K on Ancient. Third map, pistol, and he's nailed it.
And this one might actually have ramifications.
Yes.
Right? The one on Nuke was maybe more spectacular, but this one might be...
Just calling the bluff on that from... You know,
it's crazy, right?
the temptation from Mazinho to have sat that, it really wasn't like an easy call to make from Wonderful.
Well, it's because he's got the hot hand, right? So if you wonder if you're like, well, do I repick this? He's hitting everything that moves right now. Hey, main push. Oh, dear.
Makaze's still here. He's seen a lot. Doesn't have specific numbers, but does have backup from Wonderful. And talking of backing up.
Yeah, okay.
They've seen enough.
Yeah, Zeus here just in cave. Might be able to get one cheeky kill, but I think that'll be that. So 9 rounds on the docket for Na'Vi now. Just a handful away from picking this up. And fun fact for everybody playing at home, if it is the grand final, Na'Vi versus FURIA, since the imports of Yakinda and Molodoi joining the Brazilian ranks, they are yet to face one another.
Ooh, curious.
Organizationally, they played once earlier this year. That was in Katowice, I do believe. But ever since FURIA are the team that we know and love today, the one that can win trophies and play some really well-rounded Counter-Strike with, I'd say, the man who's in pole position for Rookie of the Year right now in Molodoi. Not taking on Na'Vi, not dealing with Blade and his boys. That'll be a great little test, right? Another team that you can measure yourself up against in this sprint to the major just around the corner now. It's great to see Wonderful continue this form as well. We were casting some of his games at EPL, and he just looked out of sorts in some games. Some where it's just completely in his head. So a turn to form at an event with 3 other teams who are definitely in playoff contention for the top event.
They're just going to flash and go. Makaze just burns it 100 to 0. Blitzes Util alone. Oh, and him has done very well to get away with his lives. Senzu can change that though.
Die.
Got to take it easy. He'll concede, puffs up his chest, will have him on high alert.
Interesting opener, right? 3 starting mid, 1 pushing A main, 1 solo B. Now, they got what they wanted in terms of winning out the mid-control fight. They have all the information there. They went 1 for 1. I think that's a pretty good scenario to find yourself in. The issue is you took that A main contact. Now you've had to play passive, so you don't have full info. That means you really don't know exactly where Na'Vi are. Now, this double play in cave, it's going to get rumbled. If they do basic utility... Oh, they're contacting. They're contacting.
This is Jiggles to spot. 9-10 to react. Okay, here's the info. Techno gets his kill as well. Light ammo, 9-10 and Techno locking down the B site. Double kill in defensive B. Irmed was supposed to be the late piece, trying to get output out of his low HP, but instead he finds himself in an unwinnable 1 versus 3.
One more kill would be nice. Put pressure on Mongol's economy here.
He might just walk out on the smoke, try to shoot Senzu in the back of the head.
Ooh.
And he gets it. 1 extra kill. Mazinho goes down. Another rebuy forced. Trying to keep tabs on the Mongolz econ.
Yeah, okay. So that's the magic number, right? We used to talk about this a lot back in the desk days. You're getting 3 kills in a round like that, and then the CTs are going to have the drop. Sure, there's a little bit of extra cash because of the kills in the modern day economy for the CTs, but not out of the woods, and Blade knows that. So that situation there, maybe he's unhappy with the reaction. I also don't like the fact they contacted into B, right? In that situation with all the util, you could have guaranteed a plant, and that plant, I say guaranteed, you would have given yourself a much better opportunity to get the bomb down and have a bit of a tidier looking buy. It's still pretty damn good. And we know it's all about the money. It's 2 Galils instead of everybody having AKs. Lacking a couple of pieces of util, but the flow-on effects of this, if you lose this next round, will be immediately felt. So is there a change, or do they go for the same mid-opening again? Let's keep our eyes on that. No donut smoke this time. Red smoke, cave smoke.
Was Blitz holding a HE for a smoke break? No, just to perfectly nade the 2 of them trying to leave mid. And late second timing HE perfectly placed.
Well, that nade chased him down though, didn't it?
Yeah, okay, tasted his own medicine.
Well, they do have mid control, and this time no casualties either side. Senzu in cave right now. Techno dealing with ramp with the MP9. Battle of the util, though. Both teams starting to get quite light on. A very passive stance adopted by that of Blitz. Feels uncomfortable for the B defense. They only have one incendiary to block. It might not even matter, but you'd feel pretty sketched out if you're the two of them right now.
Zinho ahead of the util, but gets a lot of info. Further damage inflicted to Makaze before he can even fire a bullet.
Map split in half. This A split would be great if it wasn't for that smoke.
Yeah, which is now either run through a grey screen or pivot B. Bits shows face.
Wonderful can break it.
Oh, you're right. It has to be off this HE. 20 seconds. They wait for the util and go. Pressure applied towards the A site. Mazinho eats the flash. Really nice connection, but 910 still got a little bit of hope, a little bit of health. Goes down.
3v3.
Should see the bomb planted. No way you can get Lexi off of that. They extend the round. Virtue of that bomb.
Techno has the kit.
Yeah, Bit has the flank.
Economy on the line for the Mongolz here.
How do they approach it? Lexi still has vision, holds fast. Lovely work from Na'Vi to close.
That could be the one. That could be the one that closes this down now. As mentioned, money on the line right there because of those drops that had to come through in the previous.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 9-10, you really felt like you'd owned it with that smoked donut.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You delay them for long enough, but because of the defense, they didn't have any information. They didn't really believe. It didn't have to be the fight. There could still be a walk into the B site. And the way that Blitz had approached mid, he wasn't jump spotting. Makazi's very good when he gets to cross to red at playing on the timings to catch the player up close. So not wanting to gamble it, but what he is willing to gamble right now is an M4 in the mix that has to make the difference. We've seen this before from Blitz. Still trying to pull off an art maneuver in 2025. Let's see if he can stick the landing. His teammates are about to be in B. Sorry, the opponent is about to be in B. His teammates are not.
Go on, Techno, what you got? A drive-by, bit of damage, just finished off by his teammate.
And the M4 of Blitz is gone. He's just having another one of those games, isn't he? 6 kills. He's going to mop this one up. Bit late to the response, but there's nothing Mazinho can do with a USP, and it's just Senzu who sure picks it up for now, but how long will Makazi let him have it? About 3 whole seconds. 11-6. Now there's some heroics going to be required from the Mongolz, or Na'Vi will be locking themselves in for that grand final tomorrow against FURIA. The Mongolz will resign themselves to a very common matchup against AURORA in that 3rd place decider. This is the Thunderpick World Championship title holders coming back in 2025 to see if they can take it home again. And right now, it's not looking good. 2 Famouses and MP9 around the AWP and M4. No defuse kit. And look at the nade damage.
Oh, it's more than nade damage. It's actually Mazinho weathering the mid-fight. Senzu gets aggressive, moving, shooting, winning the duel versus Alexi.
Imagine if that got out of control.
Yeah,
they're hightailing it right now. They're trying to see if they can get this gap, but 9-10's here.
Yeah, it should be good for the first. It's going to be a reaction speed test. And he's nailed it. Bit caught on the cross. Wonderful. Tasked with doing more. It's not going to happen. 9-10. Locks down those final necessary frags, but the defending champs need a whole lot more where that came from.
Yeah, there's no nuance to that mid defense, is there? Obviously, the devil's in the details, but it's, okay, let's fight fire with fire. They want to run out mid and they think they can have it, well, let's get stuck in. Let's show them that we can shoot too. We also have flashbangs, right? So right there, everybody just colliding in middle. And this is the clash where you really have to keep the focus. Doesn't happen again because there is another buy. There's a Mac 10 in the mix this time for Alexi. It looks like they're destined to fight and clash in middle, and the donut smoke's in play.
Okay, well, you've gotten yourselves out mid for just the cost of 100 health.
But last time they did this, they turtled up and they lost the round. They had no information.
That's right.
So
what's the difference now?
They're hanging around in donut at least. They have a player towards red. So at least they're playing a little bit more assertively to look for fights or look for info. One of the two. They're going to get rerouting. And it appears to be a good call. Na'Vi congregating outside of A right now. Util for the finish. They can definitely get the donut and CT smokes in. The penny should be dropping at this moment for the Mongolz, so some form of a rotation. You're worried about B, you're worried about A. Mid is clear, but who's going to deal with this A side? At the moment, nobody. 9-10 coming back in from donut, but could just be smoked off in a moment's time.
Yeah.
Fake over towards B, it's drawn a lot of attention.
This is a really nice round, well structured from Na'Vi. Now 9-10, still the solo hold. Is it really more? Only the one. Na'Vi have the A site, and Wonderful has the pick on Blitz. Crossing past the AWP, not supposed to be possible. Senzu makes it look so. Charging through.
Oh, no!
Ben on the quick switch, swap to his nade, and his teammate pays the price. Oh, that was theirs. It was Na'Vi's round right there. Caught on a switch of his nades, and suddenly Senzu gets 3 through the site. Techno jiggling out will spot Alexi. Doesn't have to do much more now. It's 18 seconds. The pressure's on the Finn. And he's a dead man at the hands of Senzu. That is a catastrophe from Na'Vi.
Okay, they went contact again in that situation, didn't they?
They're very contact. They've got a preference.
Yeah, and I think that that's got to be part of the game plan right now. It didn't work on the B contact. This time, it felt like it should have worked on the A contact. And Bit is going to be kicking himself there. Because the flash comes in. It doesn't do it. That is a great shot from Senzu, right? But it's what comes after that. Play coming out of Donut, he's quick changing, it should have been cleaner. And Senzu just absolutely obliterates them for Mongolz 8. Now it'll be an RV Eco. This one just got a whole lot tighter. This just shows again, MR12, how quick these games can really just cinch up. Two digs to wait out the util. Still stressful for the Mongolz. Any damage that can be done right now, leaving them in a tough position. On the fade of the smoke. Never mind, they just leave out. They're going to be mopped up now by the combo of Blitz and Senzu.
Let me have him.
Yeah, good for the in-game leader. This is the tax we've been talking about. Blitz is going to need these for the confidence down the stretch, and it goes. Okay, just a 2-round game. Okay, I was wondering, when were we going to see the Blade tactical timeout?
He gave them a lot of freedom. You know, he wanted to see if they could solve their problems on their own, but it doesn't seem like it's happened.
That's his last. So at this point, you're hoping that your boys can break through and then just close the game from here. If they can't, you're going to have to wait until either, well, I was going to say overtime, but you haven't guaranteed the 12th yet. That's maybe best case scenario if things go wrong.
Everybody turn to page 13.
Hopefully you don't need to borrow a pencil. What's the call? They are getting this mid space, so do they want to take it with a little bit more vigor?
They certainly do on the CT side, and very well placed AG, but it doesn't matter if you get the opening again. Imma, hamstrung out of the gates. You can't get past Blitz right now.
Essentially 4 players tasked with just holding onto all of this space, right? 3 players, all they're doing is clashing to make sure Imma and Makazi can't take that space. And I was asking the question how they're going to deal with it. I thought there'd be a little bit more tact or nuance to it. Maybe they'd come up with a piece of utility that they could throw to really segregate them after that. No, we're just going to run at them. It's going to be old school, right?
Yeah,
Ancient, when it was first in the pool, that's what this was all about.
You will get flashed, you will eat a nade, but you still need to win your duel. That's essentially the kind of the MO.
And they're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at middle. Like, we're a minute 10 left on the clock, and you're dealing with very light utility for the CTs to have to play out the rest of the round.
True.
I think the plan is, as long as we win that mid fight, whatever happens from there, it doesn't matter.
We can work with it.
And right now, the setup they have is pretty damn strong.
Yeah, I have to say. I agree. I mean, I like that you've got someone holding for the cross red. This donut smoke will eliminate that potential.
That's all right. Blitz is there to pick that up. Now, if he burrows in, it's okay, because I think with the time on the clock and the man advantage, I don't mind it so much.
It does mean they're going to be pathing into a 2-man hold.
Just AWP. You know, if you don't have util to block, the AWP is the next best thing.
So Senzu's just jump spotting the ramp, hoping to get an early warning for 9-10.
There it is.
Gets the warning, sends the flash, AWP dispatch, gets bit, just like that. Poetry in motion for the Mongols. 5 alive, it all flows, it all fits it together. Sure, Wonderful gets himself one with the HE, but he's just trying to cower and spawn and save his AK.
Well, get away with that one, and this is where the money does become the issue. Loss bonus maxed out. Next round, they will be able to get the full buy, but that means that Mongolz should have a pretty damn good opportunity to tie things up. So wonderful. Do you want to go try and find us a pick somewhere? That's all we have to work with. Everybody else could get some upgrades, a little bit of armor, some util. So you want to try and facilitate the AK first, right? That means if someone has to jump and you trade him, fine.
So Molly jump up just to thwart any early info down lane and let Wonderful try and pick around. Oh, Mazinho. Does he choose to like blind spam this, or is he just going to slowly walk into that deagle?
He might go down.
Yeah, he could.
Oh.
Hello. Aye, the Imma Dig not working today. It works out though. Nade looks like it's destined for damage, a lot for Alexi B to stomach, but a second AK's found its way into the Na'Vi ranks.
You can give it to Bit. He's got armor.
Good point.
Bit can take this AK off of the likes of Alexi. So now they have 2 AK-47s with head armor. This is going to get tough for the Mongolz now.
Yeah.
Min-maxing every detail on Na'Vi. The low HP Imma onto the Glock. Makazi gets the Deagle. The setup on B could be fragile.
And Imma with the low HP going to be the one to pull the crosshairs away. He's going to try and get past the line Techno. If not, he'll just provide info. Gets across the line. He's doing enough. He's doing enough. Perfect team play. Makazi uses that Deagle well. Surely they just commit to the plant. They're going to take this round. It was a hero AK and some pistols. And this is where Mongolz struggle. Hold on. HE does damage. Look at Alexi B, down to 3. Oh. They go swinging, and it's Wonderful that gets fragging, zips up 3 body bags, and secures Na'Vi the 12th.
Oh, mate, the fact that it's not the AK, the one to find the opening incision, it's a Glock coming through because Mazinho gets caught. The boost, it really unravels him. He doesn't know where to look. He gets run down, and right now that's 12 for Na'Vi. Wonderful, continuing exactly that level of form. Thunderpick World Championship, he's feeling himself. He's feeling that flow state, and he gets the closing kills of this one. Straight out with the AK, mows him down. And grabs the 12th. Overtime at a minimum secure. Is this all over Red Rover?
Most animation we've seen out of Na'Vi. They're feeling good, they're feeling frisky, especially with an opener like that from him. Distracted, destroyed, Alexi B gets them. Makazi through mid and they just drop like flies. 9-10, gets one and gets out. No commitment from Na'Vi, but you can see that Wonderful having a second thought about where that bomb's going to finish off.
Well, this pause at the moment allows them to play nameplate Counter-Strike, Techno, a B defender, 9-10 the AWPA. Let's try and piece this together.
It's interesting, they just threw a molly towards A main and pieced, hoping that sound cue of util on A would stop them from pivoting.
The Mongolz are starting to play for info on B, see if there's any resistance over here, and they're not going to find anything. Na'Vi have already pivoted. They're in donut right now, and they can quickly get onto this side. They have multiple smokes. Smoke CT spawn, get the molly for Brokey, and then set up the post plant. This is Na'Vi's to lose right now. The final just 2 kills away.
It's right there for the taking. FURIA await their challenger. Techno throws out the HE. It's not for the break, it's just for damage. It's not really going to achieve what he was hoping for. 9-10 needs flashes, and he has them. 2 to go. Techno, will you be flashed out the temple side? Are they going to try and feign it? Donut-centric. Flashes in front. Techno eats the first. Bit of a team flash. It looks like it's a certainty now. Mongolz defending champs.
Flash again.
Denied the chance to defend their title in the final. 9-10 is going to be the last piece to fall into place. It's Na'Vi's turn in the sunshine. In Championship Sunday, they will have the battle versus FURIA. The Thunderpick World Championship in 2025 will have a new champion. Na'Vi confirm it.
And Blade, I think he's going to be quite happy with that one, the way the boys got their heads together and were able to squeeze that one out in the end. 13-10, the third and deciding map. Mirage, that was Mongol's choice. They thought they'd try something a little bit different in the veto, but that is now 3 consecutive series this season where Na'Vi have toppled the Mongolz. Sure, this one was closer. The Mongolz took a map this time round, but Na'Vi still come out on top. And in these head-to-heads, in the lead into the major, these are the matches that are going to leave that mental residue. It's going to help us weigh up and see who's where and how far can Na'Vi go.
I mean, the fact that this head-to-head is becoming more and more of a problem, it's an undeniable problem when it's the 3rd consecutive 2-0 loss. I mean, you just can't deny it. You can't.
Look, I think here for Na'Vi today, they're going to be happy with this, and they're definitely putting respect back on that name.
Yeah, step by step. Of course, lifting the trophy tomorrow would be ultimate, but FURIA are going to be a pretty valid challenger.
Starting to think about the veto. So Ancient gone from FURIA, Overpass gone from Na'Vi, but that's for tomorrow. This is for now. Let's throw it over to the desk.
Yes, indeed, Na'Vi book their spot in the grand finals. Close run affair, guys. Close map, unlike the other two in this series, and a hard fought, well-deserved for Na'Vi.
Yeah, very well deserved. I'm glad to see the final map actually delivered there. And it did look like Mongolz were going to be bringing this one back, right? You know, making it close and a comeback. But man, what a heartbreaker for Round and just a hero AK. But kudos to Na'Vi. They seem to be the bane of the Mongolz right now.
Yeah, and most importantly, able to close out the game. I think that's been a issue for Na'Vi this year, really, in some of these games. When it gets close, they let it slip away. We had them come back against Aurora in the group stages here, stave off a comeback from the Mongolz, perhaps finding some of that resilience that they were really known for last year, right? But just super important for them to be able to take down Mongolz and secure themselves another grand final.
Here's that round that sealed the deal.
The
Saved
backbreaker.
AK Eco win. Crazy.
He died to the Glock right there. Even a Deagle whiffing all the shots, and then they kept it simple, man. They just grouped up together. They had the one player with the armor, AK handed over, just grouping up and winning and just stealing the round away from the Mongolz. And right there, you saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah, just heartbreaking, right?
Yeah. After all they're done.
Yeah, and also for the Mongols, because in this game, they were losing 5-0 in the first half, 4-1 in the second half. So, I mean, 9-1 to open up the halves, it's very difficult to come back and, you know, even get to overtime, let alone win the game. They seem destined for at least overtime, but this round really made it all go away.
Also, just Chad pointed out as well in the cast how they were min-maxing everything, every piece of utility, every weapon they had. Ima had the Deagle, dropping it over towards Makazi, grouping up. That flashbang was perfection. Technically easily got 2 kills, mopped them up, but then, yeah, this is just the AKs, the saved AK, sorry, not a saved AK, but beg your pardon, the picked up AK doing the work, and even this 3v2, just swinging out wide, not allowing them to even attempt this retake. So, a heartbreak for the Mongols, but yeah, once again, going the way of Alexi B and his men.
Sometimes getting the simple things right is enough, and it feels like Na'Vi in this map, their fundamentals just that much better.
Yeah, for sure. And again, just the game plan working out. But even despite the game plan, just when moments look grim, some very good mid-round calling coming out from Alexi B as well, and never saying die and not letting it slip.
Let's hear from Na'Vi, our second grand finalist.
Let's have a quick chat with Mr. Impact himself. We got Makaze here for a quick interview. Now, I just want to ask you a couple of things. It'll be quick. Don't worry, it won't hurt. What's it like trying to figure out the Mongolz? Because when you're playing mid-round, it feels like they're making crazy calls, and it looks like it's incredibly confusing.
They just play us in Divid, for sure. And we are ready for them. We had also anti-strat. For me, it's a familiar game to play versus them. I enjoy it. So, yeah.
And it looked good as well. The Any-Strack definitely worked. I want to get a bit of insight on Blade as a coach. Obviously, his tacticals provide a crazy level of insight and usually result in a round win, especially when things aren't going right. What can you tell me about Blade when he does call the tax?
Secret.
Full secret. Like, he's just too smart and it's too valuable.
Yeah, of course. Everyone know him that he's smart.
Too smart for anyone. So, look, you heard it here first. And then, of course, you've got FURIA in the grand final. What's your thoughts on FURIA? Because it feels like it's been a while and you haven't played this one with the extras added on the Brazilians, right?
It's going to be an interesting match, to be honest. But let's see. I think we're going to beat them.
I hope you try your best. If you play like you did today, there's a good chance that you will beat them. Thank you, Mikazi, for joining us. Back to you on the desk, Alan.
Secret strats for Blade not revealed to us. Makaze, though, MVP of the series. You can't ask for much more from a young player.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, forgetting Nuke, which was rough for the entire team overall, just, you know, the maps they won, the amount of impact he was fighting, a lot of the work he was putting in as well. We saw in Mirage just kind of being the tip of the spear on the T side, and over here as well, crazy impact being found in a close-fought series, 93 ADR, just getting a lot of work done, and also just pay attention to opening kills he got on that map as well. 10 in what was a very closely fought series.
Yeah, a great series from him, from Wonderful as well. I think you look at all the players outside of Alexi. I mean, Makaze and Wonderful with 46 kills, and then the lowest one was Bit with 40, right? Out of the 4 players who are not the in-game leaders. So a true team effort from Na'Vi in this one, right? Alexi wasn't lagging too much behind with 33, and yeah, I think that's what you love to see. I'm also surprised, you know, that they were able to win the series with Mirage and Ancient, 2 of the Mongolz' best maps, which is, you know, perhaps a worrying sign for the side of the Mongols.
And also the fact that they get absolutely dumpstered on their map pick, right? So now you have to win on Mongolz' 2 best maps, so great work overall. And like, I know he didn't play, you know, he said, I'm not going to answer anything about what Blade says in the timeout, but if Blitz is a Grandmaster, it just is the chess master, it feels like Blade is kind of the Gary Kasparov, so to speak. Because you look at a CD side, and like, you could clearly see they had an idea about the timings when Mongols like to group up and go for this hit, bomb site hits, and you saw the number of times you'd go for this in late A main pushes, 2-man pushes, 1-man push, and even if they got punished one time, it's not going to cow them. They did it again and again, and I feel like getting those very crucial 7-5 lead on the CT side definitely helped them out in the map.
Another excellent series from Wonderful, an excellent event from him. Do you think because he's not necessarily the flashiest player, sometimes he does slip under the radar for us?
I think it could be at times, and also because it's not... the consistency is just lacking, right? Like there is some games where he just misses some of the shots that, you know, you need to be able to hit if you're an opper. But yeah, I guess to some extent in Navi's system, right, the game isn't built around him, right? He's just another cog in the machine, right? And in that sort of a scenario, you don't have perhaps as much opportunity to shine as some of the other operators in the scene.
Yeah, for sure. But again, Navi, once again, proving the adage that's been with them for the past year and a half. They're just more than the sum of the parts, right? And even though Makaze over here was clearly the MVP overall, it was a team effort. It was the calling. It was the individuals having the right moment as well.
Bit had a fabulous map here. He doesn't play the most glamorous positions. We had the conversation earlier about, you know, if you're going to make an all-star team, who from Navi would be there? For me, Bit is the obvious choice. He's one of the best players in the world at his anchor positions.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, because you see him also on the T side, right? He's able to be one of the more aggressive players and really find openings, find impact. He isn't just playing safe all the time. He's trying to create that space for his team. And on the CT side as an anchor, I mean, you remember when he came onto the scene, just the headshot percentage and how crisp he was with his aim. Like, we've seen what he's capable of when he's playing his A game, and he can absolutely get it done with the best out there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, even to go back to the different iterations of Navi, I remember, everyone's going to remember how he played Inferno, right? Just such a pivotal player, and them even winning the major as well. So really cool to see him continue to be the bedrock, so to speak, for this team.
Let's take a look at our playoff bracket and see how it's shaken out after these semi-finals. FURIA, Navi Grand Final, third place game. AURORA, Mongolz, best of 5 Grand Final as well. So if there are any questions about the map pools for these teams, it's all exposed.
Yeah, it's going to be great to watch that final. But for me, I'm just looking at AURORA versus Mongolz, part 11, I guess, for the year, right? Unfortunately for them, they're going to be playing for the 3rd spot right there. But that should definitely be a fun matchup as well. For AURORA, for me personally, it's about getting the win and getting a bit of the confidence going, because it's been miserable for them. And for Mongolz, it's at least, you know, just walking out with a 3rd place, even though it's been a disappointing outing for them.
And I think this is the better way, right? Because if you had AURORA, Navi, FURIA, Mongolz, then it's another rematch. You know, this way we mix it up a little bit. You get to play against everyone, so to speak. And yeah, absolutely. I think for both AURORA and the Mongolz, an important game, more so for the confidence than the placing itself. AURORA really took a shellacking today. They looked absolutely atrocious against FURIA, and Navi has been on a bit of an upwards trend lately, ever since winning Star Series, you know, playoffs at EPL. Now here in the Grand Final against FURIA, also in a best of 5, really gets your map pool tested as well.
And also, like, you know, we saw Blade say as well, the Star Ladder Major is going to be their exam, so to speak, for this lineup, right? So tomorrow's matchup against a FURIA who are looking really good, who are looking, for me personally, the favorites as well in the best of 5. It's a great, you had this prep exam, so to speak. It's one of them, considering the Major just a couple of months away.
Okay, that wraps us up for the semi-finals. FURIA Navi, best of 5 Grand Final tomorrow. You don't want to miss that.